Hi, my name is Hillel Fold, and I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about how to do business in 2022. High level, we're going to talk about several topics, but before we jump in, I wanted to give you a very high level overview of a strategy I once learned that was music to my ears. It's called the Canvas strategy, and the author is Ryan Holiday, and this is what he says. The way to do business in 2022 is to create canvases for other people to create masterpieces on, or to pave the road for others to go on their way to success. He says as follows: imagine for every meeting that you have, you think of a way to help the person that you are meeting, and you take yourself out of the equation. What's going to happen? First of all, you'll strengthen the relationships by helping other people. Second of all, you'll learn to overcome diverse problems because you're always helping people solve problems. The third thing that will happen is you will establish a reputation for being indispensable. And the fourth thing that will happen is you'll have a bank of favors to call upon down the road. So when you meet someone, always be thinking, how can I help that person? The beauty of this is that it manifests in very, very specific things, interviewing people, giving other people a stage. But Ryan Holiday says a sentence that to me, like I said before, is just poetry. This is what he says. He says, everyone around you is obsessed with credit and respect. He says, you can forget credit. Let other people take credit for your work. Here it is. Let others take credit on credit while you defer and earn interest on the principal. I'm going to repeat that. Let others take credit on credit while you defer and earn interest on the principal. Most people come to companies and say, pay me and I'll do something, which means they're paying you on credit. Instead, come to a company and say, what are your challenges? Let me help. And defer the payment. Let them not pay you. What ends up happening is eventually, it might be in a month, it might be in a year, it might be in a decade, they come to the conclusion that they need you. And when they come back to you and they need you, now you have the leverage, now you define the terms, and there's no negotiation. They need you and they'll pay whatever you say, you get paid. That's it. Help others win in business and you end up winning. The first topic we're going to talk about today is communication. We all communicate. We all send emails. We all text. We all use WhatsApp. So let's talk about communication. The most effective way, specifically the business sector, how to communicate. I want to talk today about introductions. Business is all about introductions. It's about connecting to other people. But there's a way to make an introduction. Let me tell you a story. A couple of years ago, someone sent an email to me introducing me to some tech executive. And we set up a call to talk. I got on the phone with this tech executive and I said, nice to meet you. How can I help you? And she said, how can you help me? How can I help you? And I said, what do you mean? What are we talking about today? She said, I don't know. I thought you had the context. And I said, well, I thought you had the context. It was one of the most awkward conversations I've ever had. The lesson here, when you're introducing two people, speak to both of them first. Speak to one side and say, this is the context of the conversation. Speak to the other side. And when they both agree to be introduced, then make the introduction, not before, because otherwise things get super, duper awkward. The second topic I want to talk about within the umbrella of communication is social media. Of course, everyone understands they need to be on social media today, but how many people actually understand why they need to be on social media today, or how to leverage social media, what to do there? Who should you follow? How often should you tweet or post? This is fundamental stuff, and most people, most companies just don't get it. So for starters, the word social media, or I should say the phrase social media, is really a paradox because media, generally speaking, means broadcast, means one way. Social means two way. So this is really important. Most companies focus on the media thing. They broadcast, they self-promote, they use 20 hashtags in their tweets, they focus on getting more followers. Instead, focus on the social. Listen. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in that ratio. Listen to what the market's saying. Use the search option on Twitter or Facebook. Search to hear what the market's saying about you, about your competitors. Listen at least twice as much as you talk. That is how social media is used in the most effective way. And that is something that most companies, unfortunately, even in 2022, still don't understand. And another important topic within the umbrella of communication is, of course, email, right? We all have these texting apps, and many of these companies want you to believe that email is going somewhere. Email's not going anywhere. So let's talk about how to write an email, right? We all write hundreds of emails, but how many of us actually think before we draft an email? There are a couple of things you can do to increase the chances of someone opening your email. For starters, the subject of your email is not intended to summarize the email. The subject of your email is very similar to, let's say, a tagline, "Just do it" for Nike. It's not meant to tell me what is in the email. It's meant to get me to open the email. That's first and foremost. Second of all, how many times have you gotten an email that said, "Dear friends"? No one's opening an email that's not addressed to them. So there's software out there. Use software. Address the person. Write it in a personable and a personal manner. Second thing, this is like trivial stuff. People don't have time. We're all busy. Keep your emails short. And finally, make sure to end the email with a specific call to action and one that I can answer easily. Hey, does Monday 9 o'clock work out for you? Easily, I could just say yes or no. Don't just leave it open-ended because I'm not really sure how to reply to that email. Those are some ideas on how to write an effective email and get real results from your emails in the business context. The second topic I want to talk to you today about is marketing. We all have heard the word marketing, but how many of us understand what marketing really is? I recently heard a story that I loved. Here's the story. A man is going to some big event. Let's say it's his parents' 50th anniversary. He gets all dressed up in his tuxedo, and he heads out of his house an hour and a half before the event, and it's only a 30-minute drive, so he's set. He opens his garage door. It's pouring rain outside. Okay, gets in his car, starts to drive slowly, and then he blows a tire. He's not going to get out and change the tire. He's in a tuxedo. He calls a tow truck. The tow truck company comes, walks over to his window and says, "Sir, did you order a tow truck?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "Well, you came to the right company. We are the best towing company in the world. Look at that vehicle. Look at those tires. Those tires are custom made. We worked with this tire company to make those tires. And that automobile, that vehicle of ours, it is the best tow truck in the world because it has ABC." And he just keeps going. He's chewing the guy's ear off. This guy's sitting in his car thinking, "Get me on the road. I don't want to hear about your company." Scenario one. Scenario two. The tow truck arrives, walks over to the guy's window and says, "Hey, sir, did you order a tow truck?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "Great. Our motto is get you on the road in 15 minutes. Perfect. That night, which one of those two scenarios is going to leave an impression on this man? Who's he going to talk to his friends about? Which one? The answer obviously is the second one. Nobody wants to hear from a company who talks about themselves. The second tow truck guy focused on the needs of the man. His needs, not the company's needs, not focusing on them. And that is the fundamental of marketing. Make sure you're focusing on the value that you create for the recipient. And of course, this manifests in 10,000 different ways, from communication to social media to PR to business development. It all comes in at the end of the day to figure out how you can help the other person and stop focusing on yourself and your product. Said otherwise, you could say, focus on the problem and not the solution. This is something so fundamental that so few companies understand today. And the truth is, nobody has tolerance for a company that spends all day long on all their social channels talking about themselves. Don't do it. Okay, within the topic of marketing, I want to talk about a specific subtopic that is basically the foundation of all marketing, and that is content. Now, let's just define what that means. I'm not talking about PR where a journalist writes about your company. I'm not talking about your copy on your website. I'm talking about you, the company, producing industry content. I call it the Red Bull model, right? Red Bull owns energy drinks. And yet, when you go to redbull.com, the word beverage is not even on their homepage. They're not selling you a drink. They're producing content. They're a content lifestyle company. So you as a company, you need to start producing industry content. And when you do that, everything in your marketing strategy becomes more effective. You reach out to a journalist for PR, they're going to Google you and see that you're producing content just like they're producing content. It changes the whole dynamic. You reach out to an investor, they're going to Google you and see if you're legit, right? If you guys know your stuff, they read your content, they're like, these guys are serious. The world of SEO, search engine optimization, the entire world of SEO is content. And anybody who tells you otherwise doesn't get how SEO works. It's all content. And on and on and on. Everything you're going to do to grow your company is going to become significantly easier and more effective once you start producing industry content at scale. Another really important component within your marketing strategy is SEO, right? Search engine optimization, AKA when someone Googles something, they come across your company. There's also another thing called ASO, which is App Store optimization. It's the same concept. One is on the web, one is on the App Store. So ASO would get people downloading your app because they searched something in the App Store, they came across your app. So how does it work? The entire world of SEO is content. When you produce content on the internet, people talk about you on the internet. When people talk about you, they link to you. When people link to you, Google says, wow, what's this website that has 10,000 incoming links? They must be an authority in their space. You know, these SEO people, they go and they buy links. They're morons. You think they're going to trick Google? They're not tricking Google. Google says to you how to get links, and that is by producing content. The more you write on the internet, the more people talk about you. The more people talk about you, the more incoming links you have. And that is the entire world of SEO in literally a few sentences. ASO is no different. Figure out what people are searching for and optimize for those keywords. Get people to come across your app in the App Store. Then it's game over. Let's talk about PR, public relations. It's part of your marketing strategy, whether you like it or not. You need journalists talking about your company. So how does this work? Well, at the foundation is a press release. What is a press release? It is a document, not a marketing document. It's more like a legal document. It is dry. It is factual. No superlatives, no adjectives, no revolutionary, no disruptive. Just tell the journalist what the story is. You raised money? Well, tell me, the journalist, how much you raised, who invested, what you plan on doing with that money, and that's it. Let me, the journalist, decide how revolutionary that is. Great. So you write your press release. You then need to do research who the relevant journalists are. Who writes about your space? If you're an AI company, who writes about AI? You pitch that journalist the way they like to be pitched. That requires research. Maybe they want to be pitched on Twitter. Maybe they want to be pitched by email. Learn the journalist, which at the end of the day comes down to the most foundational and fundamental lesson in business. Always be thinking about the audience and not about yourself. Last category I want to talk about today is etiquette, or more specifically, do's and don'ts, or more specifically, don'ts. Here's the first thing that I think is so foundational and slightly controversial: phone calls. But before I explain what I want to say about phone calls, let's talk about the fact that I'm talking about a business context. This does not apply to friends or your mom calling you. I'm talking about in business. To pick up the phone in the middle of the day, unannounced, unscheduled, just to pick up the phone and call some journalist or call some strategic partner or call whoever to pitch them your product is ineffective, inefficient, and inconsiderate. Let me explain to you why. When you call me in the middle of the day, I have to stop what I'm doing to answer your call. So you might say, well, ignore the call. I can't ignore the call because it's from a random number. It might be my kid's school for all I know. I don't know what's the other person, on the other side of the call. So I have to answer it, which means I have to stop what I'm doing to answer your call. Really what you're saying when you call someone is, my time is more important than your time because you're making me stop what I'm doing to answer your call. That's not okay. By the way, the same thing applies to voice notes, and I get it, controversial. And I send voice notes sometimes as well. Sometimes they're necessary. But if you could send a text or an email to someone, why send a voice note which would require them to stop what they're doing to listen to your voice note, right? If I'm in the car listening to a podcast and I get a voice note from you, what do I have to do? I have to stop my podcast, press play, and listen to your voice note. If you could send a text, send the text so that I can respond to you on my time. That's the important fundamental thing here. You sending me a voice note or calling me, I have to respond to you now on your time. Don't do that. Send me a text, send me an email, and I will respond to you on my time. This is the most important lesson in all of business, which is always be thinking of your audience, not about your own needs, of the audience's needs, of the recipient's needs. Send emails thinking about the recipient. Make calls when necessary, thinking about the recipient. Where are they right now? Is this the right time to call if I have to call at all? Always be thinking of the audience. Phone calls in 99% of instances can be avoided, as can voice notes, if we're only just a little bit considerate of the recipient. Okay, let's talk about something that is a massive pet peeve of mine, as I'm sure it is of yours. So we are all on social media. Some are more active, some are more passive, some are on Facebook, some are on Twitter. Fine. There is this phenomenon where companies or people beg for likes, beg for shares. Don't ask me to like your Facebook page. Don't ask me to tweet your fundraiser. Give me a reason to, right? It's all about emotion. It's all about sentiment, getting people to care. When you ask someone to go share your stuff, there's nothing more obnoxious than leveraging my network and my audience that I spent years building in order to promote your cause. First of all, go build your own audience. Go build your own network. It takes time. It takes effort. There are no shortcuts. But more importantly, if you're doing something meaningful that you think should be shared, then write it and present it in a way that will get people on board and they'll want to share it. But to ask for likes, ask for retweets, all of that stuff, inconsiderate and highly ineffective. Okay, another topic within the do's and don'ts, the etiquette of business is, this is something that really doesn't even need to be said. Unfortunately, it does. And that is being considerate of people's time. We're all busy today. We have a lot of noise in our feeds. We're all overstimulated. Be considerate of people's time. So for example, you set a meeting. If you're coming late, make sure to email the person, let them know I'm coming late. Even if you're 2 minutes late, it doesn't really matter. And It doesn't cost you anything to send an email. But more fundamentally, if you're asking someone for a favor, let's talk about an introduction. Let's say you want me to introduce you to whoever. Now, I could go and write that introduction and say, hey, David, meet him. This is why you need to meet him. Or if you want me to introduce you to David, what you can do is you could send me an email saying, hey, Hillel, I know you're close with David. I'd love an introduction because A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then instead of me having to write the entire introduction, which is a waste of time, all I need to do is forward your email to David and say, David, this guy's a good guy. Here's the context. Do you want an introduction? And that way I can make an introduction in 4 seconds instead of 20 minutes. Be considerate of other people's time because as you know, time is money. Within the umbrella of do's and don'ts of etiquette, I want to talk to you about a very specific topic, and that is meetings and how to break the ice and make them more effective. In every single meeting that I've had over the last 15 years, without exception, anybody who's ever met me can attest to this. I've asked one specific question, and that is, what are your challenges? Ask the person you're sitting with to tell them about your challenges, or say, well, tell me about you. Instead of you speaking about yourself for 7 minutes straight and not letting the other person talk, let them talk. It breaks the ice and it frames the whole meeting in a more effective way that is give and take and not just me. Presumably, if you want to meet this person, you need their help for something. So you talking about how amazing you are for 7 minutes straight and not letting them get a word in is ineffective and quite obnoxious if I'm being honest. So in every meeting that you have, always think about the other person and think about how this dialogue is going. It should not be a monologue. If it's a monologue, you're doing it wrong. And those are some thoughts on business in general. Huge shout out to Amudim, an incredible, phenomenal organization that I've had the privilege to work with a few times over the years. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope it helped you viewers. I hope you gained something from this. Go try to implement them. Let me know how it works. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this segment of Amudim's campaign, Unite to Heal. It is always a special privilege and honor to be here, to be a part of this campaign. My name is Avi Landa, and I am joined by my colleagues, Rabbi Yisrael Grossberg, Mrs. Shira Berkowitz, and together we run a very special segment of the Amudim organization. Darchenu and Our Path, SEL, are curricula that are designed for our schools and ultimately for our communities to be able to learn and to lead healthier lives. SEL is the genre of curriculum that this Darchenu and Our Path SEL comes to address. And SEL stands for Social and Emotional Learning. It is a brand new radical idea in the secular world, but really it is as old as we can know from sources in the Torah and from Chazal and from all the wonderful treasures that we have in our history, to be able to draw from those and apply social and emotional learning skills within our school. One of the key factors of a social emotional learning curriculum is that it's a curriculum. Instead of just having a project 1 week or 2 weeks, focusing on one particular social or emotional topic, we teach teachers to come into their schools. We give them user-friendly materials to be able to conduct once-a-week classes that can be as long as 40 minutes each. And they address all sorts of topics, ranging from problem solving and feelings to honesty and friendship, bullying, even things you might think are so simple like organization. We address many classes on staying safe and understanding boundaries. Throughout the gamut of understanding and coping with our own emotions, being able to utilize conflict resolution skills, understanding the concept of respect, making good judgments, and the list of topics go on and on and on. There are hundreds of classes designed as of now for 5th grades through 12th grades, both boys and girls. Darchenu is the curriculum that we have developed, which is filled with Torah sources. It is there for the what we call more right-wing schools, the more yeshivish schools. And Our Path SEL is designed for the more left-wing schools, the more modern schools, so that every school can have a customized curriculum. And even within those two curriculum, we work diligently all together to customize the curriculum for each and every school to be able to implement it in a way that makes sense for them, that they're comfortable with, and that really speaks personally to their students. Like I said, it is such a privilege to be joined together here with my colleagues. I would like to open up this dialogue, this conversation, and I'd like to just frame it for the benefit of our audience. Tonight, we're all coming together to unite to heal. And I think one area in which we can all agree it is so important for us to be able to address that need is in the classroom. Obviously, we want to make sure that we focus on our homes, on our parenting, on our friendships, but we also want to make sure that we focus on the classroom and our schools. So much, and many times the majority of our children's lives are spent in the school. And therefore, it's my privilege to present to you a conversation with the staff here at Darchenu and Our Path SEL, entitled The Classroom in 2022, It Ain't Like It Used to Be. On that note, I'd like to introduce first, for some introductory words on this topic, my colleague, Rabbi Yisrael Grossberg, for him to share with us words of wisdom and to explain to us a little bit what has changed and what does it mean that the classroom in 2022 ain't like it used to be. Rabbi Grossberg.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Landa. So I think just taking it back for a moment, what exactly does Darchenu have to do with education? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. What exactly does Amudim have to do with education? Darchenu, we know. Why is, if Amudim is in the business of helping those that are struggling emotionally, where does curriculum come into this? I think it's important to point out that when Amudim took the step, and a very important step, of bringing Darchenu on board as one of their projects, what they were saying is, it's not enough to help people in crisis. We have to get to them before so that we can avoid the crisis. It's great that we do all this amazing work, once someone is struggling, but what are we doing to avoid the struggle in the first place? And that's kind of how we ended up here, how Darchenu landed as part of Amudim, so that, as we say wistfully, that the hope is one day Darchenu will put Amudim out of business. Halavai. But to go back to the original question you asked about, what's different. So I think really we see, if we look at the parashos that we're learning now, that we're laying down, there's so much that sometimes, you look at a pasuk and you have to kind of figure out, how am I going to apply it? When Yaakov Avinu starts talking to Esav, I don't have to figure out how to apply it. The words he says really are so exact as to teaching us what we should be doing. He asks the Malach of Esav, Sarah Shel Esav, who was the Yetzer Hara, Ma Shmecha, what's your name? What's he asking you? What's the name for? He needs to know the Malach's name. Like, hey, before I fight you, you mind putting on a little name tag? Hi, my name is Yaakov. What's your name? No. What he's asking him is, you're the Yetzer Hara. Which form are you taking right now? I want to know what I'm fighting against. How am I supposed to fight Esav if I don't know who he is today? And that applies so beautifully to what we're doing. Because if we don't know who our enemy is, how in the world are we supposed to be fighting them? A quote from a Rosh Hashiva a number of years ago, and I say it often because we have to repeat it. He said, if you want to put in a nutshell what the issues are right now in Chinuch, is they're coming at us with nuclear weapons, and we're still bringing the same bow and arrow that worked 30 years ago to that fight. And we have to realize things change. And if we don't realize it, we see it in front of us. How else do we understand the discrepancy? There's so much Torah being learned right now. You look around, you walk up and down any street, there's shuls, there are yeshivas in town, out of town, in between town. It's beautiful. And yet with all that success, with all the Torah, all the Sfarim that are being written, everything, we are losing children at an alarming rate. Something's not adding up. And the answer may be that we need to bring our methods, we need to bring the classroom to 2022. We don't have the luxury of saying, hey, it worked for so many years. Why are we trying to tinker with it? Why are we trying? Because the answer is that we have to. Mashmecha, our job is knowing. Yetzar, what's your name? One day it might have been movies, next day it might have been technology, call it whatever you want, but know what it is so that when we're there. I remember Rebbe once saying, I was in shock at a Torah Masorah event, if I wouldn't be shocked, I would say every Rebbe should watch television for a half hour a week. Obviously got everyone's attention with that. And he said, you have to know your competition. No, I remember at that point, Power Rangers was the thing. And he said, Power Rangers are morphing across the screen. They're doing this and all these other things. And you're just, going with the same sing-song voice that you teach and wondering why the kids aren't engaged. So you have to know. And that's really, it ain't what it used to be. It really isn't. It really isn't. And that's our job. When I say our job, I don't just mean ours here at Darchenu, but really the entire chinuch system, how we can meet the challenges of this dar, of this generation, where we can give them what they need while at the same time keeping true to Torah that we've been learned through all the other generations.
Rabbi Grossberg, thank you so much for that fascinating insight into what's happening in our world around us and how we need to keep up in the classroom nowadays. Mrs. Berkowitz, I'm curious if you could reflect a little bit on how we can address that as teachers, as educators. How can we keep up with those times, and how can we be able to draw the attention of our children to really what's most important, the educational jewels that we want to give to them in every subject, including SEL, social emotional learning?
I think that I'm going to start with relationships. I think there are a few points that we really need to change the way we connect, the way we teach our students than when maybe we went to school. And I want to start with relationships because I think that's number one. I think that today teachers really need to have relationships with their students in order to be successful in reaching them. I want to start with a message that I heard recently in a class I was listening to, probably on Torah Anytime, but it was by a very well-known rabbi and educator, Rabbi Daniel Kalish. He was speaking to parents, but this message is really for parents and teachers, for anyone. He was trying to paint a picture for his audience. He said, I really want you to see this visual. He and his wife were watching their teenage son playing basketball, and their son messed up big time. The people behind him are booing. They're calling his son names. His son had the ball, and he said, imagine, my son is walking forward. I think it was like a foul, so the son got, I don't know basketball rules, but his son had the ball, was about to shoot. There are over 400 people in the room yelling, screaming, putting their son down. And he said his son looks towards his father. Their eyes lock and he nods. He said, now imagine another child in the same situation. He just completely messed up the game. He looks around for his parents. He looks towards his dad, and his dad just looks at him. And he shakes his head and he frowns. Picture that boy. Then Rabbi Kalish shared a story about a certain student of his that went through tremendous challenges in his life. He came from an abusive home. He was anxious. He was depressed. And he had seriously contemplated suicide. Now in his senior year, he was thankfully in a better place. He asked Rabbi Kalish if he could share his story and give it over to the boys at, it must have been like a Shabbaton, a weekend retreat, whatever it was. And it was the end of Shabbos, and I think it was Matzah Shabbos, and he felt like this would really give him a lot. Rabbi Kalish said he felt that it would be cathartic for this boy, it would give him chizuk, and it would also help other boys who may be struggling as well. So again, he says, and I guess this is like the way he talks, but he says, picture the scene. It's late Saturday night. The room is filled, with all the boys from his school. This boy gets up to speak, and all of a sudden his voice starts to shake. He starts shaking, and it looks like he's like going to go into a full-blown panic attack. His Rebbe was sitting right in the front row, and watching him. He looks at his students, their eyes lock, and the teacher smiles and nods. He said he saw the boy square his shoulders, and he began to speak. Rabbi Kalish goes over to say that he was in this room and he watched this happen. And he said the validation that this boy got from sharing his story, without a doubt, gave him so much in that moment and carried him certainly for a long, long time. Sometimes all a child needs is a nod. Think about the child whose father shook his head when he messed up. A nod can build a child. A shake of our heads or a frown can break a child. Keep in mind that nod is only powerful because the investment that has gone into the relationship with that child, so whether it's our child or our student, if we haven't made that investment, that nod or that smile is meaningless. It represents the fact that this adult believes in him. Our students need individuals that believe in them. Unfortunately, we can't always rely on the parents being those people anymore. And the teachers really need to be their cheering squad. Hopefully the parents are as well, but they need all the support they can get these days. In the previous generations, they didn't really talk about their feelings much. Rabbi Kalish, in the speech that I heard, he used a term that I loved. He said, gut it out, not cut it out with a G, gut it out. He said, back in the days, that's what they said. Life was hard, deal with it. How many of us heard our parents say, we walked miles up to school, uphill both ways? I don't know. I always wondered how it could be uphill both ways. We didn't complain. What's with kids today? I was sharing this speech with my husband, some of these thoughts, and he said, I had a Rebbe that used to say, when he was back in school, kids today, they're marshmallows. I said, back in our days, we were marshmallows. Today, then, they're marshmallow fluff. But the point is, it doesn't matter. Yes, kids are different today. Is it fair? Is it right? It does not matter. If we as parents, if we as mechanchim and mechanchos want to reach our children, now we need to meet them where they're at. I'm a licensed social worker, and there's a line from school. I don't remember all that much from school 20 years ago, but there's a line from school that they taught us, meet the client where the client is at. In other words, the reality is not relevant. It's a perceived reality. This is where the children are at. This is where my client, this is where the student is at. I have to meet them where they're at if I want to connect with them. This generation today is all about feelings. Kids have intense emotions. They need to be listened to. They need to be validated. They need you to believe in them. And they need you to believe them. When they know they have your back, they feel that they can do anything. We can give an entire class on empathy and validation. Those are two words that probably when we went to school were not even in the dictionary. But if they're not on your skill set in 2022, you really need to be adding them in. Again, parents and mechanchim. Being very practically, let's be real practical and kind of give you a toolbox here just in terms of relationships and wrap up this piece with that. Notice them. Notice our children, notice our students, anything that's different. Oh, you got new glasses, you got braces, you got new shoes. And if it's our children, it's a different thing. Oh, you colored red on this picture. Just notice the details. Saying good morning to each person, greeting them with a smile. If it's your children, when they walk in the door, don't be on your phone, don't be on your computer. Hi, how are you? How was your day? How was your test? My principal in high school, Rav Hillel Belsky, who's now a seminary principal, used to stand by the door every morning and greet every single student by name. Now, I live in Chicago. So, in January, December, like now, the weather's not so fabulous. He stood outside the door, every single person. Good morning, Shira. And then I was Pincus. Good morning, so-and-so. This is a much longer conversation, but when you have a child that's struggling academically, make time to sit with them, sit with their parents, figure out strategies to help them to succeed. That is your job. When a student looks upset, we need to address that. If you have time to talk to them during recess, amazing. If you don't, you know what? You can put a sticky note on the kid's desk and say, hey, I noticed you look upset today. What's going on? They could write you back on the sticky note and put it on your desk as they go to the bathroom. Maybe they'll come and talk to you. Quickly, validation. What is validation? Allowing someone to have their feelings. When a child says, this is way too hard for me. It's so cold in here. I'm starving. Because again, this is how kids talk. They're never a little bit hungry. They're freezing and they're starving. And we say things like, oh, please, it's not so hard. It's not even cold in here. How can you be hungry? You just ate. Things like that. What are we teaching them? Number one, be quiet. Don't share your feelings. They should be dismissed. They're not important. Number two, my parent, my teacher, the adults in my life that I trust and I turn to doesn't have time or patience for my feelings. And number three, and the most scary, I shouldn't trust my feelings. If I have a feeling and something makes me uncomfortable, I shouldn't trust my feelings because clearly I'm wrong, because this adult in my life is saying that can't be your feeling. Could we think about the danger that this one brings on when, God forbid, someone approaches them to touch them inappropriately and they're taught to think, I shouldn't trust my feelings. I shouldn't be uncomfortable. This adult is someone that should be fine. It doesn't matter if we kept our mouths closed back in the day when we were in school. They can't do it today, and they won't do that today, and then they'll fail. I had a client that was really struggling at a certain point, and she was sharing some of her childhood with me. And I said something, I don't remember exactly what it was, but something just to validate her, something like, I can't even imagine how much that must have been for you. She stopped and she started to cry. I didn't use any fancy tools here. No DBT, no CBT, nothing, EMDR. I validated her pain. She started to cry and she looked at me and she said, no one has ever said that to me. We don't need to be fancy therapists. Just validate our children, our students. Just that nod, the smile. I'm so sorry this test is hard for you. I'm sorry you're hungry. What can we do about it? I have so much to say, but let me wrap up and let Rabbi Grossberg talk about the next piece. My son had a teacher, one of his rebbeim last year, fantastic Rebbe. He called me and said, is your son eating breakfast at home? He's coming every day and he's getting breakfast from me. He said, I keep granola bars, Omo packets in school because a child can't learn if they're hungry. That's a teacher in 2022. Is it my problem if my student didn't eat breakfast? You know what? If we want to reach them, then yes, it is my problem. And then lastly, just a piece on empathy. Empathy is really, really important. Very quick, and this is a tool that we teach in our curriculum in many of the grades and apply to different scenarios. Sympathy is pity. Oh gosh, so sorry. Nabach. Doesn't feel so great. Empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoes. So if we as the parent, if we as the teacher can try for a minute to get in that child's shoes when it's your child comes in or your student and it's a disaster, whatever it is, it's like a tiny little issue, but to them, it's a disaster. If we can be in their shoes and see okay, this is what's really going on for them, then we can respond to them and build that relationship with them.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Berkowitz. Wow. So many important messages there. There's so many important factors for us to keep in mind, both as educators, but also as parents, really addressing our entire audience watching this program tonight. as people who support other people in any relationship. It is really so important to keep in mind all these factors. Research shows actually that the number one protective factor for our kids in terms of making it through stressful situations, avoiding boundary infractions and getting into trouble and not staying safe, are the relationships that they have with supportive adults. Even just one relationship with one supportive adult that embodies that empathy and that validation and all of those amazing tools that Mrs. Berkowitz just mentioned adds tremendously to the chances that that child will be safe, develop healthily, and ultimately develop into a wonderful adult. I've heard from, just in terms of the classroom itself, I've heard from Dr. Pelkovitz. He often advises teachers that in their roll book or their digital roll book, whatever they're using these days in the classroom in 2022, there should be a little mark area. There should be a little row that's reserved for just placing a little mark that reminds the teacher, did I have a short 1 minute one-on-one check-in with each and every student? So if today I did that with 2 or 3 students, I'm going to mark in my roll book, yeah. And over the course of a month, they should look back and say, did I check in with each student one-on-one 1 time per month at least? And if there's any child that there's a blank spot there, they'll know I'm going to go back to that child. Just an interesting idea in terms of helping our teachers focus on the students, working together with the parents, providing all that empathy and validation to their children, so that the homes and the schools all partner together to be healthy and growth supporting environments for our children. That really leads us into reflecting a little bit more on when it comes to the school environment itself, the classroom environment itself. Perhaps, Rabbi Grossberg, you can elaborate for us just a little bit what goes into developing this type of classroom environment that supports this type of healthy living and growth for our students. Rabbi Grossberg.
So, as Ms. Berkowitz said, there's so much that goes on outside of the classroom that's not just important, but crucial, literally do or die. But at the same time, there's no substitute for actual learning and what's going on in the classroom. How can we support the students? My goal is not to knock the past. We're Baruch Hashem all growing. However, one of my kids just recently asked me, he said, Tom, was there a resource room when you were in school? I said, yeah, it was the back row of the classroom. Anyone who needed the resource room was put in the back. And there was kind of this unspoken rule. I won't bother you. You don't bother me. And let's make it to June in one happy piece. And it was an understood thing. We've come such a long way in terms of supporting students, in terms of some of the best practices, ultimately, that we have in the classroom. When you could take a child who's struggling and show him that he can do it, it's gold. It's worth more than anything in the world when you can show an interest in that child. And so much of it really comes from what I used to call Rebbe sight. You have Rebbeim had to be trained, teachers to train to see things that others may not. The famous story with the Rabbi Levin, from the famous tzaddik, from a tzaddik in our time, that he was standing with his son and looking out a window, and it was recess time. And he asked his son, he said, what do you see when you're looking outside? His son was a Rebbe. He said, I see Maishi is eating his snack, Shlomi is playing ball, Chaim is reading a book. It looks like everyone's having a good time. He said, all that's true. He said, but you know what I see? I see Maishi is walking funny because his shoes are too small. We need to figure out how to get him new shoes. Shlomi, who's walking around like that, he doesn't have a coat. Did you notice how cold it is? That's called Rebbe vision. That's called seeing something, seeing that kid who so badly wants something, doesn't know how to ask for it, and we can be there. Rabbi Led, I'll take your idea a step further. I did this when I was a Rebbe. Granted, it takes time, and Rebbeim are under tremendous pressure in terms of time and what they have to finish, but I took attendance every day, and each child was called out loud, each student. It was 8th grade boys. When's your bar mitzvah? How's it going? What's your sister's chasna's coming up? You got your suit ready. It's 30 seconds with each kid. There's no boy who went through the day felt that they didn't count for something, and it became a thing. And I want to tell you something. I was recently at a chasna. A guy who must be now about 26 years old. So we're going back quite a few years when he was in 8th grade. The joke at the chasna was Rabbi Grossberg is going to take attendance. That's what they remembered. They probably don't remember which Masechta we learned. Probably not. And their notebooks are long gone, but they remember attendance. So these small things, ultimately, just that you care. We live in a really difficult time. Parents are busy, not because they don't care all the time. Sometimes they're simply busy because they have to pay tuitions, which maybe that's a different segment for the United to Heal program. But the tuitions and Baruch Hashem, we have simchas like you can't imagine. I always say, if a father or parent wants, they never have to go hungry. There's a parlor meeting every night, sushi, cut meats, whatever it is that a person wants, but you're never home. And sometimes we have these responsibilities. We can't be home. Rebbeim are playing roles that they never did before. And it's hard. And again, that could maybe be another segment about Rebbeim's policies, salaries rather. But they are now playing a role, but it's important that they know the role they're playing, because if you only knew how important you are in that child's life, you might act differently. If you only knew how that kid is looking at you desperately to be noticed for some sort of validation, it would be a totally different ballgame. And if he's not getting the validation and learning, because not every kid is going to be the next Rabbi Akiva Eger. Not every kid, if he's not getting it and learning, find it somewhere else. I had one kid, he still remembers this. He has them all. He was an artist. And that was about it. That was the extent of his talents. But an amazing artist. Every Rosh Chodesh, he had a new banner that he made. We had a policy. It was the one and only year that I had Rosh Chodesh banners in the classroom. But it was his banner. And he has them all now. He told me. Also, he's close to 30 years old. He has his Rosh Chodesh banners. So we don't even begin to imagine. And I say this with a tremendous amount of respect for Mechanchim and Mechanchos. Respect and awe in terms of what they're going through. The famous story of Yaakov Kamenetsky was asked once in Torah Vodas, where he was Rosh Hashiva, if they could put in a clock for Rebbeim to clock in and clock out. This way, if they're 2-3 minutes late, we can deduct from their salary. So he said, definitely, it's a great idea, but it will only work if we put that same clock in their homes. So when they're late at night, they're sitting and thinking about how can I help Moshe, and they're marking Shlomi's test, and they're coming up with a special program for Yankee, they can clock in then as well. But really, ultimately, all of these things, the payback, the dividends, is Ein L'Shaya. We can't imagine. It's hard. It's difficult. But at the end of the day, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. How are we going to we can't let kids slip through the cracks. Unfortunately, many of them are going through, they're falling through the cracks through no fault of their own. Different family situations, other tzaras. But if there's something that we can save, if there's something we can know, and it behooves us to really get to know our students, to get to know whose father might be someone who has no yeshiva background and can't learn Gemara with his son. Maybe we could set them up with a chavrusa. Parents are struggling with things that in previous times we never had. I'm sorry to say it, but I guess it's Amudim. We're allowed to be a little bit provocative. But when I teach Rebbeim and we talk about different things to be careful of, I now have included, because it comes up enough, which fathers might be sitting in jail. Which fathers? We live in a world that's very different than it was before, and it's again important. I'm looking for a better word, crucial maybe. I don't know, but we have to be there, and we are on the front lines. And again, at the end of the day, the payros are unimaginable. When you make that kid, and he goes on, and eventually he gets married and he has children. Someone pointed out, there was a quote, I think it was from the Aguda convention recently, that sometimes you're going to come to Shemayim and there'll be hundreds of kids that are going to be coming to greet you. And who are these kids? I had nothing to do with them. Why? They said, no, you took care of my father. You took care, and now he's all these kids. We are doiros. And every Rebbe has stories. They can say doiros of kids that we can make, but at the same time, I'm afraid to say it, but there can be doiros of kids also coming and say, you just didn't give me the time, and unfortunately, look where we ended up. It's our choice. Make it or break it.
Wow, thank you so much, Rabbi Grossberg. Powerful words, so important to keep these in mind, both for the classrooms as well as for us as parents. In my capacity in my private practice, working mostly with teenage boys, preteen boys, as well as in school, working as a mashgiach, as a counselor with, again, that same age group. Many times we advise parents, educators, check in with the boy, check in with them, see how they're doing. Rabbi Grossberg, phenomenal to check in every single day to try to raise that bar. Really unbelievable stuff. Many times these teenage boys, we've all been there as parents, those of you will know what I'm talking about, will say, hi, just like Mrs. Berkowitz said, as a good emotional mother will come down, get on her knees and say, hi, how was your day? How did everything go today? Fine. Anything you want to share with me? No. Everything was good? Yeah. Like, on to the next thing. I just finished school. It's time for me to get on with some enjoyable entertainment that I want to get involved with, or some exercise or something else to get to my food. And it can be sometimes discouraging when we ask those questions, and those are the responses that we get. But I just want to say 2 quick points on that. Number one, again, as parents and educators, when we get that response, we have still planted that seed. And educating and raising teenagers is all about planting seeds. We don't know when those seeds will flourish and will sprout, but we have to understand that when we express love and care towards that child and it's genuine and sincere, we planted that seed of love and care. And that child might at the moment be like, I don't really need this right now. It might seem like it went in one ear and out the other, but it leaves residue between. It plants that seed. And so that's something.
There's one sentence, I'm sorry, but I'm passionate about this, you might notice. But, talk about whether we see the child the same way we have to have that Rebbe vision, we also have to have that Rebbe hearing. That leave me alone might be saying, please chase after me. And that I'm really not interested might mean I'm terrified because I can't do it right. And I'm going to make a fool out of myself. And it's hard. We're not magicians, but if we can get it, I had sometimes, unfortunately, the crowd that I was working with, not everyone made it. I was dealing with really troubled teenagers. And I had to think that whenever they left, I would text them every morning, have a great day, and every night, have a great night. And very often they didn't answer. And months later, sometimes they would say, that's what's keeping me going. That text. And I have to tell you, there are times where you just feel like stopping. Or sometimes, for good measure, I just throw in, have a great day from your stalker. But whatever it might be, but these things, the fact that I could say that they didn't answer means they're not interested, or I could just say they're embarrassed. They left. It didn't work out. But it's how long does it take to send a text? How long does it take? These are small things, but it's the showing you care, and it's that Rebbe vision, that Rebbe learning. And again, it can be Morah also, not trying to be chauvinistic over here. Obviously, the Morahs are doing a tremendous amount as well, in each one, in their own capacity. But it's being hearing and translating what they're really saying, seeing and really seeing what they're doing. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No, that's a fantastic interruption. It's not interruption at all. It's exactly what I was saying. Planting those seeds, and you're taking it again to the next level where you don't even get a response at all, but you continue to send those messages because that keeps the relationship going. And it actually is planting those seeds and enhancing the relationship, even if we as the adults don't really get that response. And again, it can be frustrating, but it applies to parents as well. One other tip for parents, and at times it can be true for Rebbeim too, and for Morahs as well, for teachers, is prepare for the worst possible time to be the time that your child wants to speak to you. I have had countless people tell me, and I've experienced it myself with my own children and my wife with our children, when they're finally going to sleep and it's 2 hours past their bedtime and they're laying in their bed and they're like, I want to just talk to you about one thing that happened in school today. The natural response obviously can be, could we wait till tomorrow? Like, it's 2 hours past but actually sometimes the most important information just happens. They're not generally, 99%, they're not trying to be manipulative to extend their bedtime, especially if they have something real to share. You explore that and see. And we have to be open to that. We have to kind of recognize that this is the most important thing in our lives. Raising the next generation, raising our students, raising our children, being there for other people in our communities. That's the most important thing that we can be doing with our time when somebody reaches out and somebody opens up, and planting those seeds to be able to open up those opportunities. I've seen so many times Tzvi Gluck just tirelessly there for community after community after community. It's incredible, Tzvi Gluck and the whole Amudim team, and now investing the energy into prevention as well, into these Darchenu and Our Path SEL curriculum. It's really incredible to watch and to be a part of. And one of the topics that unfortunately has come up, it really always has been an issue, and it's very much in the forefront of everyone's minds, each community dealing with their own difficulties and struggles. And that's the topic of boundary crossings, boundary violations, when the safety of our children and our youth is put in jeopardy by another person. And that's something that has to be looked at seriously and taken seriously. And there's so many policies and protocols. There are booklets that we published as part of Darchenu and Our Path SEL that you can find on the Darchenu website at darchenu.org that are free and available to all people to the entire public. You can look under resources on that website for those booklets to address aspects and tools and techniques for parents, for educators, for community members to be able to be more educated and to handle these difficult situations when they unfortunately come up, chas v'shalom. And I would just ask for some closing remarks. Maybe I'll go back to Rabbi Grossberg, just any closing remarks on this general topic of what do we see here in the classroom in 2022? It ain't like it used to be. We're all here to unite, to heal. So a closing message from Rabbi Grossberg, and then please, Mrs. Berkowitz, as well, to wrap up. Thank you.
So I think I just want to end on a positive note, because unfortunately we see the negative, and that's what we're here for. We're here really to discuss the negative. But we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that Baruch Hashem, our Talmidim and Talmidos are thriving. They are learning. They are doing what they're supposed to. There are things that are going on. They're learning contests and programs, and the yeshivas are amazing. The yeshivas, do we all need work and improvement? Of course. But there's a lot of really good stuff going on. Kids that are growing up healthy. Parents, there's more parenting classes than I've ever seen. Now, parenting class wouldn't exist unless a parent was going to it, right? So obviously parents are saying, teach us. We're ready to learn. We understand things are different. So there's a lot of reason to be hopeful, and a lot of reason to understand that as we move forward, we're moving forward together as a group.
Amen. Thank you, Mrs. Berkowitz.
Just to wrap up, the different pieces that we spoke about that we feel we really need to upgrade what we've been doing to really focus on a connection with the students and the relationship with them, but in a very healthy, clear, boundaried way. We always need to be proper role models to our students. I always say that before a teacher or a parent opens her mouth, since I'm a she, we've already taught so much to our students and to our children, just by the way we carry ourselves, the way we dress, the way we act, the way we talk, by everything we do. And then to make the classroom a place that our children really can learn. Baruch Hashem, Darchenu, and our Beth SEL were impacting so many schools at this point, which really the entire school and the whole student body and the parents all gain, the teachers gain when this program comes into our school, because it really impacts the way that the children interact with each other, the way they come home and interact with their parents. And we hope to keep on growing this program. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to this wonderful evening of Unite to Heal in support of Amudim. I have the honor and privilege. My name is Rabbi Rafi Lipner. I'm the Rav of a shul here, Shari Tefillah, as well as work in the UJA as the Senior Fellow of Strategic Jewish Enrichment. And because this is Amudim, I'm honored to be standing here next to two Amudim, two pillars of the Jewish people. One, Rabbi Grossman, who has done work which is literally unbelievable in transforming what was once just Migdal HaEmek, the valley, into Migdal HaOr, a valley of light, with the unbelievable ability to transform a community with just 18 people turning into 6,000 and more. And Rabbi Ben-Zion Heitner, who a little boy in New Zealand, eventually making it to the mainland over in Sydney, and then coming over to Toronto, and is in his own unique and quiet fashion transforming the world through his generosity and philanthropy. We're just going to have a candid conversation this evening. It's an honor for us to have you with us, and it's an honor for me to be able to be sitting here in this room with both of you. So, to a certain degree, what happens at the end where you are now started somewhere. Rabbi Grossman, it's no secret what you've done to transform the Jewish world in Eretz Yisrael and beyond. And perhaps maybe you can take us through how it all started.
I've been born 6th generation in Yerushalayim. And I grew up in my home that all speakings is around the Kotel, the Western Wall. Because my parents and grandparents, they grew up in the old city. And they used to be connected with the Kotel Amaravi, with the Western Wall. Between 1948 till 1967, you can go back to the old city, because Jordan takes over and every Jew is leaving from them. Coming the Six-Day War, 1967, before the war, everybody thinks that Israel is finished, because 5 nations attacked in one time Israel: Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Jordan. Everybody that has a passport left Israel, because they're thinking finish. God makes a miracle. In 6 days, Israel succeeds everybody. Come close to Cairo, to Damascus, in Lebanon, and the most important, take back the old city, Yerushalayim. Shavuot was 2 weeks after the war. 10 o'clock in the morning, the army opened up the gate, Jaffa Gate. 100,000 people waiting to go in to see the Kotel. I was between the 100,000 people. My age then was 22. Running to the Kotel, coming to the Kotel, I can explain. The feeling is like Mashiach is here. You know, no words to explain. I stay there, I cry, and I say to myself, what can I give a thankful to God for these miracles? 10 days before everybody thinks it's finished. You stay by the Kotel? What is the most important for God? The most important is His children. It's Am Yisrael. Bonim atem Hashem Elokeichem. God created the whole world, but He says, my kids is Am Yisrael. Migdal HaEmek, the city that I've been the chief rabbi, in this time, was the worst city in Israel. Crime, drugs, many hard cases. I gone through why, but this is the fact. It was like very bad. I decided I will leave Yerushalayim, leave the Hasidim. My father was very holy man, big Rosh Yeshiva, tzaddik, the yeshivas. I will go for 1 year, volunteer myself in this hard place, to work with the youngsters. This is my mind. I was very close to the Lelever Rebbe. I go after them. You know, a Chassid is doing only what the Rebbe says yes. I go over to the Rebbe and I says, Rebbe, yesterday I was by the Kotel. Come to my mind, I want to give a gift for Hashem. Thankful, I want to go. Says, go and you will be success. Thank God my wife is ready that I go. It's also a big miracle. Because the Migdal HaEmek is soldiers in this time, they live there, they're ashamed to say they live there. I come to Migdal HaEmek. I was naive. Come from Mea Sharim, you know, every building is a yeshiva, a kollel, a Talmud Torah, you know, Mea Sharim. I come, I never think that it not exist. I ask somebody, who is the yeshiva here? The yeshiva. כולל, who can I find the youngsters? They say in the disco. Disco, I never hear disco in my life.
None of those in Meir
In Meir Sharim, never know this. Maybe it's a new yeshiva, maybe called disco. I go to the disco yeshiva, I come in, I see Purim in the middle of the day. Girls, boys dancing, great blow. They see me come in, building payers, schwarze couple. They shoot that somebody died. I look for Kaddish, for Minyan. What you doing here? I say, come here, I leave Yerushalayim. I want to be with you. You, my brothers. I decided to live with you together. I can't believe. But from this moment, became like a magnet between me and the youngsters. I used to go every night to the disco, and we have my Canada. And then, when I have my apartment there, I rent the apartment, my apartment became the disco. Friday night in Shabbat, they coming in. And then somebody tell me my brother's in jail. I say, your brother is my brother. Let's go visit your brother. I come to the jail, very hard jail called Schachter, 400 prisoners. I go in. I can't believe, you never hear. Moshe, Yaakov, Jewish boys in crime. I go to the head from the jail and say, I want to come twice a week here to learning with the prisoners. I don't ask for money. I want to volunteer. I started twice a week to learn Pirkei Avot. Pirkei Avot is easy stories. Little by little, it became a program from rehabilitation the prisoners to learning. They see that these prisoners, that in this program, they started to behaving much different, much better. And little by little, they became very famous. By the way, I go only for 1 year. For volunteer, I've been stuck there, thank God, 54 years. And till right now, sitting here, we have in all prisons in Israel, more than 1,000 prisoners every day in all prisons in these programs. Every day, every prison in Israel, you have a place that learn, and it calls Midrashah. We have hundreds of Balei Tshuva. They say that it's the most success program. 80% don't go back to jail. From this work in jail, and in the streets, and in the discos, come an understanding. What happened? This is Jewish boys. Why? I understand that these kids never receive love, never receive education. If you will take them at the right time, when they're 10, 11, and give them love and give them education, they can be the best kids, rabbis, lawyers, doctors. From this idea, I started Migdal Or in 1972 with 18 boys. Today we have more than 25,000 graduates. And this make a revolution. The walking with the boys and the girls in the streets make little by little that the whole city changed themselves.
So that's unbelievable. The impact, you can read about it in the book, the stories that happen, but it's amazing because it's not just like one day it all happens on its own, but it's amazing that your journey started with something, a tov, seeing a miracle, and almost like Avram, hearing a call from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that there's a lechacha, you got to start moving and doing something. Ritzion, I'm sure your story is unique in terms of, why you even came to Toronto, of all places to land, but more importantly, how you became such an Ohev Yisrael and an Askan in Yisrael, and see it as your life's work at this point, just to find a way to be able to give and help Klal Yisrael no matter who and no matter where.
Well, my story is substantially different than Rabbi Grossman's, but the Yad Hashem was always visible. My story is a very unusual one. I see myself as sort of a post-Holocaust child. And both my parents survived the war, and their families were decimated, completely wiped out. My mother only had one sister who survived, who passed away very young. And just to show you the time and the distance, my oldest brother was born in Krakow, Poland, in end of 1945. And my brother Yitzchak and I were born in Wellington, New Zealand. So my parents wanted to get away from the Holocaust. My mother still had that from her parents that even the stones in America are treif, are not kosher. And believe it or not, we were sponsored to the Red Cross to go to New Zealand. They found an uncle in New Zealand who sponsored them. And the Yad Hashem was always there, was always visible. My parents realized that to bring us up, they needed chinuch. And there was tremendous Mesiras Nefesh. My father had built up a business in New Zealand, and he became very close with a Rav in Sydney, Rabbi Gedalia Hertz, Olav Shalom, who ended up becoming a Rosh Hashiva in Chidush Harim. We had tremendous rabbis in Sydney, and he convinced my father to pack up and move to Sydney. And the story just keeps on going on. So I grew up in Sydney. I went to Moriah College, which is a mixed primary school, and my Rav at the time felt that I should go to a non-Jewish high school, which is not mixed. He felt for a teenager it's not the right place to be in a mixed environment, and I ended up going to Vaucluse Boys High, which I think if anybody's read Harry Potter, it was like a mini Harry Potter.
Harry Potter?
I don't know, but it's prefects and caning and it was like, you know, school ties and it's the whole 9 yards of a different time. But it was a small group there was a very, very small oilm of frum people, but I was always very proud of it. We used to wear little caps, nobody did, and I was always proud of the fact that I was different. I knew that we were different, and my parents always supported us and sent us off to yeshiva in a time when hardly anybody did, and we were there for many years. And he sent us off to Kol Torah, which one of the most famous Rabbonim, unbelievable numbers, Reb Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, one of the leaders of our generation, Rav Neuwirth, Gedalia Eisman, the people that came out of Kol Torah, the rabbis, and to come from Australia and to be influenced by it, and to have parents that supported me. And I saw what it is, Mesiras Nefesh for Yiddishkeit. I saw it in my parents, I saw it in my father, and
they sent you away there. It's not like today you sat there and WhatsApp them in order to be
You have to understand that in the time, it wasn't a time of mass travel. It was a time where we sent aerograms all the time. I didn't see my mother once for a stretch of 2 years. And my parents were comfortable. It just wasn't done. We wrote all the time, we communicated. It's interesting, Rabbi Grossman is talking about the Six-Day War, and I was unfortunately, I have to be unfortunate, the time period I was there for the Yom Kippur War, which was a very, very difficult time for Israel, trying to reconcile the number of losses and the feeling of high that was left over from the Six-Day War. So there was a substantial change in Israel, but I never left. I never even thought of it. My parents, I don't know why, when people look back, why didn't you leave? My parents never thought I should, and I was in Israel, and why should I leave? Even though the situation was, for a time period, was quite dire. Anyway, I don't know, the whole story of mine seems so unusual. So I completed several years there. I went back to Australia, I qualified. I was meant to be a dentist, and in Australia there's no undergraduate course. You go directly into medical school or dentistry, and every year I had to reapply. There's no deferral, and the average mark kept on getting higher, and eventually I was rejected I wasn't accepted into dentistry school.
Baruch Hashem for Klal Yisrael,
Yeah,
you were.
so maybe, so I said to my father, I said, my father said, study accounting. So I said to him, every fool is an accountant. My father said, if that's true, so you be the fool also. I mean, but he understood. I wanted to go into his business, and he said, no, you study first, have a degree. What you have studied, nobody can take away from you. And as a result, I qualified, and I went back to learning. I went to England, and I sat down in the Koil, where I met my wife from Austria, not Australia. I always say the matchmaker thought I said, I want to go from Australia, and he found Austria instead. Typo. We ended up getting married in London. I was learning then, and my wife's sister got married in Montreal to one of the children of Rav Hirschsprung. We came to the wedding, and I came to Toronto in spring. It's the nicest time, and I had a job offer. I was offered a job here by Aaron Frankel, who also was an amazing philanthropist. After one of the large accounts, I was with Sandy Hofstetter. I was in charge of the account. And he said to me one day, he says, "Bernie, you're not an accountant, you're a businessman, you're an entrepreneur." And he encouraged me to go into business. And first business actually did not succeed. And he actually invested in that business. And then another business arose, which was partnering with Yankel Feldman, who's actually being honored now by the Koil here. And we started off a business. I never had dreams of grandeur, of huge dollars, and we struggled for many, many years. But throughout the time, for some reason, Rebbeinu Shalom was taking us in a certain direction. And 5 years ago, we sold our business for an unbelievable amount of money. So I saw it again as my obligation, since Rebbeinu Shalom has so, in such a circuitous route, brought me from Europe to New Zealand to Australia to England to Canada, that I need to give back. And so I try to support Torah Meisters around the world. I try to obviously support all the Meisters in Toronto, and I try to become involved personally. My parents were very much of the belief, do. Work ethic. Just don't sit down, do, help, try to do things to change. And thanks to my parents and Rebbeinu Shalom, I have the schus to be involved in so many meisters.
And he's doing.
Anyway, and I had the pleasure of meeting, we were meant to, anyway, we ended up meeting up in Meron. This time I went, I had yahrzeit for my father, and I have a friend of mine, Dov Cook, who's a big Makubal. He was in my class, and I went to see him, and then I wasn't sure, should I go to Migdal Emek or should I go to Meron? I said, Migdal Emek is a building. I can always meet Rabbi Grossman. So I went to Meron, and who do I meet in Meron? I meet Rabbi Grossman. So Rabbi Schachter wanted us to meet. So the whole story is a story of Rabbi Shalom directing, moving the pieces without us being aware of it.
But the most important what he says is, Moida ani lefonecho, thank God, give back. If somebody remember they receive, then you remember that they need to give back. If you think that you build this, you big yourself, you don't receive from somebody, koichi voitzim yodi, also this achai lazeh, mein investment, mein seichel, mein work, then you don't understand that you need to give. The whole idea from Judaism, why you make a bracha? You say a bracha, you eat. God became bigger with your bracha and less with not bracha. The whole idea from bracha is you receive something, say thankful. You have water, shakol niya b'daro. You have bread, amotzi lechem enaretz. The whole idea from blessing is that you understand that somebody, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, gives you, and you need to thank him to understand that you receive.
That's interesting in the tefillah of Kiddush HaChodesh. It says Zachaim Shal Bracha, and Rav Kook explains that means Zachaim, where you are a bracha to other people's life. Oh. That's what a real Chaim Shal Bracha is. But the part I think that if we can focus on for a second, which I think is unique with both of you, is the unconditional giving to any and everybody. I mean, I've heard a story. Baruch Hashem, I'm blessed with 8 kids. I don't remember most of their names within a couple of seconds on any given day. I've heard that like every 6,000 of those kids, you know their name, what's up with them, how they're doing. And Rabbi Tzion, that very often people say, okay, this is my project, or this is my community, what I support. And one of the amazing parts of your reputation is that we're all part of Klal Yisrael. Like we're all part of the same. Where do you attribute that Avos Yisrael, at the time when people say Avos Yisrael, to lichyos, to live Avos Yisrael like that, no matter who and where they come from? Where does that come from?
I think the point is, if you believe that you live for God, you say every day in the morning, Baruch Elokeinu, I thank you, God, that you created me for your honor. If you remember that you live for His honor is that you live also for His children. I want not to take the time, I say my droshes one time. There was a father, he has 2 children in Israel, one is rich, one is poor. And he has a son in America. the father sent a letter to his son, the rich man in Israel. He lives in Caesarea. He says, your brother is going to be married. Come to the wedding. Take also your brother that lives in Migdal HaEmek, a Pullman, and everything what you will spend for mine honor, I will give you back. This is the father writing to them. This son became a letter. He's going to take his wife to a boutique and buy her the nice clothing, the kids the nice clothing for themselves. But his brother in Migdal HaEmek, he let them know, this and this day, we're going in the plane to the wedding. But you don't buy also for his wife, for his children, the clothing and everything. Only let them know this day. Day is coming. The two families go from airport, Lud Airport to America. Kennedy Airport, the father and the old Khatan and Kala, his brother, they're waiting. First come up the Caesarea man, the rich man, with a beautiful oat. The wife is boutique, the kids, the father is nachas. This is my children, it's beautiful. Then come up the other brother, looking very bad. The father became ashamed. What can he do? He says, son, finish the wedding. This son from Caesarea waiting for the check. He's go over to his father and said, you know how much cost me the boutique and everything, whatever. Right? The father says, you're a big boy, you will work harder, you will pay back. He says, but you promised me. I promise you. Yes. Show me. He takes the letter, let's say, says, let's read together. Let's read what he says. Everything what you will pay for me, for mine honor, I will pay you back. If you will think of mine honor, you will also take your wife, the brother's wife and the kids, and do everything. What you spend for your honor, I never promise you that I give you back. The same thing is Hashem. Hashem says, Baruch Elokeinu, shebaranu lichvodo. Live for mine honor. If you live for mine honor, you need to take care of my old children. And the truth is, every Jew is connected with God. I say every time, not exist religious, not religious, Sephardi, Ashkenazi, right, left. Every Jew has, I can stay for hours, explain you, to show you that the left guy, if you come and speak them to the right words, and he has a feeling they're connected, they will do everything. And this is Avas Yisrael. Avas Yisrael means that you love Hashem. If you love Hashem, you believe that you're living in this world is to make nachas for Hashem, then you understand that every Jew is important and you need to give your whole life for them.
So the amazing thing about seeing Amudim grow is seeing the work that the case managers do, seeing the therapists, seeing just the larger capacity expand. In a way, sometimes it's almost hard to see Amudim grow because what does that mean for the world at large? Does it mean that there are more problems? And I think the answer is no, there aren't more problems. What we're doing is bringing people out of the darkness and out of the hiding places and into a place of healing. So it's not that there are more problems, it's that there are more people willing to come forward to find the helping hand that is being extended by Amudim.
I think Amudim is a very essential organization, especially nowadays. There's so many people who are suffering in silence. Tremendous feeling of loneliness out there. And Amudim is one of the only organizations that we have that anybody can call at any time. They're there for the person. They're there to dispel their loneliness, to take away their loneliness. And they're an organization which is just vital to the continuity of Klal Yisrael.
Tzion, do you have anything to...
I know, I wish I could say I went to the top yeshivas, I met the biggest gedolim, but I think it was instilled into me from my parents. My father was always trying to help other people, constantly giving loans to people and giving loans to Rabbonim, And he had an attitude. I once asked him, I said, do you expect to get paid back this loan? He once made a loan to a rabbi. He says, you have to understand, when I make a loan, and I don't mean this against rabbis, but he says, when I make a loan, as far as I'm concerned, it's a donation. And if I happen to get the money back, then it's a plus. But I don't make it in order to be. So I was instilled with the idea of helping. My father was intensely Zionistic after the war, as was a lot of people affected by what happened. And yet, when the Toldosaran Rebbe came to Australia, my father was one of the first to go and support him, who ideologically was obviously very, very much to the right. But my father felt you have to do, you have to help, and it was instilled into me from a very young age. So I've never questioned the need to do that. I think it has to be instilled in you as part of your chinuch. I'm sure everything else reinforced it, but it's all from my parents.
I want to say, because you remember, to give mine and my father also. I grew up in Yerushalayim. The old apartment is 70 meter, 70 meter, on how much it is, very small. 10 kids. 10 kids in 70 meter. In the 50s, arrived in Israel the Yemenis, new immigrant from Yemen. Israel government in this time put them in Rosh Ain. They have not money to build them homes, they build them tents, you know. They stay in the tents. Winter, cold, blotte. They come with many kids, and they stay in the tents. My father and my mother take a little car and go to them and say, if you have not a place for your children right now, we have a place in Yerushalayim. And they brought 5 kids, Baas, besides them. And I, for 3 years, I sleep with 2 Yemenis in one bed. In one bed, and it was a bed, eyes in the bed. This, because they speak, this is the chinuch. This is the chinuch. Today you can have 20 what you call rooms. Yeah. And if somebody comes to you and is afraid that you stay. When you go, you need a taxi to leave. There's no place. Here is 70 meter, and they put in more 10 kids, more 5 kids.
But in terms of the concept of everything seemed like, oh, this was just a natural path. Was there a moment at any point where you're just like, you know what, there's just too many things out there and it's too difficult, and b'chol nafshecha, b'chol levavcha, that we say, in plural, but b'chol levavcha, b'chol nafshecha, but b'chol me'odecha, like to be someone who's always on for other people, and there's so many needs, and I'll never really, make the difference that's necessary. There'll always be more. Or in terms of, I can't imagine the obstacles you had to be able to get into. You had to learn how to dance in a disco. You had to figure out how to get through jail systems and governments and people that were probably, against you when you came in there saying, we don't want that. Was there moments through any of that journey where you felt in a very real sense, you know what, like, I just don't, I'm done, or, maybe I'll take a different path?
Everybody has the moments, but the whole work, this is nisyonis. This is testing. God tests you. The whole thing is not to give up. I have here an example. Here he's sitting, he's coming, a special, Yitzhak, Isaac. I met this boy when he's 14 years old in Montreal. No father, very problem, so very hard. And it was very, and brought him to Migdal HaEmek. And with him himself, I go through many things. And today he's a big teacher, and he's a worker. It's only one example. Of course, you go through very hard things. Sometimes comes, but every time you need to, Chazal can say, try again, and then you success.
So I find, as Rabbi Grossman said, different stages of life have different nisyonos. There's a nisyon of poverty, and I think in a certain way, I know it sounds odd, the more difficult one is the nisyon of Aisha, of Ashiras. I have, Baruch Hashem, a Gabbai Tzedakah who helps me out, Moti Meyer, and I sit every day, and every day I'm challenged. For example, do I give a lot of money to, do I give some money to a lot of moisters, or do I choose a few key ones and give a lot of money to them and hardly anything to everyone else? These are all nisyonos I have every single day. I have nisyonos when I sit down, and the people know that I can give large money. So everybody comes to me and has dollar signs in their eyes, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge to hold myself back, and then they become a bit rude or abrasive. And my nisayon is to smile and not to. It's a challenge, and every single day when I sit down. But I make a point. What I try to do is, I've got my garbage stock over. I try to go through every single case when I'm in town. I try to see every single person. And a lot of people tell me that it's I should not do that, and I should give it over to the Gabbai Tzedakah and just meet the Rosh Yeshivas or the larger institutions. But I think it keeps you grounded when you have a simple person that's coming and has to make has problems at home and some of the issues. And my nisayon is I can't listen to them. It's painful. And a lot of times, every morning, they walk away. I said, I hope he's lying, because the stories the lives that some people have, the challenges in wives and children and financial difficulties, are just overwhelming. And my heart goes out to everyone, and I'm like, how much can I make a difference? And I try to, but that's a challenge in nisayon. It's a daily test, and it doesn't get easier. It's not like, suddenly, sort of every day, and the Rebbeinu Shalom sends somebody else that will somehow test me in a different way. And so
maybe we have time for one more question, I think. In many ways, I think that the generation of the 20s and the 30s and the kids, like when they come in, and I know that when you get involved, you like to bring in the next generation as well. I think that's, one of our most important challenges and opportunities, as Hashem, you both look in your 40s, but years have been going on, and we have the next generation that's coming up. What's the advice that you can give as people are thinking about whether they really can go ahead and make a meaningful contribution? And not everybody's story, will look like yours, and everybody's on their own journey. And we believe that every single individual has a role to play in the Eibishter's unfolding plan. What would you say to a 20-year-old who's starting to figure out, what am I going to really contribute to Klal Yisrael? What's the most important thing for me to keep in mind?
I don't know if you can say something klali. Everybody has his time that he can do something. He can do something. His neighbor, his friends, his family. He lives in a place that living, he can understand that people needs help in spiritual, in physical. If he will care, he will think, what can I do? Everybody can do. Everybody. The whole idea is to teach him, don't live for yourself. Remember that your life is not only for yourself. God created you for Am Yisrael. And if you will have this feeling, you are every day, like Rabbi Schachter says, every day you will have a chance to do. If you want to do, בדרך שאודום רוצה ללכת, מוליכן ישראל. You will find the way. The whole idea, teach yourself that you understand it, that Judaism was like Rabbi Akiva says, ואהבת לרעך כמוך, זה כלל גדול בתורה. What means כלל גדול? The most point from the Torah is, love your brother like you love yourself. If you put it in then, you will find everybody the way to help.
There isn't much I can add. I think every person, and whether it be in the religious or secular, at that age of 20 years old, has that challenge at 20, or is it 25, or is it a kol younger man at 30? Where do I go from here in life? And you have to, I think this comes back down to betochen. You have to understand, you have to say, Hashlech al Hashem Yehovcha v'hu yichal kalecha. Rabbeinu Shalom will be there for you. You can't plan your life. You can't. Rabbeinu Shalom, if you would have asked me, 45 years ago that I'd be sitting here being interviewed by you, I would have said, are you nuts? There's no way it's possible. So you have to have betochen. Tell people, have betochen, and Rabbeinu Shalom will you'll find a path. It will become visible. Not always is the first thing you do successful. And that in itself is a lesson. Not being successful is also a lesson, is also a stage. I started again this business when I was 39, 40. So, I mean, a lot of people would have said, at that age, I would have never expected a completely new direction. And for many years, the first many years, we were struggling. I mean, everybody, I tell people it was a 25-year overnight success. But everybody today wants instant success. Everyone talks about unicorns and, after 1 year, you're worth $1 billion. That is the challenge, that people realize that it takes time and don't expect everything instantly. And Rabbi Shalom will show you, have betochen, and you'll find your right path in life.
Honestly, we could sit here all day, from lessons of bitachon, hakaras tov, realizing achdus and Klal Yisrael. I think on an evening like tonight with Unite to Heal, I think this is really bringing both of those together. It's an evening where we heal and realize that Klal Yisrael needs help, and we unite around that and realize that everyone, no matter where they are, and this is what Amudim stands for, no matter where the person is, who they are, what background they're in, everyone has challenges and needs, and we're blessed to have Amudim, pillars like you in our community who understand that, and we're blessed to have you support such a wonderful cause on such an important evening. Thank you for joining us, and I hope we can get together again. I know that you didn't anticipate somehow that one day you'd be being interviewed by me, like you said, but I know that I didn't anticipate ever being in the room with two gentlemen, two Rav and Rabbi Schachter, like both of you. It's my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to Philanthrotech. Before we get into this talk, I just wanted to make a mention to Amudim, who is hosting this this panel. Amudim is a life-saving organization. I can tell you personally stories that I've known family members, friends who have been impacted by this organization. So it's an honor to host a panel for Amudim and their United to Heal fundraiser. So the title of this panel is an in-depth discussion with a panel of impact-driven technology titans, that's you guys, discussing the rapid convergence of philanthropy and technology and what it means for if you're a technologist, if you're a nonprofit leader, if you're a impact enthusiast, anyone who's involved in either technology, philanthropy, or the convergence and emergence of this talk is for you. So I'm going to begin with introducing our panelists one at a time. Maybe we'll hear something personal from you, and then we'll go directly into our discussion. So first, David, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Sure.
So David Magerman is a computer scientist and philanthropist and holds a PhD in computer science from Stanford University. He is currently co-founder and managing partner of Differential Ventures. Previously, he spent the entirety of his career at Renaissance Technologies, widely recognized as the world's most successful quantitative hedge fund. Dave is also, and perhaps most importantly, an avid philanthropist supporting educational, health, and humanitarian causes worldwide. So, David, you have quite a prolific, broad background and public profile. Perhaps you can share something with the audience today, something personal, maybe something meaningful to you.
Well, have you seen my FBI file? Is that what you're... Yeah, I guess the internet has a good record on me. I think something that's not widely known about me is that I'm a huge fan of the Founding Fathers. Been read a lot about, studied the Founding Fathers of the United States, and have kind of tried to understand their thinking and how they came to kind of the heroic things that they did, and try to look at it through what's going on in America and the world today, somewhat through their eyes, and try to imagine how they would view the events of today. So that's something that I think informs some aspects of how I view the world and how I view engagement, especially in America.
Amazing. Nathan, let's move on to you. So Nathan Chappell, as a thought leader, public speaker, author, and inventor, Nathan is one of the world's foremost experts on the intersection between artificial intelligence and philanthropy. He serves as Senior Vice President of Donor Search AI, where he leads AI deployments for some of the nation's largest nonprofit organizations. Nathan is also the recent author of The Generosity Crisis, the case for radical connection to solve humanity's greatest challenge. Now, this book actually just recently hit the shelves and has already been featured on the Amazon bestseller list. So, Nathan, I know that the last few weeks have been super busy for you on tour, promoting your new book. I heard your publisher did not get you a tour bus and you had to travel like the rest of us. But what has the response been thus far? The book has been published by Wiley. My LinkedIn feed is already filled with people who bought the book or reading the book, promoting the book. So what's the response been thus far?
Well, thanks for having me. I mean, the response has been tremendous. I mean, overwhelming in so many ways. I think coming to this idea that Generosity Crisis is somewhat of a negative title, it's been somewhat surprising how much the industry has rallied around it. And I think back to my foray into AI related to the shrinking pool of donors back in 2017. I mean, it was, the AI for me was a means to an end. So full circle there to tie it up. I think that nonprofits are finding it's getting harder to raise the same amount of money. And so they're looking for ways to work smarter, not harder. So yeah, great question.
Amazing. Nathan, I'm sure you probably have carpal tunnel from all the books that you've been signing already. But if you can sign one more or three more for our panelists and send it over, I'll send you our addresses.
Happy to do that.
Okay, amazing. All right, moving on to Adam Miller. So Adam is a prolific tech founder, philanthropist, social entrepreneur. He started Cornerstone On Demand, a global leader in talent management software, in 1999 in his one-bedroom apartment. And in 2021, sold Cornerstone in a $5.2 billion transaction. Adam was named CEO of the Year in 2009 by the Technology Council and was awarded Entrepreneur of the Year by Ernst & Young. In 2019, Adam was named as one of the best CEOs for women in technology. Today, Adam is the CEO of Instill, a cutting-edge CRM software for nonprofit organizations to maximize their impact. Now, Adam is also the founder of multiple nonprofit organizations addressing many issues from homelessness to veteran services to global humanitarian aid. Now, I'll ask the same thing from you, Adam, that I asked David. You've been busy for the last 20 years, and you have made such huge impact in both the technology and the philanthropy space. Before we get into some of the things that you've learned and some of the things that you can share with us, maybe tell us something personal about yourself that maybe we can't find online about you.
Well, to me, first of all, thank you for having me. To make it relevant for this group, what I think might be worth sharing is that I started in philanthropy at a very young age, which back then you don't call it philanthropy, you just call it donating. And I believe that donation in philanthropy really is best as a habit, not as something you do later in life, but as something that you learn along the way. Even giving $10 to start, $18 to start, and moving your way up over time. 18 becomes 1,800, soon 18,000, depending on levels of success, or even much, much more. And I believe the people I know who are most philanthropic are people who had been philanthropic most of their lives. And I think that's probably true of Nathan and of David, who didn't become philanthropic after they were successful, but actually started being philanthropic before they were successful, and then continued that habit later on in life. And I certainly was one of those people.
That's a beautiful way. That's a beautiful way of looking at it. It's actually a great way to segue into our first question. So I'm going to start with David. So David, you have been very instrumental, a real instrumental force in building AI solutions for the financial sector at Renaissance. Now, so in plain terms, you've helped a lot of people make a lot of money using data science, AI. So as a data scientist and also as an active philanthropist, in what ways can you imagine that AI and data intelligence, the broad, machine learning, data intelligence, AI, in what ways can you help? Can you imagine this helping people give more, right? You have a lot of this experience in helping people make more. In what ways can you imagine this being used as a tool to inspire, to motivate, to make people actually give more and to make a greater impact?
Yeah, great question. I think AI has a lot of different ways it can be deployed to do, good, bad, and far things. I think the most effective way that it can be deployed is from an information theory perspective of finding ways to filter out noise and make things more efficient from an information flow perspective. So there are organizations that are looking for people who want to give to the organization. It's not about convincing people to give who don't want to. It's a matter of finding as efficiently as possible the people who actually do want to give to an organization. And I think that AI, if used properly with the appropriate kinds of data being put into it, can actually help avoid soliciting people that are not appropriate for the organization, and can help you make the right size asks for the right people over the right time period based on historical data, based on models that you can build. So I think that there's a lot of things that you mentioned, influencing people. I don't think that we should use AI to influence people to do things maybe against their nature or against their wishes. I think we should really think about using AI simply to take a noisy space and try to reduce the noise and find the signal, find the proper channels to get fundraisers and organizations more directly to the appropriate donors.
So you see it as a tool to help connect people to causes that they would potentially care about, and also
connect organizations to the donors who are most likely to want to help them.
Right. And to personalize it is what you're saying, to help make that ask more personalized. So size, timing, to really make that personalized, which is really what AI is really doing for all the other spaces, right? For shopping, for connections. It's about finding that the most relevant opportunity at the most relevant time.
Well, I think AI is doing a lot of other things which are not so sustainable, which is actually convincing people to buy things they don't need or want, convince people to support things that are against their interests, and convincing people to do somewhat random things at the behest of small numbers of people that make it look like a movement is much larger than it really is. And I think those are the things that we should really avoid. As they're effective tools, they've been proven to be effective tools. Ways of deploying AI in the world, but I don't think that they're not positive. I don't think that they're long-term sustainable, because I think anything that does bad things in the world inevitably will find a skeptical audience and be pushed away. So I think that we should really focus on the positive aspects of how AI can do positive things in synergy with people, not kind of shoehorning people in where they don't belong.
Yeah, we have
Moshe, if I could add to that one, so I agree with everything David said, but I would add one of the detractors from more philanthropy is just the friction in the process. It's much easier to do other things in the world than to collect and give away dollars for donations. So if we think about savings, there's lots of fintech tools to save money, to transfer money. There are tools now that make it very easy to invest in a multitude of ways, but there's very little technology specifically focused on eliminating the friction around giving. And one example of that is a startup called Groundswell. And Groundswell Giving has been focused on eliminating the friction to giving in much the same way that Robinhood or some of the earlier online investing providers made it much easier to invest. And that's an app that everybody could download today.
Yeah, that is a big point. And we see that as a very relevant application for AI, where, you look at 50 years ago, from the moment where you had an inclination to give and to the time and the barriers till it actually went into, fed someone's mouth, could be days, weeks, if not months. And in our time using these technologies from that moment of the inclination to give right into your hand directly to the organization without any, days and weeks, and it can literally take minutes sometimes until it actually has the impact that it was intended for. So absolutely. Nathan, I want to focus on your work a little bit. So you have spent the better part of your career servicing nonprofits, and in the last few years, as head of Donor Search AI, and then some of the companies that you've had before that, you've actually been delivering AI solutions to nonprofits. Now, in my view, you might be the only one that's actually doing something real AI, but that's another story. There's a lot, AI is used as, it's used very broadly, let's just say. And from my experience and my relationship with you, am I seeing that you've actually been delivering some real solutions in this space? Can you point to maybe one or two tangible examples of how the use of AI has actually moved the needle for a particular nonprofit organization or for a group of nonprofit organizations?
Yeah, I mean, and I'll try to weave in both David and Adam's comments too. I mean, AI, really has strong application in a sector that's so reliant on trust. And actually, I'll go back real quick to that idea from the philanthropist perspective. If we throw in blockchain as a AI technology, if you're willing to go that far, that technology alone essentially allows nonprofits to overcome the trust barrier and focus our attention on relationships versus trying to defend their actions and what they did with their money. So it hasn't been that long where a few nonprofits started using AI for different areas of service delivery, whether, it's, delivering blood, with a drone flying over Rwanda or wherever it might be. I think from a fundraising perspective, both Adam and David commented on this. I mean, this idea that, there's friction exists, and any amount of that friction that exists kind of is enough of a deterrent to make a gift. Sorry, I'm still dealing with my COVID brain here, but Aristotle talked about this, very specifically. There's these 5 barriers to giving, like how much to give, to who, and to when, and how, and for what purpose and what way. And any of those things come across you, you're like, oh, I've got a million other things to do with my money. I got a million other things that I wanted to buy or that are on my mind. When we first started using AI, it was, I was working in a nonprofit. It really didn't matter to me if I built an algorithm to determine how much someone would give if I didn't solicit the right person to begin with. And so I took it from a practitioner perspective, which was, only 49.6% of Americans make charitable gifts. So the world is not your oyster. It's not this idea I'm going to extract $1 from every person in the universe, because no matter how wealthy you are, only 49% of Americans aren't going to make gifts. So I wasn't focused on when to ask someone. I wasn't focused on what the right approach was. I was only focused on, are there markers of philanthropy here with this individual? Are our values aligned enough that using big data, we can determine that this person is essentially leaning in by, looking at emails or sharing things or responding to surveys or having lunch with a gift officer. So, what I've seen in the last couple of years, I mean, of course, it's been very slow going. Our industry is extremely resistant to change. I think we often punish innovation in our sector because, we're always trying to squeeze out every dollar to put back into the mission. So it's difficult. But at the end of the day, I think that nonprofits are starting to wake up to this idea that less people are giving, that our work is becoming harder, that you can't do the same thing and expect a different result. And so I have seen in the last 2 to 3 years kind of a wake-up call from organizations that are looking for ways to make giving feel more, personalized and with greater degree of precision, because that is the world we live in. I mean, and the future of philanthropy will be determined by that, that precision and personalization in a big way.
Yeah, I think
Nathan, isn't part of that driven by the fact that post-COVID, the world has been digitally transformed? We now live in essentially a different world. On the corporate side, certainly people have accepted transform digitally or die. There is no alternative. And yet the nonprofit sector has been further behind, not really embracing the digital transformation. And as a result, falling behind, because consumers, right, all the donors are also consumers on the corporate side, and donors and consumers have gotten used to a different level of personalization, a different expectation of personalization and digital communication that just doesn't exist in the sector.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Nathan, something that you said really stood out, and I want to kind of apply something you said to a question to Adam. So you, from what I've heard from you, was that a lot of these new technologies are really meant to intend to leverage the people working at the nonprofit, to leverage their abilities to maximize their capacity. One of the biggest unique differences between nonprofits and companies, which you can't deny, is this idea of this middle person, of this fundraiser, right? So we used to go buy suits, and we used to love to have a salesperson to sell us a suit, or a car salesperson to sell us a car. It was something that we enjoyed. They looked at us, they kind of, that with their power of persuasion, they were able to really, really identify, well, what's going to make this person happy? And we liked it, whether we admit it or not. And that's been fading away, that need for that individual relationship in business. That's been, it's been majorly taken over, or at least, being leveraged heavily by computers and by algorithms and by software. One thing that I think that stood out from what you're saying is that, that's not changing so quickly in the nonprofit space, where there will always be the need for many reasons, there will always be the need for a fundraiser, for someone developing those relationships. So and that's where I see, the technologies most one of the big application for the technology is helping it really make people more optimized in their work. Adam, so this is my question to you, thinking about that as that like the importance and still the critical component and the critical part of the equation that human beings still have in philanthropy. Adam, it reminds me of I did some research on you before this, and in your 2018 Cornerstone Conversions keynote, you go into detail on how software and technology is actually ending a lot of people's jobs. You give the example of a toll booth. The job of a toll booth manager is pretty much obsolete. And that's being taken over by all the new radars, sensors, payments, Easy Pass, all the different types of technologies, and a lot of those jobs are being upended. You talk about how that's happening in the trucking business right now, or it will in the next few years. What's your take on the nonprofit space where the fundraisers are more than just toll booth managers? There's a lot of that they have to do, a lot of insight they have to have, and passion for the project, and really know how to take the project and bring it to the right individual to show that, here's where you can have the greatest impact right now, because I know you care about education, or I know you love, dealing with the veterans, or dealing with, financial aid, and so on and so forth. How do you see technology in the future? Is it going to upend the job as a fundraiser? And if you're a fundraiser listening to this, should you go look into another role, or do you see it taking a different path?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And there are many jobs that are becoming obsolete because of technology. But one job that doesn't become obsolete, for example, is enterprise salespeople. So enterprise salespeople are still around because at the end of the day, these are solution sales where you have to identify the right people at your target client to interact with. You have to understand the right way to position your products for that person or that team. And you have to understand the politics in that organization to be effective and to sell a big deal. The same thing is true in donor management and donor relationships. The difference is what's changing, and development directors all over need to understand this, just like enterprise salespeople are now tech-enabled. They don't do it the way they used to do it. They don't walk around with a briefcase going by train from city to city, showing their wares in person. What they do now is they leverage technology to identify and target the right people, to understand the right messaging, to cultivate the person before even that initial meeting, to then do the meeting in a technology-enabled way to be most efficient, and then follow up leveraging tools and technologies. And what's happening on the nonprofit side is we're still doing it the old way. We're still walking around with a briefcase, taking a train to visit the constituents and trying to meet them in their homes. But the world has moved on, right? The constituents don't want to be interacted that way. They expect the same approach that they get in the rest of their life. So the development directors need to become technology enabled. It doesn't mean they get replaced. It means they get, quite frankly, up leveled. They get better at their job if they're leveraging technology the right way. They know who to target. They know how to position. They know how to personalize better. They understand when to meet in person, when to send somebody else, and how to follow up effectively using technology. And the problem is that too many organizations have fallen behind. And to Nathan's point, if you were 10 years behind pre-COVID, you're now 20 years behind post-COVID. Mm-hmm. And your constituents are not. We have, as a society, moved on. And we're now in a digitally transformed world. And so development directors need the help of technology, whether it's Instill or something else, to be more effective and to personalize better, to have a higher likelihood of being successful in raising that money and driving impact.
So I think to add on something what you said, and I think it's a good way to segue to a question that I have for David. I think one of the ways to upskill them and for them to become more sophisticated through the use of technology is also their ability to gather and deliver data. Your major donors, right? The enterprise givers of the nonprofit space, they give the things that incentivize them to give are both, there's still an art and a science, there always will be, right? The art of it is, what feelings they have towards this cause and, their sense of the people running the cause and so on and so forth. But the science of it is like, are you actually going to deliver through your project? And I think what fundraisers have it's incumbent upon them today to be able to use tools to gather the data of how they've been doing, where the funds have been going, how it has made an impact into real dollars and cents, and to really be able to show the ROI of the giving for the organization. And while, maybe 20 years ago it was good enough where they had, big, beautiful pictures of a future building, but today I think numbers are so much, are critical today, because if they would just invest in some of these tools, they will be able to deliver and be able to say, like, this is the funds that went in. This is precisely how many people were impacted. This is how the needle was moved because of all the work that was done. And you need the technology tools to be able to gather and make sense of that data, to be able to go back now to a major donor who you're asking to write $1 million check, a $2 million check, and say, like, where's the data that this project is even working or this product isn't even needed? Mm-hmm. So I think that's, now. So David, I'm going to focus on you for a moment because you actually have some experience with this. So, you've taken a unique approach to your philanthropic giving, at least to some degree, specifically through your work with the Kohelet Foundation. You've challenged educational institutions to be more innovative and disruptive in their work. Over the last 10 years span of the foundation, you've seen technology fundamentally change the way we're educating the next generation. And through the process of the way you've given through the Kohelet Foundation, through challenges and through grants and through having the organization kind of prove themselves that they're going to be the best stewards of the gift that you're giving, I'm sure that technology has taken a role has played a role in that, and specifically in education. So can you point to any examples that the organizations that you've challenged through your giving through the Kohelet Foundation that have leveraged technology effectively?
Yeah, and I think we're looking at it from my point of view as slightly askew. It's not about leveraging technology as an end to, as a purpose to solving problems. It's really, especially in education, it's about figuring out what problem you're solving, what's wrong with the solutions you're using, and what tools are available to help you solve your problems better to get to the goal. And in education, it's been well promoted that we're using like kind of the 19th century methodology for teaching in the 21st century. And so the pedagogy was wrong. And it wasn't about the fact that technology was missing. You could have been teaching the way we want to teach now, 100 years ago. We just happen to have tools now that make some aspects of it more efficient or more easier to deploy. But the way that we use technology in education was simply on demand. We made it available to the teachers, taught them, we did a lot of professional development to teach them pedagogically what was recommended as to how people learn, how kids learn, how modern people learn versus how they used to learn, and what's going to engage people, and then giving them tools which facilitate deploying that pedagogy in a classroom environment. I think in philanthropy, I think we have to look at it a similar way. Not saying we need to be on the internet, we need to be on, having apps, we need to be doing these things. The question is, and this can be even organization by organization or kind of class of organization, separately, but what are we doing well in fundraising? What are we not doing well? What kinds of donors do we need to reach? And how and why is what we're doing now failing or not doing that as well as it could be? And then looking at the slate of tools we have, including getting on a plane, meeting someone for coffee, or contacting them by Zoom, or using data to prepare you for making the ask or picking who to ask. I think all these things should be driven by the needs of the organization and figuring out what we're not doing well, And then I'm very confident that data science, AI, machine learning, and internet in general, and the information technology will be useful. But I don't think it's a good idea to like say to someone, you're doing your job now, do your job with technology instead, go to it. I think it really should be driven by analyzing what's going wrong with your process, what do you need, and then trying to match up the technology that's available with making the job they're doing either more efficient, better, or faster.
Right. Well, you bring the point that, we're not just talking about how we can leverage technology to increase fundraising, but also to increase programming and specifically educational. So for a viewer right now listening to this, and they're anticipating using some new type of tool for their school, is there a way for them to measure the success, or what should their expectations be going into it? I mean, speak directly to an head of education right now, an institution that's thinking about, they can go old school in a certain degree, or they can go new school with certain education. Right. I mean, what's their way of measuring, or their expected, how do they improve results? And
it starts at the top with like either the principal or the head of a division, but getting buy-in from them to incorporate some technology into the education process, and then it very closely behind it starts with the teachers. That you need to have teachers embrace the pedagogy, understand why what they've been doing for the last 3, 5, 10, 20 years is not what they're going to be doing going forward. Get their buy-in, and frankly, set aside those who aren't going to buy into it, because that can really destroy the process from the start. And get a core group of teachers who are buying into a pedagogical change, powered by some technology, but focused on the pedagogy, not on the technology. And then, that will drive, and then it's an interactive process. It's a collaboration between the administrator, the teachers, and the students who are active part of it. They need to be giving feedback because their lives are changing. My kids have complained a lot about how the way they're being taught now isn't the way their older siblings were taught. And is that going to mess up their lives and ruin their outcomes? So I think you need buy-in from the students and from the parents, because parents are also averse to change. But I think it's a collaborative thing where the people involved are the arbiters of the success, and you need to get buy-in so you don't have people throwing monkey wrenches into the works while you're trying to make something work. And then you need to really like be monitoring and getting feedback along the way.
Adam, you built Cornerstone, which took which really revolutionized how we do employee HR, employee learning, employee education. And I wonder if you think there's any correlation or anything that we can learn from that on how we educate, either onboard our teachers, onboard our staff. Anything you can comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, David and I could probably talk for hours about this. There is a tremendous amount that can be done with the school systems across the country. For starters, the curriculum right now does not match up with what the workforce needs and the corporations need. And so you have right out of the gate a disconnect between what we're teaching and what we need people to learn. And so that needs to be addressed at some point. We also have, obviously, a challenge with getting teachers to adopt new technologies. And part of that is, quite frankly, the experience of the teachers using technology themselves, which varies tremendously depending on the age, the demographics of the teachers. You find lots of differences in willingness to adopt technology. And I think the same thing's true with nonprofits, right? Because both sectors have not been required to use technology, do not have the competitive necessity of using technology. They are less willing to adopt it today because they're less comfortable with it. Now that's changing, right? You see newer organizations more willing to adopt technology. You see newer schools willing to adopt technology faster and more readily. And so this is a transition that will take place over time, but it will happen. There's no question it will happen. And there's lots of advantages to supplementing traditional education with technology, just like there's lots of benefits in supplementing the way nonprofits are operating with technology.
Yeah.
And part of the key there is usability of the technology. So technology itself has transformed dramatically over the last 30 years, and most notably over the last decade, in part because of things like the mobile phone, in part because of advances in cloud computing and machine learning and user interface design, all of which make it easier to use, more accessible, and I think as a result, more effective when it's used.
So let's get into the weeds of this a little bit in terms of those gaps that that nonprofits have. Nathan, you've been servicing one way or another over the last 2 decades, nonprofits, probably thousands at this point. Where do you see today, 2022, coming into 2023, where do you see the biggest gaps of technology? What areas do you see the biggest gaps? And what piece of advice can you give to a nonprofit CEO, director of development, head of education that's listening to them? What are some of those first steps they can take to fill in those gaps?
I mean, unfortunately, probably the biggest gap still is a state of mind, is that, what got us here will get us there. And it's just not true. I mean, there's too many things that we've discussed on this call alone. The world is changing and the expectations are different. I mean, not only that people expect, more personalized precision approach, but, less people are being altruistic just in nature, so from the sense of actually giving to traditional charities. So I think first is that just pretending everything is fine, it's not fine. So that's hurdle number one. I think the second, I mean, it's basic, but, data having a seat at the table. And, one of the things about, every organization, no matter how big or small, has data. They have data that, they need to collect more. But there's always been this, real big disconnect in most nonprofits that, well, the data people are over here, and then all the fundraising leaders are over here. And not allowing that data to inform strategy in any real way has been a huge gap. So I think allowing data to have a seat at the table is a very, it's a good step forward. If you're a leader saying, who's the smartest person that we have on our team that understands our donors the best, that can help us pull data, can help us think of new ways to curate and collect data, that's where an effort, really needs to be. So I think that's number one. And then the second is it's also a state of mind, because, one of the freeing parts of using machine learning, deep learning, is that you'll never be ready and you'll never be done. So getting over psychologically that fear of like, well, we're not ready. Our data's not clear, clean enough. We don't have enough data. We don't have enough people. Well, you never will be. And then, by the way, you'll never be done. So there's a lot of freedom in that. I think when people get over the fear of like, the scariness of advanced technology and what does it mean, and I need to learn and be an expert before I start, it's totally untrue. The beauty really of like MLDL is that every person that interfaces in the organization becomes part of that feedback loop. So, from, Adam was talking about really around change management and, bringing people along on that journey. It's like, it's actually a pretty freeing thing. So I think our biggest gaps are around the psychology of being fearful. They're really not about cost anymore. I mean, the cost has come, data is like, so cheap, technology, the technology we're talking about has become very affordable at scale. It's really more of a mental barrier of like, I don't know about it, therefore I'm scared of it. You got to just embrace it. And it's the beauty of it. You'll never be ready and you'll never be done.
Yeah. I have a question.
A couple of things to pile on there. So I just read yesterday that we've just hit 8 billion people in the world. And one of the reasons I think we're seeing the population at large be less charitable is in part because we've moved from a society of small towns and villages where people knew each other and very much wanted to support their community to one where the charities are often very separated from the day-to-day lives of the people. And so one of the ways that personalization becomes important is by reestablishing that connection between the individual and the organization, which may have naturally occurred in the past, but does not naturally occur today. There's just too much of a gap in reality. The other issue is over the last, call it 20 years or 30 years, a lot of the technology that was implemented in this sector didn't help that problem, right? The problem was establishing a connection between the individual and the organization, or the individual and the end client of the charity. And what's happened is a lot of the technology that came out was really about transaction, right? They were essentially ledgers to help people transact. They were not about the relationship itself. And so the newer technology, I believe, and the machine learning that we're talking about is all meant to reinforce the connection. It's about the cultivation and the connection, the personalization, to make that individual potential donor care more about the organization and its mission and its clients. And at the end of the day, wants to drive that real impact.
But I don't think that price is a true barrier to entry for nonprofits to improve their technology stack. Adam, one more question for you, Adam. So you're currently building several new technology tools for nonprofits, and that's your primary focus right now in terms of, aside from your philanthropy, this is your primary focus. So, Adam, it's not like you don't have anything better to do with your time. You're a very active philanthropist in your community and globally. What are you seeing in the current solutions for nonprofits? What was the gap that you saw in the solutions for nonprofit technology that you said, you know what, I'm going to go build a new CRM for nonprofits. I'm going to go build a new giving app for nonprofits. What were those critical gaps that you saw that compelled you to build these new technologies?
Yeah, I think it boiled down to, I quickly realized, I'm sure David has seen the same thing, no matter how much money you have, you can never have the level of impact that you really want to have. There's just too many things that need to be fixed out there in the world, and too much resources needed to fix those things. So no single person can solve these problems themselves. And having been on the nonprofit side and the corporate side, I saw firsthand that the tools that the nonprofits had were not the same level as the tools on the corporate side. And so got enthralled with this idea that if we had a modern purpose-built solution for nonprofits, they'd be able to much better maximize their impact. And as a result, you would have a multiplier effect, right? If you could help many, many nonprofits to maximize their impact, then that would be a great use of my time philanthropically. And so that was the birth of Instill, and that's what we've been focused on, trying to help nonprofits be better at cultivating their donors, at optimizing their resources, and ultimately maximizing their impact across a whole range of issue areas that will move society forward.
Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the impact of some of those tools. I have one last question for our panelists. So can you point to your favorite nonprofit right now in terms of what they're doing and what's inspiring you? What kind of innovation are they instituting that really stands out for you? You can give them a shout out and tell us why. What is it about this nonprofit that really motivates you, really inspires you for the work that they're doing? Doesn't necessarily need to be specifically because of the way they're using technology, but rather innovation at large. And it could be one of yours, if it can be one that you actually give to, or it can be something you've read. Take your time. Anybody who wants to jump in.
I'll jump in. So that's tough because whoever I don't mention is going to be really mad at me for not using this forum to promote them. But I'll be honest with you. My favorite nonprofit over the past few years has been an organization called Momentum, which is sometimes subtitled Birthright for Moms. It basically brings Jewish mothers who have day school age children to Israel to give them a love for Israel, a love for Torah, an appreciation for why they should be bringing some element of Torah and God and observance into their home, and why they should be motivated to aim their kids towards Jewish education and especially day school. And what I love about it is that it's a very efficient way of getting right to the source. Mothers make decisions which are intrinsic to the way families run. And if you want people to be engaged with Israel in a positive way, to be engaged with Torah Judaism, getting them when they're kids starting school is kind of an ideal entry point. And so motivating the mothers to transition their households is kind of an ideal way. And what we happened to do, so I was very involved with the organization and leading maybe a year or so before COVID hit, we'd actually launched a huge project to create a digital platform for doing the follow-up educational programming to people who came back from the trips for the year after they're supposed to do learning. And we were building a platform which was going to be disseminating lectures and material and videos and having conversations online, thinking that, that people do things in person, but it's, if you want to affect people nationally, it'd be great to have some portal that they could use to spread the knowledge. And then, of course, just as the platform was about to launch, COVID hit and all the trips to Israel got canceled. And miraculously, thank God, there was this platform that was ready to plug in and take over the role of connecting the mothers to Israel, connecting the mothers to Torah. And for the last year and a half, occasionally they ran trips, but for the most part, they couldn't run trips. And they were using this online platform as a way of disseminating the materials they used to do in person. So I think it's a great organization. I think they're doing wonderful work. And they also were willing to take the leap of faith, hiring technologists. They have a whole new technology team they brought in. They spent a lot of money. They raised a lot of money and spent a lot of money on making a digital transformation. And it was timed perfectly. And they're still getting major benefits from it, even after COVID is kind of over, that they have this way of connecting people after these in-person trips to incredible learning, incredible teachers, and also to each other.
Amazing. I'll add to that, and we'll move to Adam. I think I've been on the radar of Momentum. I've worked with them and helped them in some of their fundraisers over the years. I think that two things that stick out from what you're saying, first of all, is the power of their brand. And I think a lot of organizations underestimate how powerful the brand is, right? They used to be called something else, and then they did a whole transformation of brand over to Momentum. And if you're part of that target audience, you just want to be part of it. You want to be part of that community. They've really built up. And I think organizations that are listening to this cannot underestimate the power of the brand. You have the Apple logo behind you, David. There's no better example of the power of a brand, of that cult following that people have developed around brands, companies. Why should for-profits be the only ones to be able to build brands that people want to associate with, and people want to, you have Apple, you're a follower. When I speak to people who are part of the Momentum, they'll have pictures. Their trip to Israel, they'll have the Momentum logo behind them. And that's the power. And every organization can do that if you focus on it. Sometimes it takes some investment. Sometimes it's completely free to build a brand. So power of the brand is huge. And I think the second thing is that the importance of them investing in the technology prepare them for a downturn, right? Companies have to prepare themselves for a downturn when it comes to the economy, right? And smart companies do that. If you read books like Good to Great, you'll learn about all the great companies that, because of their fundamentals, they were able to do great during downturns and economic downturns. Nonprofits have to prepare themselves for their type of downturns, whether that means nobody couldn't foresaw COVID, but they kind of did, and they kind of said, we're going to be prepared for a world that people cannot get together. And they were very, very well prepared. So that's another reason why you need to invest in technology to prepare for all future scenarios. Adam, what's your favorite nonprofit and why?
Yeah, so I have a lot of favorites. So instead, I'm going to pick one of my own, which is 1p.org. Stands for One Planet. We've decided to focus on the most intractable problems. And the way we think about that is as concentric circles. For our city of Los Angeles, the biggest problem is homelessness. In our state of California, it's education and workforce development. In the country, we believe it's gun safety. And in the world, of course, it's climate change. And so we've tried to leverage very extensive research and technology and resources and support to address each of these problems. And for me, what's interesting about the organization is the application of research at the front end to really understand what has been tried, what's worked, what's not worked, what's maybe worked in other cities or other parts of the world, what hasn't worked, where a lot of money has been spent and a lot of people's time have been used, and where are there gaps, and then how do we potentially leverage technology to fill some of those gaps. And we've already had a lot of success, and I think there's much more we can do from that standpoint.
Yeah, what stands out for me most over there is research. I've seen so many times organizations trying to solve a problem, 3 to 6 months in, 2 years in, they realize 1 second there's another organization that's basically attacking it from the same angle, and your whole raison d'etre just basically, blew out the window. And doing the research as an institution, as an organization ahead of time to really, really understand what the problem is, what the current solutions are to the problem, and how can you best tackle it? Because there is no challenge out there that's being attacked from all angles, that's for sure. So there's a need.
And there's very few challenges that haven't been attacked at all.
Right, exactly.
And so how do you understand what's been done, what's worked, what's not worked, and why? And so that takes a lot of not just secondary research, but also primary research to understand the challenge and what could be effective.
By the way, also another thing that doesn't have to cost too much doing research. So no excuse on that component also when it comes to investing. Just some good, a few late nighters, all nighters for the leaders. Okay, Nathan, we'll move. Thank you, Adam. That was great. Nathan, we'll move on to you, and that will be you better make it good, Nathan, because you're the encore here.
Yeah, well, having worked in nonprofit for 20 years, I've seen a lot, and I will say that I'm probably not been more impressed with the nonprofit ever since beginning of 2020, where a nonprofit from a bunch of college students came out called the FarmLink Project. A couple college students from Stanford and Brown got together. They met in LA when they were in high school, working at a food bank, and came together because they saw the overproduction of food and food being essentially plowed under all over the country by these large commercial farms. And yet, there are lines, a mile long of people waiting to get food at a food bank that runs out of food. And so since March 2020, they've rescued 100 million pounds of food that would have been plowed under, perfectly good food from farmers, by essentially raising money and through a lot of creative private public partnerships through like Uber Freight and others, Chipotle, lots of people gotten behind them. But I will say they've leveraged AI in every respect. We do all of their data science for free, but they have people from Microsoft that are optimizing their open rates on their communication stuff. They represent to me the birth of a new type of nonprofit, one that essentially kind of resembles Charity Water in a way, from a creative innovation perspective. But to be honest, to leapfrog that, they're extremely nimble. And now they've equated this idea of, essentially, quantifying the CO2 that they save from being plowed under, because actually food that is being plowed under incorrectly is actually the third largest contributor to CO2 outside of US and China. So there's just this amazing effect of these college students that, I truthfully, every minute I speak, I talk with them, I get more hope, about our future. So farmlinkproject.org couldn't speak to them, in a higher regard.
Amazing. Well, I'll close with my favorite organization, which is Amudim. And not just because they're hosting this this talk, but I've seen Amudim really stand out in the Jewish community as an organization. I think the best word is just they've been very courageous on all fronts. They've taken a cause which has been very much been pushed under the rug, addiction, and all the other causes that they deal with, but addiction in the youth of the Jewish community has been their primary focus. And they've been courageous on all fronts. First of all, even just talking about it and bringing this reality to the surface, which has been very much pushed under the rugs in the religious Jewish communities and beyond. And then, so that number one, just in their existence, and how many other organizations that have come out and have grown from their courageousness. And also this platform that we're on right now, this fundraiser that they're doing, to be able to raise that much money from that many people, millions and millions of dollars from the power of the collective, not just a handful of philanthropists. I think that they're leading in their community by showing what is possible if they invest in once a year, telling the community that, like, we cannot do this without you, and anywhere from $1 to $100 matters. And none of you here are charging for this, unless I don't know, I'm gonna get a bill after, I don't know, but none of you here. We got three great minds over here, and they're just they've proven what can be done by leveraging their intuition, by leveraging their courageousness, by leveraging obviously funds to be able to create a new future for the Jewish community. So kudos to Tzvi and to the entire Amudim team for everything that they're doing. I want to just close off by saying thank you, Adam, David, Nathan. This was a wonderful conversation. I wish you guys a lot of mazel and a lot of blessings in all of your individual, professional work, in your philanthropic work. You guys are a much needed force. All three of you are a much needed force in the work that you're doing. The philanthropy world is better off because you guys are in it. And all my blessings to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks so much.
We have seen, tremendous change, not just in Amudim, but in the entire field overall. In the earlier days, specifically regarding victims of sexual abuse, as well as those with substance abuse issues, we would get calls a long time after the families found out about whatever their loved ones were going through. Now we're getting calls much quicker. So people that are finding out that their child was abused are contacting us almost immediately. Or when people are realizing that their loved one is struggling with substances or other mental health crises, they're actually calling much quicker. So that's also been a tremendous benefit to the community and to the world at large, because as opposed to people keeping things bottled up, they're actually reaching out much earlier. Another very big change that we're very proud of is the fact that communal leadership, rabbinic leadership, historically have been very nervous about addressing these topics or talking about them. And it's gotten to a point where not only are they speaking about it, but they're actually embracing it and reaching out to us on behalf of their congregants, clientele. We have politicians calling us about their constituents. So it's really changed the dynamic of the people that need help are finally able to get it, and the people that used to be the ones to try to brush things under the rug are now actually at the forefront helping people get the help that they need. So all in all, I mean, we still have a long way to go, don't get me wrong, but we're definitely light years ahead of where we were.
There are many times where a case manager will hit a halachic roadblock, where perhaps therapeutically it might make sense to go to a certain place where the kashrus is a question, or someone maybe who's suffering from an eating disorder should not be fasting on Yom Kippur, and they need a rav. And although there are many qualified, really fantastic rabbanim that are there, this requires a certain sensitivity, a certain knowledge, and that's really where I fit in. The client then is referred to me by the case manager, and we kind of hold their hand, taking them through whatever it is that they're up to. It really puts their minds at rest. I mean, I have received numerous messages after Yom Kippur along the lines of, this was the first Yom Kippur that I ate, and I didn't feel guilty because I knew that I was taking care of what needed to be taken care of.
Hi, my name is Nachum Siegel. A number of weeks ago, I told Rabbi Schachter of Charity Bids how amazing last year's Amudim live stream conversation was with Harav Herschel Schachter Shlita and Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg. I told Yummy how amazing I think it would be if a regular balabas would have the chance to speak to Rav Schachter about issues and trivial matters in our community and our heritage. I am so happy that Rav Schachter agreed to do this, and I am honored to conduct this conversation. Thank you, Rav Schachter, for being here today. A few minutes ago, we had the opportunity to daven mincha in the same minyan, and frankly, watching you daven mincha for me is a tremendous musar shmooze. And I remember someone once said to me that when they had the opportunity to be a shamish for Rav Segal, not related, Rav Segal of Manchester Rav, the Talmidim would literally wait outside his office when they knew he was going to say a bracha achrona, or really any bracha, because their best musar shmooze was hearing him say a bracha. I'm wondering if there was an experience in your life where you remember watching a specific person do a specific mitzvah or act in a specific way to you felt like a living musar shmooze.
My main influence was from Rab Soloveitchik, so I would go a few times to stay by my aunt and uncle who lived in Boston to daven at Rab Soloveitchik's minyan on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, once on Simchas Torah. Yeah, we were very influenced by the way he davened, by the way he acted, sure.
I want to, if we can, talk a little bit about the after effects of COVID. And I don't mean long COVID that certain people unfortunately suffer from. I'm talking about the after effects in our community. There are people who thought that certain things would and certain things would not remain in our community after the time of the pandemic. For instance, many people thought that weddings, which we proved during COVID could be held with 10, 20, 30 people with a minimal menu and not such extravagance, might be able to be scaled down after COVID and not imitate the size and the scope of the gigantic weddings that would take place before that period of time. I don't think it's remained that way. I think people have sort of gone back to the way things were. Did you think that there would be some type of musar in the whole pandemic situation that would make people go ahead and live a less extravagant life when it came to these celebrations? Or did you have less confidence and you're not surprised that things have gone in this manner?
I didn't have a minute that things would change.
And when it comes to davening, tefillah b'tzibur versus tefillah in one's home, there are people who had this experience of, for the first time for some people, actually davening in private every single day. And there are those who felt that it was much more meaningful to them. It was a better way to daven. I personally could not adjust well to that and could not wait to get back to a shul for real tefillah b'tzibur. What do you think of the after effects spiritually of this pandemic?
A lot of people had more kavanah when they davened slowly, privately. They could daven out loud. They could hear themselves. One should daven out loud in such a way it should be mashmir li'oznov. Now that they daven, those who went back, some still davening beichidas, but those who went back to daven, more correct is to daven b'tzibur. And you can't daven so quickly, so they should cut back a little bit. So say less, bridge the psukah a little bit, bridge the v'hurachim. It says in the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, I think it says in the big Shulchan Aruch also, tov me'at b'kavana, mehar b'shaloi b'kavana. It's better to say less and to have kavana than to say a lot and not to have kavana. They say in the name of Rabbi Hutner, Zachan L'Bracha, that he coined an expression that it was relevant for his yeshiva and all the yeshivas, unfortunately. Tov me'at shaloi b'kavana mehar b'shaloi b'kavana. If you're not going to have kavana anyway, so why should you say so many slichas and so many kinnas if you don't know what you're talking about? So say less. So he would cut back on the slichas in Chaim Berlin. But it should be tov me'at b'kavana. It's better to say less of a hurachum rather than to get all the words pronounced, but without, Hebrew is not our natural tongue. We were born in America, so we don't really speak Hebrew so quickly. So if you daven a little slower, you can have more kavanah simply for the Pirush HaMilas.
You alluded to the fact that there are people that still are davening privately. Whether you wanted to be in that position or not, the reality is that your leadership during the pandemic indicated to many around this country for sure how they should behave and what they should be doing regarding their synagogues. Chas v'sholom, I'm not asking if you have regrets about anything that went on at that time, but were there ever any second thoughts, knowing that shuls would be closing and knowing how dangerous that is for shuls to be closed, even in the atmosphere of the pandemic?
We had no choice. There was a suffix sakana. I remember there was a meeting I attended by Zoom. I think it was on a Thursday night. Reb David Cohen spoke first because he had to give a shir or something. And then after him, they had a few doctors spoke and a few rabbanim spoke. So I said, based on what they said, it's a suffix sakana. I said, we should close all the shuls and close all the yeshivas right away. So the rabbanim said, no, we're not going to close it. Within 12 hours, they had to change their position. Within 12 hours, it already became a suffix sakana. I didn't understand what the havamina was. You can't go to shul if you're going to pick up it's a contagious disease. Everyone else is going to get sick. Of course you have to daven yechidas. They had to close the yeshiva. They had no choice. You can't have second thoughts.
And for those who are not yet going back to shul, we need to ask the rabbis, I guess, around the country to do what they can to spur them on and get them back.
Absolutely. The Yerushalmi comments on the pasuk, Divrei Hashem b'hi matzo. You should search out HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the season of the year when he's most available. The Gemara says, Aseres Mei Tshuva. And the Yerushalmi says, b'hi matzo, in the location where he is more available. That's Bebeis HaKnesses. It's always preferable to daven Bebeis HaKnesses rather than to daven at home, b'yechidas.
Jumping around to a couple of different topics. When my studio burnt down, I got a call from the amazing Rabbi Schachter, who you know very well, your son, of course. And he said to me that based on an experience that he had had with his family, he once had mentioned to you that he felt that it was unfair for him to be in that challenging experience because of the good things that he does in a certain area of life. I'm being a little bit vague, but I think you know what I mean. And he mentioned to me that you had said to him that in your own personal experience, referring to a time before you were married and then shortly after you were married, you had been tested with certain nisyonos, and you felt, looking back years later, that one of the reasons HaKadosh Baruch Hu did this was to give you a certain sensitivity. When certain people would come with difficult problems to you that they needed solved or advice on, you'd be able to relate better to them. And he said to me that because of the experience we went through with this fire and so much destruction, we will have an opportunity to be very sympathetic and have extra TLC, so to speak, tender loving care for those who've been through this type of experience. With that in mind, is it hard when situations like that you might have been through, that he was alluding to, is it hard to paskin shilas or to lead people in a certain direction when you know just how difficult the pain is that they're going through, when you can relate to the suffering that they're experiencing? Does it is it more difficult to paskin shilas for people like that because of the difficulty that you're familiar with?
I don't think it's more difficult. It makes it easier. You can empathize with the person better. You went through problems and you realize everybody has difficulties and challenges, so you feel easier to help them out.
And it's not a matter of thinking you might be not objective enough or too subjective because you can relate so much to it.
No, the sympathy is part of the shaila. How do you have the right degree of sympathy for the person?
Earlier today, there were people who wanted to take pictures with you. And I was wondering what you think of that entire practice. Do you ever sometimes say to yourself, the Rambam never had to go through this. He didn't have to worry about people stopping him in the street to take pictures with him. I'm wondering what goes through your mind when that experience happens.
If it means something to them, to have my picture hanging on the wall or whatever, so can you hear RaiseThon? If it gives them a chizuk and shmiras hamitzvah, so good.
When you're at a wedding and the person who is assigned to be the Masada Kedushin realizes that you're in the room, and I think it's happened where they defer to you to be the Masada Kedushin. What goes through your mind when that happens?
I feel very bad because the chassan didn't ask me to be Masada Kedushin. You come to the chassan to make the chassan kala happy, and then he's not happy. So sometimes the rabbi who was asked to be Masada Kedushin will be machabed me to say the Birchas Harrison, but he's still the Masada Kedushin. 2 titles. Right. He's officially the Masada Kedushin, and I'm saying the Birchas Harrison on his behalf.
Is that the better way to go?
Yeah, because the chassan wanted the other person to be the Masada Kedushin. I think so.
Again, just bouncing from topic to topic. And one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up to you is because certain things about our tradition and heritage sometimes rub me the wrong way. It bothers me when people say Zmiros on Shabbos and they don't use Shem Hashem. Because if one looks into the Zmiros, it's written with Shem Hashem. And I would think, and again, I'm just a balabas who doesn't know much, but I would think that as I lead our Shabbos table in the experience of a wonderful Shabbos meal, I would think that the Zmiros are more of a tefillah, not just words that should be said and sung, more of a tefillah, something that, generations past certainly took very seriously. I know how my father and grandfather said Zmiros. It was, it was never interrupted. It was never, dealt with differently than as if it is a tefillah. And so often I hear that people are not using Shem Hashem during the Zmiros. I was wondering what you thought of that.
I personally usually do not pronounce Shem Hashem in the Zmiros. The Chumrah is based on a Ramo's comment in Shulchan Aruch. It says that if one forgot to say Al Anisim in Birchas Hamazon on Chanukah, you don't have to repeat the benching. On Purim, it's a question, but on Chanukah, because on Purim, there's a mitzvah of Suda. On Chanukah, there's no mitzvah to have a Suda. So if one forgets Al Anisma, you don't have to repeat the benching. In fact, the Gemara says you're not really obligated to say Al Anism in benching. It's only a minig. You're permitted to. It's not a hefsek, and it's a minig that we do. So the Ramah writes, even though one forgot Al Anism, doesn't have to repeat the benching, but after he gets to the Olam Al Yichasreinu, and he says many Bakoshos HaRachman, A, B, C, different things, let him say another Harachman. Harachman Yasalon and Isim and the floors. Geshem Shasis Alabsena Bayam Amayim Azman Hazeh. Then you say Bimei Matisa Ben Yochanan. Say the whole piyut. But the Ramah says on Rosh Chodesh, if one forgot Yalav V'Yav in the benching, he doesn't recommend you should say Yalav V'Yav afterwards, because Yalav V'Yav you have Elakenu Elakevuseni. He mentioned Shem Hashem, and it's an issue of Motzi Shem Shamayim Levat Tola. So the Mishnah Berurah quotes all the Achronim who are surprised. Why is it Motzim Sheshmaim Vatala? It's a tchina. It's like Gora from all the other piyutim and all the tchinas that we say. And Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur we say tchinas all the time with Shem Hashem. So they say most don't follow that Ramah, but the Ramah apparently thinks that when you're saying personal tchinas that are not composed by the Anshe Knesset Agdola, you really shouldn't pronounce Shem Hashem. So let's say when you say all the piyutim on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, the Ramah would seem to recommend you shouldn't say the Shem Hashem then either.
Would he recommend that to the Shlich Tzibur as well?
I don't know. Good question.
Well, thank you.
It's clear that the ones who composed the Zmiris intended that you should pronounce Shem Hashem because it fits into the rhyme.
Right. Correct. And it's also written with Shem Hashem.
Yes. But the Ramah has this chumrah not to. I remember one of the Rabbanim from Manhattan sent his son to learn in Eretz Yisrael in Brisk, and he came back after a year, and he didn't say Shem Hashem anymore in the Zmiris, and the father was upset. That's what my son picked up in Brisk, not to say Shem Hashem in the Zmiris. Okay.
I could sympathize with that, father.
Okay.
So 50-50, half of Klal Yisrael says with Shem Hashem and half doesn't, or?
Probably 95, probably 99.
Do not say?
No, 99
say with?
Say. Yeah, everybody does say.
Okay.
Very few follow the Ramah.
Right. I have a feeling more people may follow you after this conversation, but I guess that remains to be seen. When one is an Avel, so the tendency is to make sure to daven for the Amud as often as possible. You want to say as many Kadeshim, etc., right? So this is what I was told when I was in Ovel. I was told that if the shul allows you to daven, if the shul says get up and daven, you should never give up the opportunity to daven. However, there is this minig in certain synagogues that if it's Rosh Chodesh, for instance, they may not let an Ovel daven for the Amud. However, if there's a shul that on Rosh Chodesh has no problem with an Avel davening, is it legitimate for an Avel to say, my minig is I don't daven on Rosh Chodesh? Because I always thought, because of the urgency that we always want, that an Avel always wants to make sure to say as many Kadeshim as possible and daven for the Amud, that this is only an issue of being a shul minig, and there's no such thing as a personal minig if I don't daven for the Amud on Rosh Chodesh. What do you think?
Interesting question. I never gave it any thought. I live across the street from Breuer's Kehillah. Right. So in Breuer's, the minig in Germany was, the Prima Godim was a Galiciana, but he lived in Germany. And he wrote all the Svarim in Germany. So he writes the minig is any time when you don't say Tachnun, you don't allow a novel to daven for an Amud. So Friday afternoon by Mincha, they don't allow a novel, and Rosh Chodesh also. Any day that you don't say Tachnun, they don't have a novel daven for an Amud. They present it as if we have to suffer with the Aval long enough all week long, so we have to suffer on the Friday afternoon also. But I don't think that's the reason why. It's like a Yontif, like on Yontif. We don't allow an Aval to daven for an Amud. We want a better Bal Tefillah.
And that's what it's a matter of. But if the Aval is an excellent Bal Tefillah, I do know some that are good Bal Tefillah.
Yeah, then we should probably have the Aval daven.
Right, that's what I would think.
It says in Shulchan Aruch like that. If the Aval is the best Bal Tefillah, so you let him daven even on Rosh Hashanah, even on a Yom Tov.
I was actually in a situation like that, where Shavuos morning, nobody in the shul knew the Nusach, and they said to me, daven, I said, I'm an Aval, but I didn't realize that, in fact, I should have done it, because I was the only one there who knew the Nusach. But still, can someone refuse? In other words, if there's a shul that says, we allow one to daven, let's say Mincha Mariv, because, with Hallel, etc., Mincha, we allow an Aval to daven. Should someone say, or is it legitimate to turn it down and not go up to the Amud? There are people who travel, when people are traveling on the road, they'll go, 70 miles out of their way to make sure to say Kaddish and to make sure to, if they can, daven for the Amud. And here they're right there in front of the Amud, and they're saying, and they're refusing to go up because of this supposed personal minig. And I'm wondering if the personal and shul minig, if a shul minig can be a personal minig. Can someone assume that because they grew up in a shul that don't allow an Aval daven, that they themselves should not go ahead and do it?
Probably not. I never gave it any thought, but probably you're right. It's probably not an individual minig, probably a community minig. Right. So if in this community they don't have that minig, you should daven for an Aval. Yeah.
What do you think of the effort to ban alcohol in our shuls?
I think Rabbi Billet did a big mitzvah.
Started the trend.
Yeah, and he deserves a big yashikah for many things. That's one of the many things he didn't allow any alcohol. That's very good. I think they should outlaw it in all the shuls.
So
I think it's scandalous.
While wine and spirits is important in our tradition, I mean, there's a place for it, certainly in our tradition. The issue is, I assume, that just got out of hand at some point.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. There's certain areas in Jewish life that I think, my impression is that we've become somewhat lenient with. For instance, the issue of Amir La'akum. Many of us are so makbid on certain things, especially when it comes to Hilchos Shabbos, and it seems that when it comes to asking a non-Jew to do something for us, we are not nearly as careful how that's done and whether it's even allowed to be done to begin with. It's sort of a consumer-driven trend, I would call it. What do you think? Is there a way to...
I agree.
Is there a way to educate the Hamon Am to be mechazik in this area?
I remember I give a shir Sunday through Thursday, 5 days a week. So I remember once on Thursday, very often I do Parsha on Thursday. If I gave 4 shiurim on Gemara, it's too much. So on Thursday I give on the Parsha. So I remember one Thursday, I told them at the end of the shir, so I mentioned to the boys that this Shabbos is going to be in a certain community. It'll remain nameless now, and I have to give a drush on shul. What area do they need Musar in? So one of the boys in the class screams out right away, Amir al-Nachri.
Wow.
They all have maids, and all the maids do all the malachas. So Shabbos Parshas Noach, I'm not going to bop them over the head to tell them that they're in violation. I'm not going to in the middle of nowhere. So first I spoke about the pasuk in the parsha, Yom v'layla lo yishbosu, that Nachri Shabbos Chai Misa, that Shabbos only belongs to the Jewish people. Then Nachrim have no shaychus but Shabbos. Then I told over a story that I remember we were once in Montreal for a Shabbos, and we were eating on Shabbos morning by a certain fellow, prominent balabas there, who was a big Mizrahi leader, and his father was a big Mizrahi leader. So I told over this story. His father had a maid, and when Rabbi Herzog was the chief rabbi a long time ago, so Rabbi Herzog ate by his father on Shabbos morning. So the father was showing him his library. He had a very good library, but it was dark in the room. So Rabbi Herzog was taking the Svarim to the window, squinting with his eyes to try to read from the Sefer. So the non-Jewish maid came in, she turned on the light. So Rabbi Herzog walked out of the room. So the maid asked the balabas, what did I do? I always turn on the lights for you. So the balabas told the maid that strictly speaking, we're not allowed to ask you to do it. And even if you did it on your own, we're not allowed to gain any benefit from it. That's why the rabbi walked out. If you would have turned on the lights for your own purposes, then we can gain benefit also. So years go by, the father passed away, and the son yarshined the library and the maid, and now Rabbi Gorin is the chief rabbi. So Rabbi Gorin is eating by the balabas Shabbos morning. Balabas is showing him his library. So Rabbi Gorin takes the sefer to the window, and he's squinting, he's trying to look at the sefer. So the maid walks in, she turns on the light, and she sits down, plops down, and she starts reading the big magazine, Look magazine, one of the gigantic magazines. So Rabbi Gorin is looking at the sefer. Then, after 3 minutes, the maid tiptoes out of the room. So Rabbi Gorin says, what's going on over here? So the balabas says, because when Rabbi Herzog was here, she turned on the lights and he walked out of the room. And then we explained to her then, if she turns on the lights for her own purposes, then we can gain benefit. So I told over a humorous story. Then I spoke mildly about Amir al-Nachri, that it's not right. So it's interesting, after Musaf, one of the Balabatim, the shul comes over, he says, I didn't say who the family was, he said, he's related to the family, the maid just died last week. That's the footnote, the maid just died last week.
Wow, very interesting.
Amir al-Nachri never had too much hatzlacha, and the Tanoim knew that it's not going to have too much hatzlacha. That's how Taisus interprets. So they made a dinner, even if the Nachri did the malacha on his own for the Jew, he's still not allowed to gain benefit, because they knew the Jews would ask a Nachri, and they'd make believe that the Nachri did it on his own. So that's why, to be mechazik, this din of Amir al-Nachri never had too much hatzlacha. They added that chumrah, that even if the Nachri does on his own, you're not allowed to gain benefit.
So it's interesting.
Not right?
Yeah. I asked the question thinking that every generation has its challenges, but it sounds like every generation had this challenge.
Yeah. I remember once we were in South Africa for a week, and we stayed by a balabas, a very fine balabas, and his maid was doing the laundry in the same room where we were eating the Shabbos meal. In the washing machine to wash the clothing was in the kitchen in the dining room. She was washing the clothing from all week long in the presence of the, strictly speaking, is probably mutar, adaita de nafshi. She can do it whenever she wants. She decided she wants to do it on Shabbos, but it's not right.
You mentioned a moment ago about your shir, and my boys asked me what I remember about your shir. And I was thinking about, it's many years ago, of course, and I was thinking about it, and what I remembered was how many people would come in during the Seder time before the shir began to consult with you on halachic issues and to ask you shilas. I mean, it was endless for obvious reasons. But I'll never forget when your father would come in to ask you a shilah or to discuss a Gemara with you. And I always felt that what must be going through your mind, that half of you wants to show him the proper kavod and to exhibit proper kavod to your father, and at the same time he's coming to ask you and to ask you a shaila, and how does that look? And I'm wondering what went through your mind when that was going on.
Don't remember already.
So it was not a unique experience or anything different.
I didn't really appreciate my father that much. He was a very big Talmid Chacham. I was his son. I was close to him, so I didn't appreciate him. But they told me that when he was a Talmid in the yeshiva, he knew all the Nadi Yehudas. Right. They used to give him a faher. They used to ask him, Mashal Nadi Yehuda. He would say over the whole argument back and forth and the whole maskana, other things like that. Yeah, children a lot of times don't appreciate their parents enough.
And
I remember for a while we had the chazan in the shul would come, Shabbos Mavarch Merish Chodesh, Yom Tov, he would come. The chazan was a Satmar Chassid. and he lived in Williamsburg, where the whole community was, but he would come for Yontif. So he used to tell me a few times, you should pay attention to your father's drushes. They're just as good as the Satmar Rebbe's drushes. That was the highest praise he can give, as good as the Satmar Rebbe's. And Taka, a lot of what I say in Hashkafa is what I heard from my father in his drushes in Shul. Yeah.
And it's interesting because I said to my boys that your father had a reputation for being an expert in certain areas. That was earlier. I used the term consumer-driven when it comes to some of the things that have that are happening as we speak in our tradition. And Rebbe, you and I have had conversations in the past about Sfiras HaOmer because since I'm so involved in Jewish music, I was always curious what your opinion was. And during COVID, in fact, we spoke about you had given what became a pretty well-known heter or a pretty well-known observation during COVID, that during Sfira, when people generally would not listen to music, if they feel because of the loneliness of COVID or because of the isolation of COVID, that the music would help. And I asked you if that was a heter that I could rely on in terms of what I present every day, and you said to me that it's really meant for private people who feel they can benefit from it. But if generally I present a cappella music or more Sfira type music in a regular year, you recommend that I stick with that, that the discussion about it was only for someone privately, which I totally understood. But in general, to me, and from the position I sit in, it seems like the consumers are basically driving what we do and don't do during Sfira and the 3 weeks. Meaning, there's now a trend in Jewish music, and it's been like this now for 10, 20 years, where there's a heter to listen to a cappella music, which might be, more rock sounding and more, and more lively and exciting than regular music, but because it's a cappella, it's fine because there's no musical instruments. And the Chazonisha music and selections like that, the Hartzik Dveikus music that we would play in the old days during Sfira to make a demarcation between Sfira and the regular year, some might say that's more appropriate. I say it's consumer driven, and I'm wondering if you think that ideally it's probably better for people to focus during that period of time on things like chazonis and slower music than go for what is mutter on the a cappella scene.
Probably is correct.
But we sometimes have to cave into what the consumers want, I guess. Yeah. Speaking of Sfira in the 3 weeks, do you think there'll ever be a time where we as Ashkenazic Jews make weddings during the 3 weeks? Especially as it's so difficult to find dates sometimes to make weddings?
Probably will.
It will happen.
Sure. They say that when they first started in Encyclopedia Talmudit so many years ago, so they said it's going to take a long time. When they get to tough, Tisha B'Av, they're going to write, there used to be a fast day, there'll be a Beis HaMikdash. By the time they finish the Encyclopedia Talmudit, Beis HaMikdash will be built, so they have to write, there used to be a Tanis that's called Tisha B'Av. There used to be the 3 weeks and the 9 days, and we won't have anything.
Right,
we'll have happiness.
That. But my question was more a practical question before we get to Zman HaMashiach, whether there'll be a period of time during the start of the 3 weeks before the 9 days where we might say we can make simchas because it's so hard to find time to make simchas at other times. Do you think that might happen? Maybe, because in Sfira, and I just discovered this because I asked someone from Israel about what goes on after Pesach, and they said there's virtually no weddings, and I assume this is true, it's Das Yochid, but he lives there. There's no weddings very, very few weddings between Pesach and Rosh Chodesh Iyar. What happens in America? I said, what happens in America? Motzei Pesach until Rosh Chodesh Iyar, they try to stuff in as many weddings as possible. I'm sure in the old days it was not like that. People were much more guarded about how to behave during Sfira, let's put it that way.
I seem to remember when I was much younger, there used to be weddings during Sfira when a boy was drafted into the army and he wasn't going to be around. Right. So they would get married during Sfira and then he would go to the army. I think in Eretz Yisrael also sometimes.
Right, but that may be an exception. Maybe it's not nationwide. But my question is, wasn't there a period of time in America when it was almost unheard of to make a wedding after Pesach until Lag Bomer?
Right.
So we've now seen that
changed.
Right. And now we make weddings till Rosh Chodesh Iyar, until the very end of Rosh Chodesh Iyar. Mm-hmm. Good thing, bad thing?
Minhagim, they're all minhagim. Minhagim come and go.
Right. And is the 3 weeks regarded so much with more respect in the Sfira? I don't get that impression. I think people take Sfira as seriously when it comes to restrictions as the 3 weeks. But the 3 weeks you would think should have more of a solemn atmosphere than Sphira, right?
I would think so.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll take longer to start having weddings during the 3 weeks?
Don't know.
Remains
to be seen.
It certainly does. What would you suggest when someone feels they have an opportunity to be Makarev people who would appreciate a good Shabbos meal, but they know they're going to drive to that Shabbos meal? Is there any way to invite people, if you in fact know they're going to drive, to be there?
One would be in violation of Lifnei V'Lesitei Michshol if you mislead the person into believing that it's permissible to drive. Or if you give the person, he knows you're not allowed to drive, but you give him the ticket. You lend him an automobile. But if the people know that Orthodox practice is that you don't drive, or we tell them in advance, Orthodox practice is that we don't drive, if they don't know. So I'd like to invite you to stay over by me for Shabbos, the whole of Shabbos. And then they say they don't want to stay the whole Shabbos, they'd like to come part of the Shabbos. But I told them Orthodox practice is that you don't drive. So you're not obligated to tell them that it's a skila and a kores. You don't have to tell them the chaymer huisa. Once you tell them that the Orthodox practice you don't drive, so there's no violation of Lifnei Iver, you're not misleading them. And you're not giving them the ability, you're not enabling them to do the Avera. They have the automobile, they can drive to the beach, they can drive to the movies, they can drive to Philadelphia, they can drive wherever they want. So then there's no violation of Lifnei Iver, strictly speaking. So you can invite them to come on Shabbos. Rabbi Soloveitchik was very strict about that. He told the Rabbanim, if you know the Balabatim are going to drive to your home on Shabbos, you're not allowed to invite them, period. But many times there's a way to get around that. You tell them what the din is, you tell them what the practice is, you don't have to tell them it's an Isa Kores, and you're not enabling them, you're not misleading them, and neither are you enabling them to do the other. So strictly speaking, there's no Lifnei Iver.
May I ask you about the biggest mystery in Jewish life? Which is more chashuv, Chassan Torah or Chassan Bereshis?
I don't fully understand why. Rabbi Soloveitchik said that his father always wanted Chassan Bereshis. That when you begin, that's more important. I thought in the Shulchan Aruch they quote the Gemara, the Shmane Psuk M'Shabbat Torah Yachid Kariyos. It's a special din. The last Aliyah, Mezayis HaBracha, about the death of Moshe Rabbeinu, Yachid Kariyos. So there are 4 different interpretations in the word Yachid. So the Ramah quotes from the Mordechai, the interpretation, the Yochid HaMiyuchad, the most prominent person, the most learned person in the shul, should be Chassan Torah, that we read Moshe Rabbeinu passed away and Yeshua ben Nun took over. So the rabbi in the shul took over now. You can't say Rabbi Soloveitchik died, then there's no one to ask any shadas to. That's what a lot of people say. They don't ask any shadas to anybody because nobody knows anything anyway, because Rabbi Soloveitchik died. Moshe Rabbeinu knew better than Rabbi Soloveitchik, and he died, and Yeshua ben Nun took over. And Yeshua ben Nun died, so the local Orthodox rabbi took over. So I thought that Chassan Torah, according to that interpretation, they were. Chassan Torah is the bigger kibbutz. Chassan Bereshis is only a minig that you learn Bereshis on Simchas Torah. Medina di Gemara, you don't learn. That's a Hoysafah that you learn Bereshis. Medina di Gemara just learn V'zayis HaBracha.
So if someone wanted to buy you one of them, I should suggest Chassan Torah.
Yeah.
That's the one. Our community, I think, suffers, and I use that word only because the Balabatim often are the ones who are, well, maybe suffering is the wrong word. When it comes to Tircha Tzibura, I think there's a lack of balance between Kavanah in the shul and being careful not to be Matriach the Tzibur. And someone told me a story about the Vilna Gaon that the subject or the topic of Tircha Tzibur is so vital in our tradition that the Rabbanim even hesitated to implement a double parsha on a Shabbos because it would be Matriach Tzibur, but they had no choice because of the calendar. They had no choice but to institute. And someone told me the story of the Vilna Gaon, and COVID actually reminded me of this, where there was a blizzard in town. In Vilna, there was a blizzard, and there was no minyan on Shabbos. So the next Shabbos, they wanted to lane 2 parshas to make it up. Tzibur has an obligation to hear the laning. And The Vilna Gaon said that he would not allow them to do that without every member of the shul who was there being approached personally to ask, this is the story that was told to me, to ask, and Saba Eliyahu, we're ninth generation from the Vilna Gaon, to ask directly to the person, each individual person in the shul, are you meichel that we can go ahead and do this? That's pretty powerful. And I thought of this during COVID because there were people who were reading 6 parashios, 7 parashios, in order to do it. And I said, just make sure, I was trying to communicate to them, if someone just walked into shul and came into this situation Shabbos morning, that now you're reading 7 parashios, I don't know how fair that is, and look how the Vilna Gaon approached it. So I know that's an extreme example and a COVID byproduct. But what, in general, what can you tell me about Tircha Tzibura and what our obligation is when trying to service the community properly?
It's a consideration. They have dinim in the Gemara that are based on Tircha Tzibura. Okay.
Someone once, I was at a minyan, they had taken out 2 Torahs, it was Yom Tov morning, and I said to the gentleman, why don't you take the second Torah into the other room and roll it to the proper place for maftir so people don't have to wait. He said, no, it's very close, it'll just take 2 minutes. I said, oh, we finally have a shiur for Tircha Tzibura if it's 2 minutes or less. And I thought it was, somewhat inconsiderate of him because it's such a vital topic, but I guess there needs to be a good balance.
In the yeshiva, Rabbi Lichtenstein introduced, when he was still in America, introduced the practice on our Rosh Hashanah. They finished davening Musaf, it's around 2:30 in the afternoon already, it's late. So the Chayyim says that Sudas Yontav is a Surah Gedolah, and you're not permitted to eat a Surah Gedolah before you daven Mincha. On a regular week, they're going to eat a tuna fish sandwich or something. That's okay, even though you didn't daven Mincha. But Yontav takes a long meal, long time, Surah Gedolah. So we still have the practice. The small group stay behind after Musaf. Everybody leaves, and then we have a minyan, 20 people. We daven Mincha. So we leave out Avinu Malkeinu. So someone asked, but in the Siddur it says you got to say Avinu Malkeinu. So I said, do you know the reason why we don't say Avinu Malkeinu after Musaf? Because it's late and people are hungry. That's the real reason, because Tircha Tzibura. So if you're davening Mincha after Musaf, so they're hungrier, it's later. It's a half an hour later. So you certainly leave out Avinu Malkeinu. A lot of times we leave out tefillas because of Tircha Tzibura, extra tefillas.
I'm going to add that to my Tircha Tzibura story repertoire. That is a good one. That is a good one. I heard someone, I was somewhere and somebody was bragging about and to their credit, was bragging about the dedication that their grandson has to Torah study, which was, again, to be admired. I mean, they were bragging, in a good way, that their grandson is just, learning the entire time. And they said to me that the grandson has made a decision, he's not going to get a driver's license. So I said, why won't the grandson get a driver's license? I thought maybe it's, it's Bittul Torah, it takes time. Because if he gets a driver's license, then his parents may ask him to drive this one here, to do favors for them, and that's going to take away from learning. And I was curious what your reaction is to that story.
You have to be a little more of Mabrias. I don't think that's right. There's a mitzvah to learn by Hasmada. The Gemara has a machlekes, what's the definition of Hasmada by learning? But whenever the obligation to learn is when you have free time. When you don't have free time, there's no obligation to learn. It's not that eating a meal and going to sleep and making a parnas is such a big mitzvah that is derech the mitzvah of hagisa v'yom v'layla. The whole chiyuv in the first place, the Vilna Gaon says, the whole chiyuv to learn in the first place when you have free time. So whenever there's a mitzvah of kibbut aviyim, and whenever there's a mitzvah of chesed, gemilas chesed, to help other people, so you're not supposed to learn that time. That's not free time. You're mechuyev to do the mitzvah. A person's going to say he's busy learning, so he doesn't have to daven mincha, he doesn't have to prava seder. No. Limud has to be loyman amanas lasos. The person is only going to be learning and he's going to ignore the mitzvah of gemilas chasadim. That's not right.
There's a debate about where to say Elokai Neshama in the morning. Whether it should be attached to another bracha, or whether it should be, as most of our Siddurim have it, as an independent paragraph. And I've asked this question of Torah giants before, and there's different opinions, of course. I was curious, what do you think the right practice should be?
I thought that it said in Shulchan Aruch that it should be right after Asher Yotzar.
So if our Sidurim printed in a different place, Mimanavshach, still it has to be said at the right time.
I thought so. I think a lot of Sidurim do have it printed right.
Right,
after
there's
Asher
some,
Yotzar.
but there are many that have it after Birchas Torah.
Yeah.
Do you think there are different rules when it comes to sukkahs? Do you think there are different rules for those who live in private homes and those who live in apartment buildings? Is there a built-in tircha, a built-in sar, when one has to schlep the food up and down, and when eating in the sukkah is so much more inconvenient?
Yeah.
And we're both
okay.
apartment dwellers, I believe. So
yeah.
So it might be a weighted question.
In my apartment building, there used to be one sukkah for the whole building, and they had a lottery: who has the right to eat by the first shift, who can eat by the second shift,
Very
who by
familiar.
the third shift. Now the building has quite a few sukkahs, and you can eat. And the shul has a sukkah also, so you can eat wherever you want. Now there are no more shifts. Yeah, that's the obligation. 30 days before Yontif, you have to figure out where you're going to daven on Rosh Hashanah, where you're going to eat in the sukkah. Shloshim Yom Kodem HaChag, you have to start preparing in advance and figure out where's your sukkah going to be to make it as convenient as possible. Can't wait till sukkahs and then say, I'm going to start Potter Min HaSukkah. The closest sukkah is a mile away, so I'm Potter. That's what the 30 days is all about. You
Right, but when
when
one's closest sukkah is still a tircha.
Yeah. No, that you have to go to your children for sukkahs then, or go to your parents, or go to friends.
Are there any legitimate shidduch questions? I'm sure you've heard all the questions about shidduchim, whether they use plastic tablecloths, or what type of shoes he wears, and what he does or doesn't do on a daily basis, etc. Are there any legitimate shidduch questions? Are there questions that deserve to be asked and deserve to be answered truthfully?
Sure. I remember my wife read a shidduch with one of the boys in the yeshiva, with the daughter of a prominent member of Broyas. So the girl's father asked one question to my wife: if the boy will have a shaila, will he ask Rabbi Broyer or will he ask Rabbi Schwab? So she said, he'll ask my husband. So he couldn't say no based on that. They got married, they lived happily ever after, and they're marrying off all of their children now. It was a good shidduch. That's a good question.
Who will they ask their shaylas?
Who will they ask their shaylas to? Does the boy have a lot of boys, they learned in yeshivas, but they don't have a rebbe. They don't ask shaylas to anybody. That's not a good siman. There are questions that the boy and the girl have to discuss. There was one acquaintance of mine, a friend of mine, who got married. He was very picky until he finally got married. It took him, he must have been in his 40s, I think, when he finally got married. And then after he got married, he finds out that the girl doesn't want to have any children. That's what he was waiting so long to marry a girl. So he got divorced a week later. It was ridiculous. That they have to discuss that on dates, or they have to make sure that it's assumed, what's assumed, that you're interested in having children. The girl never mentioned it to the boy. She doesn't plan to have any children. You have to make sure that they're on the same level of religious observance, or they're striving to become more observant. Or if they both don't want to be observant, they gotta decide that before they get married. You're going to have one is going to be observant, one is not. It's going to cause friction. That's a very important question.
Rebbe, you and I over the years have had a conversation or two about Har HaBayit, Yerushalayim, Israel. You've said to me that as long as the Rabbanut has a certain position with Har HaBayit, you felt that rabbis around the world, or at least yourself, should fall in line with that position in terms of visiting there, etc., which I, of course, totally respect. I was just wondering, what do you think the role is of diaspora Jews in general when it comes to Yerushalayim? There are those who say if you don't live there, you shouldn't have an opinion, and certainly shouldn't publicly voice an opinion about what goes on there. Others have said to me, you know what? Maybe with Israel that's the case, but Yerushalayim belongs to all Jews, including those in the diaspora. What's your perspective on it?
I think it's important that the Jews and Chutz La'aretz should let their opinion be heard. I think it's very important. I think we do have the right to express our opinion.
Split the difference between Yerushalayim and Israel, or even the entire?
That's the Eretz Yisrael also, yeah.
And that would mean again, with all due respect, that when it comes to the Har HaBayit issue, we should also make our voice heard, whether it's in line with the Rabbanut or possibly not.
A shaila of halacha, so if the Rabbanut takes a stand, so we should try to impress upon the Rabbanut. Maybe they should change their position.
Right.
Okay. But we shouldn't openly disagree with them. The OU used to have a convention on Thanksgiving weekend every other year.
Right.
Good used to have every year, and the OU used to have every other year.
The election was always the OU president. They would
Yeah.
announce a new president.
Yeah. So I think the last two conventions maybe were in Yerushalayim. So I remember at one of them, I forgot already who the president of the OU was at that time, he said that the Israeli government, when they were talking about withdrawing from Gush Katif, from that section, they were only concerned about what the Orthodox Jews in America are going to say. And because the OU always had the policy, they don't take a stand on Israeli politics. So because of our silence, that's why they gave away Gush Katif. So the president said, from now on, we can't follow that position. It's our fault that they gave away Gush Katif. And all the rockets that they're sending to Eretz Yisrael from Gush Katif is all our fault. So he said at the next convention, which was also in Yerushalayim, he said, we can no longer follow that position. We have to let it be known what our position is.
Wow. Does it frustrate you how much disposable income is in the Jewish community and how it's being utilized, especially in light of how many people really need it?
That's what Moshe Feinstein once said in our Aguda convention. He once got up, that's how they say, he once got up and he said, they asked me, Shilas, they want to name a baby girl after a man. How do you convert a male name into a female name? How do you convert a female name into a male name? How come nobody ever asked me where to tell Lois Tzedakah? If I have X amount of money, and I only write shuvas when they ask me Shilas. So when he sat down, someone came over and asked him, how should I divide it? So he wrote a tshuva then about it. They ask ridiculous, sometimes he asks ridiculous Shilas, and the most important Shilas, where did distributed tzedakah to? They don't ask. They do on their own.
In general, what is your perspective on being guests in a foreign country? We spoke about Israel and the influence that we, and now you've really educated us in terms of the obligation we have to be involved in what's going on in Israel. I was not familiar with the OU Gush Katif story. But the way we behave as guests in a foreign country, it seems that compared to other times in our history, we've gotten very comfortable here in the United States. And I wonder if that strikes fear in you, if it's not a concern. What's your perspective?
We say in the Haggadah every year, the Jewish people, when they go into Golus, have to have in mind that we're only there temporarily. Sefer Hasidim says that a Jew in Chutz La'aretz should never build a brick building. You can buy a brick building, but you shouldn't build a brick building. A brick building means you plan to stay here for a long, long time. Unfortunately, many Jews in many communities build not only brick buildings, they plan to stay there after 100 years after Mashiach comes, with too much shakua and chutz la'aretz. What are we davening? We're always davening, please bring us back to Eretz Yisrael. We have the bravery to go back to Eretz Yisrael on our own. The doors are open. The Israeli government is inviting everyone to come to Eretz Yisrael. Maybe you won't be the multimillionaire that you were before, but you can lead a wonderful life there. I remember once, I tell this story to my students, I was once speaking for the OU in Los Angeles. They used to have Yom Yarchei between December 25th and January 1st. A lot of students in graduate school have off, and a lot of businesses are closed. So they used to have a whole week of shiur. Now they just have a weekend. But then years ago, they used to have a whole week. So I remember I was there for a whole week, and then I was taking a plane, an El Al plane, to go back to Eretz Yisrael. So the plane took a while till it took off. It didn't leave on time. I saw someone go from the business section to the back, to the washroom. He looked very familiar. I didn't remember exactly how I knew him. And then when he came back to walk back to the front, he stopped by my seat and he said, "Hi, Reb, how are you?" It was in my shiur 20 years earlier, whatever. So I remember he was wearing jeans and sneakers without any socks. So I say, what are you up to? What do you do for a living? So he tells me he's a radiologist. He used to live in Los Angeles, and he used to make $2 million a year. I can't count so high, $2 million a year. And now he is married with children. They all moved to Eretz Yisrael. He bought a home in the poor section in Savion, where the poor people live. And he only, in Eretz Yisrael, he only makes $500,000 a year. His wife cannot get used to living in poverty. He only makes $500,000 a year. I was going to give him a $5 bill. Nebuchadnezzar didn't have socks to wear. I was going to donate $5. And he says he came back to Los Angeles to try to get back his job in the hospital where he used to be the doctor. Make $500,000 a year, that's not enough. That's a little ridiculous. We all have a mitzvah to live in Eretz Yisrael. You have to provide chutz la'aretz with rabbanim. So that's Rab Soloveitchik used to say those in chinuch rabbanos are not allowed to leave. He was very upset when his children moved to Eretz Yisrael. He always used to say that anyone who's in chinuch rabbanos are fighting assimilation, fighting intermarriage, and they have to stay. They have to stay. He used to say the marshal that the general in the army is not allowed to leave until all the soldiers are accounted for. The captain of the ship is not allowed to leave until all the passengers are accounted for. So I used to laugh in my heart, what captain of the ship, what kind of Mishalom is giving? Then years later I saw that's the expression, the Maharam Shik has such an expression. One of his Talmid, the Maharam Shik, was the Talmud of Chassam Sofer, and they were fighting reform. After the Chassam Sofer died, reform got stronger. So the Ksav Sofer, the son of the Chassam Sofer, and the Maharam Shik were the main generals fighting reform movement at that time. So one of the Talmidim of the Maharam Shik, who had a Rabbanus in Hungary, didn't enjoy. He was successful fighting reform. He didn't enjoy. He was offered a rabbinical position in Eretz Yisrael in the late 1800s. So he grabbed it. They were going to give him a salary. He should sit and learn and pass Shados and give shiurim and shine. So that was great. So he was packing his belongings to move to Eretz Yisrael, and he sent a letter to his Rebbe, to the Maharam Shik. He should give him a blessing on the move. So he writes back, I can't give you a blessing, you're doing Shaloi Kedin. And he writes, when you were a student in my yeshiva, we had no right to draft you into the army to be a general, to fight reform. Many of your classmates went into business, but you volunteered, and you were a successful general. And he writes, the general in the army is not allowed to leave the front, and the captain of the ship, exactly word for word. And that's the letter, the Maharam Shik's tshuva, that's the letter that Rab Chaim Ozer wrote to Rav Kook. Rav Kook was negotiating with Rab Chaim Ozer. He should retire from Vilna. He should move to Eretz Yisrael. Rav Kook is going to be the chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael. Rab Chaim Ozer will be the Reish Kol Bnei Agoylo. That's going to be his title, chief rabbi of the rest of the world. And they had a home for him, they had an apartment, and they had a salary. Everything was covered. And he was going to come. And then the last minute, Rav Chaim Ozer sent him a letter. The letter is printed that the Rabbanim of Vilna say that he's still needed. He shouldn't leave chutz la'aretz. So he quotes this from the Maharam Shik, that just like the Maharam Shik said, that whoever is oisik in Rabbanis and chutz la'aretz. So many Rabbanim and many mechanchim in chutz la'aretz think that the world can't exist without them, and they're holding that's a little bit of a joke. Not everybody is so indispensable, as the expression goes in many different languages. Cemeteries full of all of those indispensable people, and the world keeps on going. But so you have to provide the communities in chutz la'aretz with some leadership, some rabbanim. But we all have the opportunity to move to Eretz Yisrael. We all really should. We really should. We're not going to make the $2 million a year, but we can make the $500,000 a year. We should get used to living in poverty. And $500,000 a year. It's not right. Now we have the opportunity to move to Eretz Yisrael, and everything there is fantastic. The high tech is fantastic in Eretz Yisrael. There's so much fantastic work that can be done in Eretz Yisrael. People getting Nobel Awards for all the things that they're accomplishing.
Rabbi, I hope you enjoyed this half as much as I did.
Very good.
And I thank you very much. And I give you a birchus hedjut, a birchus balabas, that you should continue to lead us with great strength for many years.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening and welcome. My name is Daniela Greenbaum Davis, and we're here for the third annual Unite to Heal event, raising money for Amudim, an international organization dedicated to serving community members in times of crisis. Amudim assists individuals and families impacted by mental health, sexual abuse, neglect, addiction, as well as other crisis-related matters. Your support is appreciated. I'm joined today by Dan Luxembourg, Rachel Kastner, and Montana Tucker. I worked with these three incredibly talented people on a project we'd like to tell you a little bit more about. Rachel, kick us off. You're the granddaughter of survivors, and this is not your first Holocaust-related production. Tell us about this project and what made it different than the others you've worked on.
Sure. Thank you, Daniela. And hi, glad to be here. My name is Rachel. I'm the granddaughter of 3 Holocaust survivors. And How to Never Forget is an incredibly unique project. There have been many Holocaust survivor projects, documentaries, films, interviews, testimonies, of which I've worked on a few different projects. This project is unique because it reaches millions. How to Never Forget is a Holocaust docuseries made specifically for social media with the amazing Montana Tucker, who we have here today. And it traces her journey as she goes back to Poland to learn about the Holocaust and her grandparents' survival. And she brings her millions of followers with her on the journey to learn about it. And I think there are a few unique identifiers that make this project just amazing. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. And I encourage everybody to go and watch it. Number one is that the documentaries that have been made in the past, they feature survivors, but rarely feature young people as well. So audience members who watch it maybe aren't feeling as connected, right? They're not seeing people that are in their own age group on screen with them. And I think it makes it much more relatable when you have an amazing, young, energetic, vibrant, positive person like Montana taking you on that journey. It's super relatable. And then the second is just that it's micro bite-sized clips. So anyone can watch them wherever they are. It's coming at you on the screen, on your phone, where you are in your regular day, and where most of Gen Z and millennials are spending a lot of time. So I think that that's 2 of the main identifiers.
So Montana, obviously there is no project here without Montana. It is the Montana Tucker How to Never Forget project. So tell us a little bit, is this the kind of content you typically post on your channels, and what made you want to embark on something like this?
Yes, well, first of all, I'm so honored to be here. And of course, all of this project wouldn't have happened without all of you guys. So thank you for being here. I think the content that people usually see from me is very uplifting, mostly posting fun dance videos, collaborating with a lot of fun different people. I have posted my grandparents slightly in the past, and I've shared that they're Holocaust survivors, but I've never really gone into depth about their story ever. And again, when I have posted my grandparents, it has been pretty lighthearted. So for me to do something like this was completely probably left field for my followers to see that. I've always been extremely close to my grandparents my whole life, and I've always known their stories, but it wasn't until I became an adult that I really felt that I wanted to learn more about their history. And my great friend Rabbi Schachter asked me if I have ever been to Poland and if I'd want to go. And I said, yes. And then he connected me with Rachel, and then connected me with you guys, and the rest is history, honestly. And everyone kind of told me before going on the trip about how hard it was going to be, but nothing can prepare you for that moment until you're physically there. And I have seen hundreds of Holocaust documentaries. I have learned about it in school, but I think that me physically being there just changed me forever. And I hope that people watching this feel changed forever as well. And I hope that they feel that, of course it's edited, but I hope they feel that it's raw and they feel like they're actually there with me. And it's not just like them learning from a history book.
So Montana, in the first 24 hours after you posted this project, you had more than 1 million people viewing it. For context, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum gets an average of 1.6 million visitors a year.
Wow.
Tell us a little bit about how that feels, just all of a sudden to be the person reaching the people that most need to be educated about this issue.
Well, first of all, I did not know that at all. So that is a crazy stat that I had no idea. I think just when talking in millions, like, so I don't remember who posted it, but somebody posted the other day about how many Jews are in America. The US is number one with the most Jews, and Israel is number two, right? And then France is number three, I think, and Canada is number four. I could be doing this wrong. We should check the facts for sure.
You're either right or very close to right. So.
Okay.
You're very
And
close
so
to
the
right. I
fact
think
is-
Israel just passed.
So I have more followers on TikTok than there are Jews in the US, which is such an insane concept. And then the person who I don't even want to name really that recently came out has way more followers than I think the amount of Jews in the world, right? So that's also an insane concept to me. And, you know, I was very nervous about posting this because in the past, when I have posted about my grandparents, when like I said, it's been very lighthearted of what I've posted in the past. I've had thousands of people unfollow me. I've had people write, the Holocaust never existed. They've written really negative comments towards me. So I was really nervous about posting this. And especially given the crazy time that we're in again, which again, we always had it planned to release these dates. And then of course, everything started happening in the world again. But I'm really shocked and honestly happy because this is exactly what I wanted, that people are opening their eyes to this in a different way. And I have so many followers that either didn't know about this or A, didn't know about my family's history, but B, didn't really know about the Holocaust because they're not really being taught it. So the messages that I've received from posting have been, I don't want to use the word positive, but they've been like grateful and thankful that I've posted this versus negative. I mean, of course, there were that handful of negative comments, but there was also something that I thought was really powerful in the comments. Somebody commented something negative, and then there started becoming a discussion. And a few other people started going in on it and commenting back and forth to each other. And by the end, the person who wrote the negative comment ended up saying, like, I apologize, kind of.
Wow.
And so I thought that was powerful because I think the whole point of this is to like open people's minds, right? Yeah. We're not going to tell somebody how they should feel, but at least open their minds and maybe see it from a different perspective.
Yeah. So Dan, unlike Rachel Montana and myself, you are the one person on this call that is not the grandchild of survivors, which I think makes your involvement in a project like this all the more important and all the more inspirational, because it's very obvious, it's very easy to see where the passion for the three of us comes from, right? We grew up on these stories. We feel this familial and national obligation to retelling them. Tell us a little bit about why you felt this was an important project to embark on and how you think we can activate other people, descendants of survivors and not, to commit equally to sharing these stories.
That's a great question. The reason why I'm taken aback is because it's so funny to me. I never even second guessed it. It's as important to me as anything else. And having lived in and been fully immersed in LA and the Hollywood scene, I've been a part of so many conversations with legendary executives and directors and screenwriters about how do we get, what's the next Schindler's List? Like that's where people are looking to. And even since Ava Stories, the social media scripted series that came out a few years ago, people have been wondering, what's the next story to tell? Every Jew in Hollywood has the urge to tell the next great Holocaust story, and I always had a different feeling towards it. I always had what's the way we could educate young kids about the Holocaust. And it's, one of the many reasons Rachel and I are friends, because we've been discussing this for years, really, about the Holocaust, about Israel, etc. And when this opportunity came knocking, the Israel, the Rachel, Montana, Daniela, it wasn't even a question. Soul Shop, bit of background, we are a faith-driven studio reaching young and diverse audiences of faith. The majority of our projects are focused on young and diverse Christian audiences. When this project came, it wasn't even a question if we were going to do it or not. It was, how can we make this the best possible vertical short form doc series that has ever been distributed across social media? And amongst the plethora of positive feedback that we've all gotten, one of the most the only comment that actually made me speechless, and for those of you that know me, mainly Rachel probably the most, I'm never rendered speechless. But so for someone to say that this project has changed the future of Holocaust education, period, touched me in a way that I never thought I could be touched outside of like my son being born. The Holocaust for someone who isn't a grandchild of survivors is, I can speak for myself, at least personally, there's no greater awareness campaign I want to be a part of. If I can articulate it through the lens of like a for-profit venture, this is the most important campaign to raise awareness for, and I'll never stop trying to innovate and disrupt and educate. And my wife pointed this out to me, even though I knew it, but I don't think anyone had articulated it. The fact that Montana is basically doing a 1 week takeover of her channels is so important, and we all need to take 1 second to like applause, or however anyone's watching. Montana, really, you're a hero. I'm not even kidding. And so I'm so eternally grateful for what you're doing for this project.
So one of the things that I think is really important to break apart, and kind of exactly what you raised, Dan, in terms of audience segmentation is as follows. So one of my many hats before producing in the Jewish space was working at The View on ABC. And one of the reason that politicians in particular are so eager to come on shows like The View is that they know the audience they're reaching is the audience that they actually have the potential to sway, right? You're talking to primarily women that are home at 11 a.m. watching TV. These are not, crazy political pundits who are already decided on every issue. These are people that are actually open to changing their mind. When I think about the Montana Project and why her audience is so important here, I think about this statistic in particular, and there are unfortunately a lot to choose from, but this is the one that really sticks with me. According to the Claims Conference, 20% of millennials and Gen Z in New York think that Jews caused the Holocaust. Now, we can talk about the number of Americans that don't know the word Auschwitz, that don't know how many people were killed in the Holocaust, that can't name a single concentration camp. And those are all astounding statistics on their own. But the idea that you could have 20% of an age group walking around thinking that Jews themselves caused the Holocaust tells me we need to focus our efforts on that population. Now, why I think Montana is, arguably the most important person to come into Holocaust education in the last, entire time we've been educating on the Holocaust, is because her audience is exactly that universe that needs that education. So Montana, tell me a little bit about this. Your audience, you've built up over the years, right? This wouldn't have worked if you hadn't come out and said, hey guys, I'm Montana Tucker, no one's ever heard of me, and I'm producing this project. Now, many a time when we work with influencers, celebrities, other people that, we hope will share stories or partner on projects like these, the first question we get is, what is it going to do to my brand? So talk a little bit about that. How does it feel to put yourself out there on something like this? And do you have any words of wisdom and encouragement to other influencers in this space who maybe have things to do here as well, but need a little nudge and a little love to feel like this is a project worth doing?
Yes. So I actually have a few friends who are in the industry who are Jewish and behind the scenes are very pro-Jewish and do everything in their community and celebrate the holidays and are part of Jewish organizations. And then when it comes to social media, don't post anything about it, but they post about every other issue going on in the world, which should be done as well, of course. But for some reason, when it comes to like something that actually applies to her or him in general, they have not done it. And I asked them, I was like, curious because I've had friends who get really upset over it and, say, why aren't you posting? I can't believe you're not doing this. But I calmly just said, hi, I just am curious why you're not doing this. And they've said that they're scared it's going to ruin their brand and that people might unfollow them or might not want to work with them because of that. And for me, I feel, again, like I said, when in the past, when I have posted about my grandparents, I have had people unfollow me. But for me, I'm like, if I'm going to have these people unfollow me, I don't want them following me. If they're going to unfollow me because I'm posting about my grandparents or posting about being Jewish, then I don't want those followers. And if it comes to business too, if someone's not going to do business with you because you're Jewish, then you don't want to do business with them. I don't care what the deal is. I don't care how much money it could make you. You should not want to do business with somebody because they shouldn't want that from you either. They shouldn't want you not wanting to do business with them because they're a person of color, a person of a different race or a different sexual preference. So I think that should never be the case of not wanting to be friends with someone, not wanting to be associated with somebody, not wanting to do business, not wanting to follow just because of that. Now, if they're a bad person, that's a different story. But based on just their religion, their ethnicity, their sexual preference, absolutely not. So for me, doing this, of course, in the back of my mind, I said, okay, I'm probably going to get some backlash. I'm probably going to get people to unfollow me. But to me, I don't care because it's more important to get this message out. And it's more important for people to come along this journey with me than worrying about if people are going to unfollow me. So
I think that's incredibly true and apt. And I hope that there are a lot of other people in your space watching this and thinking to themselves, okay, I have the cover, I have the inspiration, I have the ability now to do this as well. Rachel, one of the things that you mentioned earlier is how much of this project depended on the kind of precise editing that could take the many hours. I think we had over 100 of footage and distill them into these, tiny bites and, that were shareable on social. One of the places that I feel like there's a disconnect between the people in our community that sometimes have the resources to make projects like this happen, and the people doing the work that, actually enable projects like this to happen. I find there's often a disconnect where we'll go out and we'll say, we have this idea. We have a creator like Montana willing to use their platform. We have the story. We want to do something. By the way, it needs to be under 2 minutes. And you'll get feedback from people, definitely in a certain generation, who'll say, TikTok's terrible, Instagram's terrible. We just need these people to watch the 3-hour story. How do you respond to that? And how do we go out there and convince the generation of people that is empowered to make more projects like this happen, that TikTok and Instagram are tools to be used, not, necessarily industries that are ripe for disruption in our space?
So my first feature documentary was a full-length 55-minute documentary about the Holocaust, about my grandfather's survival story. And for the past few years, I've been bringing it to schools and showing it to high schoolers, middle schoolers, some universities. It's typically the school takes an hour-long break during programming related to Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah, or Kristallnacht. And we'll do the 55-minute film, and then we'll have maybe like 5 to 15 minutes if they extend it for Q&A. And what I was noticing over time was that kids are getting bored. Like, attention spans are not long enough to watch a 55-minute documentary. And if you can't get your point across in a shorter amount of time, if we're not innovating the way that we tell our stories, along with the way that people are learning to consume stories, we're just going to lose interest. So I think that the most powerful thing, Montana and I, every day after an episode goes up, have been looking at like the comments, sending each other the best ones. I've sent some to you, sent some to Dan. Like, I think that the response, the numbers are just going to speak for themselves. To have a project go viral with over 1 million views and so many thousands of comments and shares and reposts within such a short amount of time, for the comments to be so meaningful and powerful, and so people like spilling their souls and emotions in these comments saying, you really moved me, I'm going to learn more about the Holocaust, or I once met a Jew. Like, those words mean a lot. And to me, that is the proof. Like, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is out there. This was a pilot. This was a test of, can we tell these kinds of stories on this platform? And to me, already with episode 1, it was a huge success. And I'm sure with the next few, we're just going to see it more and more. So collecting kind of those comments, seeing how this project lives on, they're not going anywhere. So it's only going to grow with time. That's how we're going to continue to make projects like this in the future. And I hope that everyone telling stories will gravitate towards kind of more conventional bites, because a 55-minute documentary sitting on a shelf is not going to do any impact.
My name is Yehuda Greenberg. I grew up in a very frum, Orthodox household. I went to good yeshivas, good schools, had good grades. I was going to be the next Gadol Hadar, the next Rav. And then over the years, things, started to fall apart. I didn't feel in place. I felt out of place, whether it be in social settings, in family settings, school settings. I just wanted to be okay with myself. I wanted to be okay with my family, who at that point, our relationship was strained, obviously. They wanted a path for me that I didn't want for myself, or didn't know what I wanted for myself, but I knew that I wasn't comfortable with what I was doing. So I started smoking weed. And, I was accepted into a new social setting amongst peers that smoked weed, and we had fun. And over time, that then led to other, drugs, substances. Over time, I had developed a habit of taking prescription medications that were unprescribed and included opiates, benzodiazepines, and along with that came a lot of alcohol. One thing led to the next, and the drug usage got worse over time until I developed an addiction, both physical and mentally. But the most important thing about it was that it made me feel okay. And I would forget the day come nighttime, and come the morning time, I had something to look forward to. Emotionally, I think the best word to describe it was numbness. There was no emotions. It was just me living in this alternate universe that there wasn't emotions. It was so empty. There was nothing there. I still remember vividly, it was a Friday night. I was at a friend's house eating Shabbos dinner, and a gentleman that was part of my father's shul, he sat me down and he said, maybe you should think about getting some help. And for the first time, I felt there was somebody wanted to help me. Somebody understood what I was going through. It was eye-opening to me. And I said, sure. Come Sunday, he called me. He said, I spoke to an organization on your behalf. It happened to be Amudim, and he said, we procured a treatment center that you could go get help. And he said, this is when your flight is. Do you want somebody to fly with you? I was in shock. I was nervous, fearful, anxious. I said, no, I'm okay. I was a big boy. I said, I'll fly by myself. It was in California. I went to Chabad Treatment Center. I went not knowing what to expect, and it was the best experience I ever had. It was a place where I belonged. There was no judgment. That for me was the most important thing. It was feeling that I was a part of something that I never felt before. And throughout all this, the healing emotionally began, and a lot of it started with the community, but a lot of it was being okay and comfortable with who I was and who I wanted to be. When I got out of treatment, I then started case management work at a hospital detox. And that's really where things started coming together for me. My job was to talk to people and get them to treatment. That was my job. Having those conversations and just opening their eyes to what life can be, and also leaning on my past experiences, it just made it a lot easier. Seeing somebody go from point A in their lives, even to point B. It doesn't have to be A to Z, but getting them into treatment is the most drastic thing I can do to help somebody. Just like somebody did it for me, it's something I love doing. And I built my self-confidence, and people started to lean on me for, whether it was a ride to work or whatever it was, people leaned on me for something. And now I got married, which is my biggest dream, and God willing, starting a family. And my parents, I'm forever grateful. I think they're very proud of what I've done. I don't think I would have been on this path or journey had an organization like Amudim not existed. The second they got that call, there was no obstacle. There was no, how much is it? When is it? Let's get him help. I think that was one of the biggest things Amudim did for me, was giving me that ability to say, you know what? I'm ready, I want to get help, and the rest was taken care of. I'm forever grateful for Amudim, for what they provided me, and the impact that they made on my life will stand with me forever, wherever I go. And the impact that they make on other people's lives, and I see it on a daily basis, is instrumental in helping people get better and helping our communities really get better.
Impact.
Just to piggyback off of that for just a moment, because Rachel's spot on. The message to get across to those folks, Daniela, is those 3-hour PBS documentaries shouldn't go anywhere. They're actually great once you whet your appetite, right? Viewing habits, consumption habits have changed. That's just statistic, it's fact. People are going from network to streaming and streaming to social. It's just like every single graph will show you that. And for the folks that are not taking short form content, social distribution channels, folks like Montana, seriously, they're doing a disservice, because for the 1,400 people, they're going to watch their documentary, but they can pat themselves on the back because they made a nice 3-hour documentary. They're just putting impact aside. And the fact that you have these heroes, not using another word, like Montana, that are willing to share their story with their audience is not something to take for granted, is not something to scoff at, is not something to think about, right? You have an unbelievable team here, right here. So honored to be a part of this team. We're willing to tell, you can put this on Netflix and people will still watch it. It's Netflix quality content. We just chose a better distribution channel.
Now, Montana, some people go to the camps once and it's more than enough for a lifetime. Zach, who viewers will see in future episodes, has been there, I don't know, well over 100 times, I would guess, which is an incredible undertaking in and of itself. I'm not sure emotionally I could handle that. My question to you is, would you ever go back? Do you think, seeing the success of this project, you would want to yourself become the educator who brings people from your industry back, who shows them the experience for the first time, who sees other people being hit with that experience for the first time? Or is your position on this, as mine is, by the way, so very much okay if it is, I've been there, I'm not sure I can handle it again, and I have the video now, so we can go back?
That's a crazy question, because no one's asked me that yet. But it's interesting because being there, there's so much other footage that we didn't get to fit into these 10 episodes from me going to Auschwitz, because the whole trip was, for sure leading up to Auschwitz. And obviously, knowing my grandma's stories so exact and like standing in those exact spots, it was extremely hard. And Zach is an angel on earth. Literally. He's just, unreal. We still talk all the time on WhatsApp. He's the best. But I asked him how many trips he's gone on since going with me. I think he said 4 more trips, and we got back not that long ago, 3 or 4 more trips he's been on with different groups of people. So that being said, it being, the hardest experience in my life, if there was an opportunity to go back, or if it would influence people to go back, if that was the reason why people would want to go, if I would be there with them, then I would do it. If that's the reason why people would want to go see it and to experience it with them, because if that means that more people are going to experience it and know it, then yes, absolutely. But again, it was extremely hard. But I think now, after going, I think I know maybe how to prepare myself a bit more after physically being there, versus before I just heard the stories and I didn't actually physically go there. So yeah.
So can I maybe share, Daniela, a unique moment from on set that Montana just reminded me of?
Please.
So we actually had a full production crew with us, with Montana, myself, and her mom on set. Everyone except for Montana, myself, her mom, and Zach were not Jewish and had never been. Some had little knowledge of the Holocaust, some had more. But obviously nothing from what you hear before prepares you to be in Auschwitz. And we went to Auschwitz on our last day of production. And there are a few different places within Auschwitz that really, really stand out. One is a specific part that feels more like a museum. It's an open air museum, right? You're walking around the actual barracks, the actual areas, where Montana's grandmother was, where my grandfather was, where so many other Jews were. And there are many places that you can go that stand out when you're looking through the book of names to find your family members, or when you're walking through the barracks or the bathrooms. There's one area that really feels like a museum that has several rooms filled with artifacts. So one room has specifically glasses, like the million, maybe thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of glasses that were stolen from those who came into the camp. Another has the suitcases. Another has the hair of the men and women that were shaved. And that building is unlike any other place on earth. It's really, 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 really difficult to walk through that building. I've been there twice now shooting, and a few other times, and I felt almost like I was a little numb walking through it. And when we walked out of the building, Montana was with her mom walking ahead. I was already walking with Zach to the next location. I turned around and I saw our crew like taking a break. Like they were all separated, standing like 5 feet away from each other, facing outwards outside of the camp. And I like called them over. I thought that they were just giving us a minute. And when they turned around, they just were all crying. Each one of them was completely red in the face, crying one after another. And I realized in that moment, like I thought they were giving maybe me and Montana and Zach a moment, but they were taking a moment because it was so impactful. And obviously that is like a place that really like drives home like really the horrors of what happened there. And it was so special to make that project with a team of survivors, Jews, and also non-Jews who are learning about the Holocaust in depth for the first time, when most of their projects are nothing about this topic. And I think like not everybody's going to get to go there in person and have the experience that crew did, but the millions of people watching on Montana's channel will now get to even get a taste of it. And I just think that story is like, stands out to me as one of the most impactful moments of that whole production.
Yeah. Look, I think something else that we haven't gotten into yet is where responsibility comes in. And I think to your point about bringing in non-Jews into telling this conversation, this story, it's a huge part of it. You know, everyone on this call is under 30. And we all talk about we're the last generation and the survivors are dying out and this is your last chance. But now that's really true. I'm working on a separate project right now, and it's been really, really difficult to source a certain number of survivors that are able to speak both lucidly, that are physically able to get to a studio and that, you know, have enough memories of their story to share. And even 5 or 7 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. So I think we're coming into a different part of this conversation, which is we really are at that point now where the mantle has to be passed, where survivors are not really able, at least going forward, going to be able to be the ones sharing their stories. So Rachel, Dan, Montana, really, this goes out to anyone. What does that sort of kick in the gut that not only is this something, you know, each of us obviously feels is important, but this kick in the gut that there's no choice if we care about sharing these stories. There's no choice anymore to not be the ones taking it on, because we really are the last generation who has experienced relationships with survivors in real time.
Yeah, I think for me, both my grandparents always, you know, as far as I can remember, always went around to all the schools. We're from Florida and always go around to all the schools and share their stories. My Zadie especially, he always made sure everyone knew he was a survivor. He would meet anyone and he would let them know that he was a Holocaust survivor, and he'd wear a pin that said never forget and never again. He would never take this pin off. And it was really like his mission and goal was to educate, kids and people from around the world to never forget. My grandma as well. And then my grandma now suffers from Alzheimer's over 14 years. So my Zadie passed away 3 years ago. My grandma is still alive now, but she cannot share the stories at all. And so that's why more than ever, I feel like both my mom and I feel it's both of our responsibilities. But especially me as a grandchild and having this platform, I feel like it's more of a responsibility than ever to share these. And I know that, again, like I said, it was always my Zadie's goal was to keep these stories alive. And it's interesting that that's like the slogan. We kind of say it, I don't know if it's considered a slogan, but like at the end of each episode, share these to keep these stories alive, because that was extremely important to him and both my grandparents.
I think that really hits the nail on the head. Like we mentioned earlier, I'm not the grandson of any survivors, but being in these conversations with folks that work at all these organizations that are trying to teach younger generations about the Holocaust, either how to equip them to continue educating their friends or how to just educate either young Jews, young non-Jews, etc. We don't have time. We don't have time to waste. We don't have time to argue about whether or not social media is an effective tool. It is. Kids aren't going to sit in movie theaters. They're not seeking Holocaust-related content on the traditional streaming platforms. But folks that aren't looking for Holocaust-related content follow Montana. And so that she's posting it and giving, and I'm a new parent, relatively new. I have to give my kid medicine when he doesn't want it. And that's kind of it. We're just dressing up the medicine to taste really good, because the content's really good, unbelievable storytelling. And it's this sense of we are the last generation. We don't have time to waste. We have to continue innovating, telling the story, being on the front lines, penetrating news feeds with content that is true, with content that is effective, and with content that can educate everybody.
Rachel, from a production standpoint, from a creative standpoint, what selfishly, for those of us on the panel, do we want to tell the people watching this? What do we need to make this happen 10 more times, 20 more times?
I think first and foremost, we need brave influencers, celebrities, songwriters, actors, etc., who are willing to tell these stories, not only of their grandparents, grandchildren of Holocaust survivors, although that's made this specific one so impactful that we got to hear from Montana about her own grandmother's survival and learn about that with her. So that's the first most important thing, is that this is their project, right? We created this with Montana to tell Montana's story in the way that is authentic to her and that her audience is already loving and connecting to her about. So that's the most important thing. It has to remain genuine and authentic, and therefore it has to be creator led. That's the most important thing, right? It's really easy to try to turn it into something that it's not, a documentary or branding or whatever we see out there. We see lots of content out there that's aligned, that's trying to tell the Jewish story, the Holocaust story, etc. But if it's branded as a big Jewish organization and it's not being created for a content creator's platform, they'll smell it, right? People love Montana because she's authentic and genuine and inspiring. And so that was something that Dan and I worked really hard on in the editing creative process, was to make sure that it was edited, but it still felt like Montana, right? It still feels like Montana is telling the story, not anyone else is telling it for her and placed her here and told her what to say. And it really wasn't. It's the most genuine. We went there with a plan of where to go and wanting to tell the story of the journey, but we told exactly as it happened. So keeping it as genuine as possible. And the second is completely leaning into the platform, right? Again, we can't make a documentary and then cut it into short slices for TikTok. That wouldn't have worked. This is working because we built it based on what we know is true, which is that there are certain types of content that do really, really well on Instagram and TikTok. And we're going to lean into that. So even in coming up with a title, Dan and I were like, we have to come up with something. And the title totally came from Dan. Like, we had to come up with something that sounded like a TikTok trend. So we were like spitballing there. And even I'm not a huge TikToker, right? So like, and that's where Dan beats me in the Gen Z game. So
I'm obsessed with TikTok.
so like, once we came up with a title that really felt like that, then it was also about the creative. So like, as I was coming up with creative with our editors, it was like, how do we make sure that it looks like any other TikTok when you're scrolling, right? So that it doesn't, I don't want to pass over it. It looks exactly like something else that I might watch on Mantiana's feed or in my feed. So like every single detail was planned. And I think that like the last piece is like, trust creators and trust young people, right? Like the fact that we're all under 30, we're the ones that are making this, like we're the ones that know the platforms. We're the ones that have been waiting to tell stories like this in this medium. And like, we're gonna do it, right? Because we have that kick in the gut and that responsibility to do so.
Look, I think one of the reasons that we on the production side, we're so excited to work with you is you bring the proof of concept, you bring the deliverables, you bring the ROI before the project starts, right? We see how your videos do, we see the engagement you have, we see the respect your followers have for you. And so the ability to work with someone, with your audience, with your platform, who genuinely has this story, this connection, and wants to use it for good to share it, is already kind of makes our job very easy, right? We didn't really have to do very much. I think what's been so heartening for us to see is you can see the ROI. It's tangible. You can see the number of people. Again, like 1.6 million people visit the Holocaust Museum a year. 1 million people watched your first episode in its first 24 hours. Then you talk about reaching beyond that audience. You know, Good Morning America was so excited to have you on, and your conversation with them, I thought, was so important because it bridges the gap. It shows people that using TikTok as a platform primarily is important because it reaches the young Gen Z and also like the weird interstitial space between Gen Alpha and Gen Z. But it also has the ability to then translate to this more mainstream older audience. It's resonant with people. Obviously your bite on GMA, you know, really made it go viral on a whole different level. So to close us off, I just want to say a huge thank you to you and to ask you, going back when you first agreed to do this project, when you first kind of iterated and created it in your head, has it turned out the way you expected? And what would you say to yourself about a year ago, if you could, about what this experience would be like?
Well, first of all, thank you for saying all of that. I think, again, I've always, like I said, I've always been so close to my grandparents and known that I had to like do something. I don't think I knew in the capacity of what it would come to. And I think, again, we had so many conversations, like a year ago about us going and about us doing this. So for it to finally happen. And even after getting the edits, I mean, I've watched it a million times. I still cry every single time and over every single episode. And I have watched it literally a million times. But to see other people have that same reaction from it is, I think, what's most special about it, because of course I can feel it because it's my story and my family. But for other people who either are Jewish, to be so grateful about this, but again, for people who are not Jewish, who genuinely have zero attachment to this project whatsoever, for them to have these reactions, I think is just so incredible. And I think that's kind of the point of this all. It's, yes, this is for the Jewish people, absolutely, but this is also for everyone, so that this can never, that everyone can never allow this to happen again. For the Jewish people, yes, but also for every other ethnicity as well, and race and religion. And so this is something that is shown, because again, the Holocaust, this is something that I definitely want to add, because I feel like I haven't shared this as much, wasn't just the Jewish people. If you were a person of color, if you were a person, like if you were just someone that was different than what the Nazis imagined, you were also a part of this. So that's something that needs to also be shared. And I feel like we didn't really share that enough. So the fact that all different groups of people are really like feeling moved from this project, I think is all we could have all ever wanted. And like, you know, this is only the beginning. We have a lot more to come. So
well, Dan, Rachel, and especially Montana, thank you all so much. Thanks to everyone watching, and thank you for your continued support of Amudim.
Thank you all.
Thank you
so much.
When thinking of all the different aspects of Amudim, locations where people work in Europe and Israel or even throughout the United States or what divisions they're in, the common denominator is one thing: heart. Everybody in Amudim is doing so with their heart, and that's what makes this so special.
Amudim is an emergency stop for people that feel alone in the world, that are dealing with problems that they're embarrassed to deal with, that they've been keeping private for years, and they're suffering inside. And they're comfortable to know that we're here to help them 24/7 for whatever they need. We are here and will always be here to help them. And they should never, ever feel alone and never embarrassed of any problem that they have. Amudim has their back. Amudim is a Hatzalah for mental health.
There are people that have said to me at times, you know, you're like a firefighter, all your staff, you're dealing with the emergencies. Yeah, that's true. We are currently firefighters. However, at the same time, we need to focus on the prevention aspect and the awareness aspect so that A, we can try to avoid having these issues come to us later on, or getting earlier help, early detection, early treatment.
Education and teaching kids, you know, what's okay, what's not okay, is the best prevention for getting them into something. You know, when they're faced with something that they've never seen before, it's very difficult to, you know, to know how to handle it. And there's peer pressure and a million other things that are going on. But if you give the child the tools to know how to deal with something when that issue comes up, you know, whether it's abuse or drug abuse or any other thing that can be going on, when it's something that they've heard about before, then they know how to deal with it when the issue comes up.
The example we always use is if you had a ledge and people were falling off the ledge, so you built a hospital at the bottom. That's very nice, you're gonna take care of them, but why don't you just build a gate before anyone falls off? Catch them before they fall.
Prevention is a crucial piece in human service. When we want to help people, what we call chesed, we want to, first and foremost, be able to prevent the worst things from happening in the first place. Everyone's going to deal with challenges, but we want to mitigate how intense and difficult those challenges are.
Anyone here at Amudim is familiar with this. They realize that if the children are our future, then healthy children equal a healthy future. It's not an overstatement to say that this is about the future of Klal Yisrael. This is about having healthy, well-adjusted students to bring the next generation moving forward.
We really have been able to get so many students help, whether it was bringing them to the school guidance team, whether it was referring them for outside help. Over the years, there probably have been thousands of students that we have gotten into help for whatever they're dealing with, probably much faster than they would have gotten help otherwise.
We mitigate those intense difficulties from happening that can sometimes rip at the fabric of what we believe healthy and humane society should be, of what we believe Jewish community should be.
We're here for the end goal of creating a better world for everybody.
Amudim is the oxygen of Klal Yisrael. We couldn't exist without Amudim. From my perspective, Amudim deals with all of the things that you don't really want to know about in society. I think a lot of people are confused, you know, what does Amudim mean? What do? They really take care of a lot of underlying problems that a lot of folks don't want to talk about. And that's the beauty of Amudim. It's sort of a clearinghouse for any type of problem, particularly very sensitive problems relating to abuse and addiction.
What makes the Amudim staff so amazing is just the drive to help. We're talking about issues which are not popular, no one else wants to deal with. We're talking about issues which communities often are not as welcoming to talk about and to deal with. And there's a lot of challenges in trying to be the people who are helping address these issues. And despite all the challenges, despite all the roadblocks, the staff, they don't give up, keep plugging away. The fundraising is absolutely crucial. As far as those in the trenches, no one's in it for the money, but at the end of the day, our work has costs and we need your help in order to keep doing what we do.
is presented by Amudim and powered by our friends at Charity Bids. Holy Squares, you've been introduced to our incredible celebrities. We have two wonderful contestants with an unprecedented contestant matchup going on up here, which I'll explain in a moment. And we are ready to play. You know the rules. It's a simple game of tic-tac-toe. Each one of our contestants will choose a celebrity. We'll ask that celebrity a question. They'll agree or disagree and determine if they get the specific square. And once somebody has either diagonally, up and down, or straight across 3 in a row, they will be the winner of that game. At the X podium, we have Shamdi Bosch. Welcome, Shamdi. At the circle podium, we have Avrami Bosch. Welcome, Avrami. Unprecedented husband and wife going up against each other in Holy Squares. How do you like that? We had a coin toss backstage before the game, and the X was chosen to begin. All right, Shamdi, who do we go to? Which celebrity for our first question?
I'm going to choose Barry.
All right, Barry Mitzman, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
A pleasure. Here's your question. What American Midwest city became known for having the first Jewish hospital in America?
Oh, I thought it was multiple choice.
Not this one. An American city in the Midwest known for having the first Jewish hospital in America.
Surprisingly, you know this answer because I used to volunteer for an outreach organization that their region was actually the Midwest region. So I would have to say Chicago.
Okay, that'll be Chicago. Okay, Barry says Chicago. Agree or disagree, Shamdi?
I don't think Barry knows what she's saying, but I would have guessed the same thing, so I will agree.
And the answer is Cincinnati, and Circle gets the square. And we move on to Avrami. Avrami, choose a celebrity, please.
Okay. I'm going to go with Daniela in the middle.
Hey, center square. Daniela
Center
Silver
square.
of being our center square. Hi to you. Boston dietitian Bertha Wood said Jewish children were high-strung, overexcited, and irritable because their diets had too little milk and vegetables and too much what?
Okay, so I would say that she is correct because they don't have enough candy. We all know that all of our children on Shabbos eat lots of candy, and even though we think it's a lot, it's not enough. So our kids need more candy, more kiddush, more junk, and they will be healthier.
All right, Avrami, what do you think?
Okay, well, I would like to discuss about the whole, first of all, kosher restaurants, it's all about the dairy. Everywhere we go, dairy is so much easier than meat. So I think that doctor's wrong to begin with. So I actually don't think that candy is what he was referring to. So I'm going to disagree.
All right, the answer is pickles. So Circle gets the square.
Pickles,
And
my
now,
favorite
Shamdi,
snack.
Where are you going to go? I have a feeling you know the answer to that.
Yeah. Meitar.
Meitar Al-Gaza, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
We have a question for you, and here it is. According to Tribe, what is the minimum number of followers one needs to qualify as a micro-influencer? What is the minimum number that one must have to be a micro-influencer? Do you have an answer?
I do have an answer. So this past year, I was actually featured in a movie, and I was confused as to how an actress at my status could eventually get to the point where paparazzi are following me. So I actually inquired with a paparazzi father company, and they said the minimum amount of followers you need in order to be qualified as an influencer to be followed, in the streets and be photographed is 10,000.
Answer's 10,000.
10K followers.
What do you think, Shandy?
So if I agree and she's right, I get an X?
That is correct.
And if I disagree?
And she's wrong, then you'll also get an X.
I disagree.
The answer is 3,000. X gets the block.
Yes!
We move on to
Shady for the
Rummy.
save. I agree with that.
Rummy, go ahead. What do you got here for us? Which
I
celebrity?
forgot to think strategy for a second. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go to Elizabeth.
All right. Elizabeth Sutton, welcome to the show.
Help me out. Come on.
Thank you.
What does the S in NCSY stand for? What does the S in NCSY stand for?
The S in NCSY stands for students, because honestly, I would always just go with whatever anyone's saying. The answer is not right, because by process of elimination, we're not going to be right. And I'm not going to, like, if you're smart, you would go with whatever. For all these answers, what we are not saying is my gut feeling on it.
Wow, this answer came with a bunch of game advice. I like that.
I'm very confused.
All right, the answer is student. Agree or disagree, Rummy?
Students. How many students do they have in that institution?
NCSY?
Yeah.
I would assume tens of thousands at this point.
Tens of thousands. Maybe it is.
I participated as a student. Yeah, I was a student.
So if you were a student and you probably didn't attend so much, so it probably doesn't mean for students. So I'm actually going to disagree.
The answer is synagogue. National Conference of Synagogue Youth and Circle gets the square. And now, Shandy, I think you only have one option. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm double trapped.
Yeah, you're double trapped, as they say.
I'm double trapped.
Tic-tac-toe lingo.
How am I losing? Okay.
She always wins this stuff.
We're going to own this.
Who do you want to go to?
Let's go for Cammie.
All right, Cammie Buskila, welcome to the show. The question is, when a recipe calls for a pinch, about how much is needed to make a pinch? How much of a real measurement is needed to make a pinch?
I'm gonna say, because I'm a big baker, cooker, all that stuff, and I know that baking is pretty exact. So when they say like a pinch of salt, I've actually put it into a measuring spoon, and it's 1/4 of a teaspoon.
Agree or disagree, Shandy?
I'm debating if it's a 1/4 or an 1/8. I'm going to agree.
The answer is 1/4 of a teaspoon, and X gets the square. And now Rummy.
Saved by the bell.
If Rummy is a smart tic-tac-toe player,
Hold on, where do I want to
he'll
go?
know who to choose.
Wait. Help me, Nachum. I can't see what's it. Okay. All right. Esther Freeman, help me out, bail me out, help me win this round. Let's go.
The pressure's on.
Yeah.
All right, Esther, you're all set?
Yeah, here we go.
This is a question if people know their food and their history. In the 70s and 80s, there was a very popular restaurant in New York called La Différence, a French restaurant. It was located in what legendary Manhattan hotel? La Différence was located in what legendary Manhattan hotel?
So, I am from Miami, but I have visited New York many times, and I have been in many different hotels in New York, and I currently live in New York. But this is a very unassuming question, and I'm going to say that it is in the Marriott Hotel.
I'm going to agree.
The answer is the Roosevelt Hotel. X gets the square, and now Shandy has really turned things around. Where are we going, Shandy?
Okay. All right. Who's it going to be? Mayan, are you going to help me out here?
Oh, no.
Don't choose me?
All right, so Mayan is our choice. With 487 million Instagram followers, Cristiano Ronaldo is the world's #1 social media influencer. What line of work is he in?
Oh, gosh. I'll say fashion.
Shandy, what do you think?
I definitely disagree.
The answer is he's a very, very famous soccer
Yeah,
player.
I knew that. I actually knew
And that
that.
means that Shandy wins the round.
Yeah!
Congratulations. And we have another game coming up, and we'll see Shandy again. She'll take on the winner of the next round coming up right here on Holy Youth Squares. to Round 2 of Holy Yid Squares, presented by Amudim and powered by our friends at Charity Bids. We have 2 new contestants up here. The winner of this game, of course, will go up against Shandy, who won our first game. Chayla Kaufman is at the X podium. Chayla, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All excited?
Oh, yeah.
All right, excellent. And Sivia Cohen at the Circle podium. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
Both of you are set to begin. We had a coin toss backstage. Circle won that toss, which means that Sivia is going to choose the first celebrity. Where do you want to start?
Okay, I'm going to go with Danielle.
Danielle Redoff is our center square. Welcome to the show. And here we go. By weight, what is the most produced crop in the world?
This is like right in my wheelhouse of things I know. So this is great. Anything food related, amazing. And the most produced crop in the world is corn. It's actually used for like much more than just food. It's used for fertilizer and soil and building things, and the husks are used, and it's grown in all regions, all over the, well, not all regions, but all over the world in many different regions. And that's my answer.
Sivia, agree and disagree?
Oh boy, okay. She said that really confidently. So either she's just really good at making stuff up or she's right. So I'm going to agree.
The answer is corn. Circle gets the center square. We move to Chayla.
Thank
Chayla,
you,
who's our
Danielle.
next celebrity?
You're welcome.
Okay, so in tic-tac-toe, when you take the middle, that's the best one.
Oh, boy.
What's the second to best spot? I'm going to take Elizabeth Sutton.
Here's the question. The question is, after water and tea, what is the most commonly consumed beverage in the world?
So I'm going to have to go with milk. We all drink it. We have to. If I had to include certain populations, I'd love to say in America it's soda, but in the world, I'm going to have to go with milk.
Kyla, agree or disagree?
I would say coffee. So I'm going to disagree.
All right, the answer is beer, and X gets the square. You were right. And good move. All right, Sivia Cohen, where do we go?
Okay,
Which
so
celebrity?
let's see if I want to double trap Kyla. I'm going to go with Cammie.
A lot of tic-tac-toe talk there. All right, Cami Buskila, we have a question for you. The earliest known music recording was a song sung in what language? English, French, or Spanish?
I'm gonna go with French, only because I feel like opera is like in that European language, and a lot of songs are in French that we sing to our children, like nursery rhymes. So I'm gonna go with French.
Sivia, what do you think?
I'm really just guessing. I'm going to agree.
The answer is French, and Circle gets the square.
Thank you, Cammie. Wow.
Sivia's got himself set up nicely. Let's see how Kyle is going to play this. Which celebrity are you choosing?
Maytar.
Maytar Algaza, welcome to the show.
Hi, Maytar.
To combat the effects of overfishing, an Upper West Side synagogue announced in September that they'd be banning which fish from its Shabbos Kiddush menu?
Well, I do know that herring has been used. They're farming herring now because there was a shortage, and being that this is synagogue related and herring is the primary fish you'd find on our table, I would say herring.
Kyla, agree or disagree?
I agree.
The answer is lox, and that means Circle gets the square. Oh, but does not win the game. We are playing by the traditional Hollywood Squares rules. Let's take away that circle. In order to win the game, you must earn the square. By the way, 4 days later, the ban on lox at that shul was taken away because of the uproar that it caused among its membership. All right, Sivia, for the win, who are you choosing?
Can I choose Maytar again?
You certainly should choose
Okay, there we go.
Maytar again.
Let's get this.
That is the most effective strategy in this case, that's for sure. Maytar, as we get older, does our tolerance for pain increase or decrease?
Okay, so this is a deep-rooted one. I know from research that our tolerance for pain actually decreases. We find things a lot harder to deal with. We find things our struggles become a lot harder to endure, and it's because of as we get older, our narrow-mindedness and our self-awareness sometimes we're not as self-aware as we were when we were younger. And also our fears get more intense as we get older because of our worldly awareness. it does, trigger our fears. So I will say that our tolerance decreases.
All right, tolerance for pain decreases according to the answer. You want to agree or disagree?
I am actually going to disagree with this
The
one.
answer is it decreases. X gets the block. And now we go to a completely different game for Chayla Kaufman.
Let's go.
This is an interesting turn of events. Should I start guessing who you're going to be choosing?
Okay, Esther, that's you.
Esther Freeman, you ready for this one?
I would say it's because I'm blonde that she's choosing me.
And I love your music.
That's pretty funny.
Thank you.
All right, no help from anybody who's in Israel. Esther, you're not in Israel now, are you?
No, I'm in New York.
Okay, no help from anybody in Israel. What is the value of Israel's highest new shekel note? The currency in Israel is a new shekel. What's the value of the highest, the largest denomination of new shekel notes?
The highest denomination? This is a tricky one because I don't live in Israel right now and I haven't been there for a couple of years, but I'm throwing you off your game, aren't I? I'm going to say 1,000 shekel.
What do you think? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
The answer is 200 new Israeli shekel. I hope the people in Israel actually can confirm that, because that's what we have.
No, really, I really should.
And that means that our victory goes to Chayla Kaufman. Congratulations. And Chayla is going to be taking on Shandy in round number 2, actually round number 3, the championship round of this game coming up if you keep it right here at Holy Yid Squares. Welcome back. It's time for the championship round of Holy Yid Squares. We've got two amazing contestants up here. Shane D. Bosch is to my right in the X podium. Shane D., you all set for the championship round?
Yeah, we're going to kill it.
I know you want to. All right, tell me about Amudim and what it's like for you to be here for this great cause.
I'm so happy I have the opportunity to be here. Amudim is doing such incredible things for our community, and it's just so amazing to know that we have support. If anyone needs anything in the mental health areas, it's just so nice to have Amudim have your back.
They are amazing. Chayla Kaufman, you all set for the championship round?
Yes.
What are your thoughts being here with the Amudim organization?
So it's wonderful to be here. I know Tzvi Gluck and Amudim for many, many years. And watching the growth throughout the years it's outstanding. I'm proud to have witnessed so much growth and so happy to be here to contribute my little bit. And I'm so excited to do what I can to help Amudim.
All right, now everybody put on your game face because it's time for a championship play of Holy Yid Squares. We did have a coin toss backstage, and Chayla, the circle podium, is going to be going first. Chayla, where do we start?
Okay, let's start with Amy.
All right, Amy, you all set?
I'm ready.
Here is your question.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Here's your question. Everyone knows that the diamond is the hardest precious stone in the world. What's second after the diamond?
I would say the black onyx is second after diamonds.
Chayla, agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
The answer is sapphire. Circle gets the square. We go to Shandy, who gets to choose a celebrity. Go ahead, Shandy.
Okay, Elizabeth, you got me?
All right, Elizabeth, here's your question. Topping out at around 2.2 million on the Scoville scale, what is the name of the world's hottest pepper?
Oh my God, my son is obsessed with this. Wait, I actually know the answer, and oh my God, I buy them for him in Cheetos. You need to give me a second.
Sure.
He's gonna, oh my God. No, this is, I actually know the answer to this one, and I'm forgetting right now. I need to call a friend, like one of these cooks. Oh, I'm not kidding. No, you know what's really bothering me? He talks about this all the time, and it's like, what the heck is wrong with me? Oh my God.
We're waiting for that aha moment.
No, it's gonna kill me. I need to call a friend. I need to call my son.
You want to guess? Maybe think in the annals of your hot pepper experience?
Just let me know if it's a guess, you know what I mean?
It's none of the ones that I want to say, and it's really bothering me. I'm gonna say habanero.
All right.
I don't even know
that.
I'm gonna disagree.
The answer is the Carolina Reaper. That is the hottest.
Oh, my son talks about this all the time.
And that means X gets the square, and Chayla is going to choose a celebrity.
Trying to think. I'm going to go with Danielle. Hi.
Danielle Renoff in the upper right. Here we go. The question is, on March the 18th of 1922, Judith Kaplan made history by becoming the first American to celebrate what?
On March 18th, she became the first American to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
Kyla, agree or disagree?
I disagree.
The answer is her bat mitzvah. And Circle gets the square.
I was going to say Kaplan's pretty Jewish. I mean, St. Pat, Irish. But Daniela, that was great. That was great.
Shandy, what do we got?
All right, let's do Barry.
All right, we go to Barry Mitzman. Barry, all set? Here we go.
Ready.
I am giving a little disclaimer that one might consider this to be a trick question. I don't know if that's going to help you or not, but just keep that in the back of your mind. And here is the question. After Cheerios and Frosted Flakes, respectively, what's the third best-selling cereal in the world?
See, I know this because I have two tiny little humans who demand cereal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I gave my children breakfast, cereal, and then my son asked me to put some in a bag for him. And it's not a trick question because you say Cheerios, but that's basic Cheerios. We're talking Honey Nut Cheerios, sir.
Agree or disagree, Shandy?
I had no idea what was going on, but once you said Honey Nut Cheerios, I'm so with that. I agree.
And the answer is Honey Nut Cheerios, and X gets the square.
I thought Rice Krispies
And
for
now
sure.
Kyla's got some strategy to think of.
Oh no. Or Danielle?
Daniela Silver, are you ready for your question?
Let's go.
And let's go is right. And here it is. In which
Oh no, that was so silly. I have two X's. Oh my gosh, I just noticed the screen.
What you meant to do.
Can I? Yeah. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm going to let Shandy win the car. She thinks she's winning a car. So let's just do this. Let her see there's no car.
You've made
Danielle.
our judges backstage. You've given them a big sigh of relief. They don't have to deal with whether Meitar or Daniela should go. All right, Daniela, here's the question. Which country has the world's largest aquarium? Which country on this globe has the world's largest aquarium?
I'm going to go with the United States. I think they're the biggest, best, let's say, United States.
All right, USA. Kyla, what do you think?
I'm going to disagree.
And the answer is China, which means
Yes.
Circle gets the square. You're set up for a victory unless Shandy can grant this victory first. Where should we go, Shandy?
We're going to have Meitar win the game with me. Let's go.
All right, Meitar, here we go. The pressure is on, and here's the question. What's the largest known mammal in the world? What's the largest known mammal in the world?
I do believe there are mammals in the ocean, so I'm gonna say that the largest mammal is the whale, because I do remember reading that and then, testing myself. Okay, yeah, I think the largest mammal is the whale.
So I have the same debate in my head. I think that's what I also remember from 5th grade, so I'm going to agree.
Well, the answer is blue whale, and that is going to qualify according to our judges, which means X gets the square. Shandy Bosch is our champion of this game. Thank you, Kyla. Thank you, Shandy. Thanks to all of our celebrities. And thank you all for watching. More Holy in Squares is coming up.
One tremendous benefit that Amudim provides is particularly when people are in a time of trouble, they flounder. That's when they're the most alone. The time that they need help the most is somehow when people find themselves the most alone. Their support system isn't sure how to help them. Their friends might be a little uncomfortable with whatever they're going through, and they're alone. And that's when Amudim steps in and provides a pillar of support. At the time when people find themselves alone, Amudim is there to support them. Amudim, it does the substantive work that we all need to be done. Amudim goes and does it. Salaries need to get paid, rent needs to get paid, medical care, it all needs to get paid. So money is, for better or worse, it's the lifeline of an organization. What the organization does, that's what's critical. It needs money in order to be able to do its work.
I can't stress it enough how many people out there are hurting and how many resources there are for you. Making that first call is so hard, but that's honestly the hardest part. Once you make that call and you can get it off your chest and you can share and you can begin to see the fruits of your labor, that makes all the difference. Understand that there are so many people out there just like you, so many people you wouldn't believe, but we're here for that exact reason. To be able to guide you, to be able to advise you and connect you with the people who can help you on your positive journey.
Amudim has its hands full, but we're very proud of the work that they're doing because, in my eyes, they're game changers. They've changed the awareness across our community, and good things are happening and bad things are decreasing, are happening less. The difference between before Amudim and after Amudim in this area is revolutionary. Things that used to be swept under the carpet almost by necessity, because nobody knew, when you don't know how to deal with something, the most convenient approach is to just ignore it. We don't know how many instances of abuse 20 years before could lead to eating disorders and substance abuse and alcohol abuse and all these kind of things, how much are related to abuse that took place decades ago. So if we're preventing that now, we're saving lives not only in today, in the here and the now, we're saving lives decades to come.
Welcome, everybody. It's time for Holy Yid Squares, presented by Amudim and powered by our friends at Charity Biz. My name is Nachum Siegel. We have an array of great celebrities, as you heard during the introductions. We have two fabulous contestants, and we are ready to start this brand new round of Holy Yid Squares. To my right is the founder and the leader of Amudim, Rabbi Schachter, and he's in the X podium. And to my left, the circle podium, is the king, the legend. Wouldn't you agree, Rabbi Schachter? Absolutely. And that's, of course, the Rabbi Gluck, who was so instrumental in so many things, too many, countless to mention in this short introduction when it comes to being an Askin, when it comes to being a real community leader, which he has been doing for the last, what should we say, 70 years?
About
60 years?
More than 60.
More than 60 years, somewhere in there.
About 65.
Rabbi Gluck, a pleasure to welcome you to the show. I hope you're excited about the game.
Definitely.
There we go.
You're an expert at this game, right?
I'm an expert at every game.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. Let's have fun and let's help the people that need it.
Well, you're in the tic-tac-toe game, you're the circle, and Svi is the X. And we're going to but don't worry about that. I'll help you along with that. It's not
don't worry, we're playing tic-tac-toe.
All you have to do right now is choose one of these 9 celebrities to begin our game. Which one do you want?
Shlomo Levinger.
Here we go. Shlomo, in the bottom left. Welcome to the show. Are you all set?
Thanks for having me. I believe so, yes.
All right. We'll start with this one. The world's oldest living dog is this breed of dog. The world's oldest living dog is what breed?
Okay. Do I get multiple choice or I have to just answer the question?
You're not getting multiple choice on this one. I mean, come on, it's such an easy question.
I do think I know the answer. But I was just wanted the multiple choice to see if I was right, but I do believe I'm right. It's actually funny. I'm a magician. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I was doing a show the other day, literally like 2.5 weeks ago. Someone asked me, somehow dogs came up, this person had a pet, and actually this was part of the answer. So I actually do know this. The answer is Dalmatian. That is the oldest. That is the answer.
All right, the oldest living dog you say is a Dalmatian. Rabbi Gluck, you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
You disagree. The answer is Chihuahua, and circle gets the square. And we move on to the next. I do have to mention, Shlomo, you knew, after I knew who you rooted for in the World Series, is no, I was starting with an easy question for you.
Exactly.
You knew that. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
All right, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, choose a celebrity, please.
We're going to go with Joseph Gittler.
Joseph Gittler, center square. All right, welcome to the show. Joseph, name the snare drum cymbal crash effect that's used to punctuate a punchline.
Ooh. Okay.
Name the snare drum cymbal crash effect that's used to punctuate a punchline. What do we call that?
Ba-dum-bum.
What do we call
I believe it sounds like this.
What do we call that?
I know the sound, but I can't come up with what it's called.
You want to guess? You want to give it a try before? It looks like you have people around you who are very anxious to jump in here, but nobody jump in, please.
An exclamation point. That must be the answer.
An exclamation move on the drums. Tzvi, what do you think?
I gotta say, we always tell people, if you don't know, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know.
Not in this game.
But I guess in this game, we always know.
Not to say.
Right, but in this game, we always know. So, based on that, and if I'm wrong on this one, this is going to be really funny, but I will disagree, respectfully, of course.
The answer is the rim shot, and X gets the square, and we move on. Rabbi Gluck, let's see, what would be a good place to go to? Well, actually, anybody in the left side would be good. Anybody in the bottom would be good. Choose one of those celebrities.
Ellie Leibovitz.
Ellie, you all set?
Yeah, I think a comedian would have known the last one.
I would hope so. I would hope you've heard of plenty of those in your life. Ever since 1927, this annual recognition of global game changers has featured everyone from Mark Zuckerberg to Henry Kissinger, Adolf Hitler, and Ayatollah Khomeini. This annual recognition since 1927, what's it called?
See, it's interesting because every time this is so polarizing, especially these days, half the names on the list, I would be like, oh, that's probably not something they should have gotten in hindsight. But I'm going to go with Time's Man of the Year or Person of the Year.
Rabbi Gluck, do you think he's correct or
No, incorrect.
The answer is Time Man of the Year, and X gets the square. And now Rabbi Tzvi Gluck has himself in an amazing, amazing strategic position.
I would agree, except the person who's, who I must call upon now has got to have my back on this one, if for no other reason, because I love his father. So I am going to call on the illustrious Harav Herschel Schachter Shlita's son, Harav Hagayin Yummy Schachter, to help me with the win.
Does Rabbi Schachter know he has a son who's a Rav Hagayin? Does he know that? I'm just curious. Okay, so in short, we're going to Yummy for the win. And Yummy...
And I hope Tzvi Gluck knows that Rabbi Schachter's son doesn't know as much as his father knows. Would you like to choose someone else?
Here, let me prove it. Ta, do I think I know more than you?
Definitely.
Okay, at least we can admit it.
Nice setup. It took a while to get there, but a good setup, I must say. All right, Yummy, we've got a question for you. And don't worry, Yummy, I'm using the proper list for this question. All right, the question is, when a German talk show host asked this United States comedy superstar why Germany didn't have anyone as funny as him, his response was, well, of course not. You killed them all.
This is one of my favorite stories of all time. And actually, I hate name dropping, but I was at lunch with Dave Chappelle, and Judah Michelle's going to laugh right now. And it's very hard to tell a guy in comedy a joke or a story that they never heard, especially about one of the comedy greats. But when I told them the story about Robin Williams being on German talk radio and being asked by the host, why do you think comedy in America is so much more popular, and why do you think it's not so popular in Germany? I believe his response was, you ever think that you killed them all? So I'm going to go with Robin Williams. And I'm also going to tell Tzvi you picked the right guy for this one.
Tzvi, you asked him to have your back. What do you think? Agree or disagree?
You know, when I used to watch the show as a kid, not with my father, obviously, soll sein gesund, there was always multiple choice. This is getting a little, but I'll say this.
We've discussed we may have to go with a balance of multiple choice.
Yeah, the balance
questions,
is
but
almost
see.
like, the balance like everything else in life.
But you have a guy who's really confident about the answer. Why even worry about multiple choice? You have somebody who's telling you, I got your back. Tzvi, the victory is right there for you to grasp onto it. What do you want to do?
You know, Yami, I am going to agree with you for more reasons than one. Probably a few million reasons, considering how amazing you're doing and helping us with this campaign, and as have you done in the past, so that we can do what we do. So based on that, I am going to say agree.
Okay. We got to the answer. The answer is agree, and the answer is Robin Williams. Reb Tzvi Gluck, please congratulate your father in participating, and please tell him what his consolation prize is. Come on.
So, first of all, thank you for playing, and I have to ask you for Mechila. I apologize that I won. Out of respect, I shouldn't have. But I will join you for dinner.
There you go.
As a consolation prize for playing and trying to do what you can to help us, help Amudim, help others.
Rabbi Gluck.
Thank you.
I'll accept that offer very graciously, and I really appreciate it. And Tzvi, keep on the good work. Sei gesund.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Gluck. Always a pleasure, to say the least. And thanks to you as well, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. More Holy and Squares coming up. Round 2 is coming up, and then Tzvi will take on the winner of that round in our championship. Just keep it right here on Holy Yid Squares. Welcome back to Holy Yid Squares. It's time for round number 2 of our game. Holy Yid Squares presented by Amudim and powered by our friends at Charity Biz. And we've got a great contest shaping up. 2 wonderful contestants and, of course, 9 great celebrities. At the circle podium is David Kushner, Director of Government Relations for Amudim. David, all set for the
Good to
game?
see you as always, Nachum.
Same here, thank you. And David Weingarten is at the X podium. He is the Director of Project Teal and Intern Supervisor at Amudim, and they're going to be playing against each other. The winner goes up against the boss, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, who won round number 1. Backstage, we had our coin toss. X starts, and that means David Weingarten. It's time for you to choose a celebrity.
I'll start with Mayor K, straight in the middle.
Mayor K! All right. Welcome to the game, sir.
Great choice.
I think everybody thinks that. We'll start with this one. In Aish.com's roundup of the 25 funniest Jews in history, who describes the difference between comedy and tragedy as follows? Tragedy is when I cut my finger. Comedy is when you fall into an open sewer.
That's a very, very great question. As you guys know, I'm in the entertainment business for quite some time, and though I do crack some jokes here and there, I wouldn't consider myself a comedian per se, but I'm very well versed in this world. I mean, Ellie Leibowitz is here, a good friend, and others. But to answer your question, that's a fantastic lead up to a great startup to this show. And I would say to answer this properly would be the one and only Marx Brothers.
Okay, the Marx Brothers. David Weingarten, what do you think? Wow.
I love comedy, but this is a tough one. I should have picked the comedian for this one. That would have been great. Okay, I'm actually going to disagree.
The answer is Mel Brooks, and the center square becomes an X, and we move on to David Kushner. Who are you choosing?
I would have chosen Mayor K because I was looking to get a haircut out of this in the middle of the street. But I guess I'll go to our good friend Yisrael Abasor.
All right, Yisrael, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
The question is, this comedy legend, lots about comedy. I guess everyone thinks that you guys are very funny. This comedy legend likes to describe Yiddish as German with phlegm. Who is it?
Oh, I'm going to go straight with Woody Allen.
Woody
Allen. One of his classics.
David, what do you think?
Unfortunately, Yisrael, I have to disagree with you. I know that's rare, but in this case, I have to disagree with you.
And the answer is Billy Crystal, and Circle gets the square. We move on to David. David, who are you choosing?
I'm going to go with Judah.
Judah Michelle, welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
Baruch Hashem, nice to see you, even in this forum. Another comedy question, my gosh, we're on such a roll. Why not stay with it? A 1998 Eish Torah Learnathon at UCLA resulted in a sit-down between Rabbi Daniel Mechanic and this very Jewish comedy genius. He asked Rabbi Mechanic to prove the existence of God. Who is that comedian?
I was a madrich in Eish Torah during that year. It was a Jerusalem Fellowship winter, and the answer is Larry David.
All right, David Weingarten, agree or disagree?
Another Aish question and a comedy question. I'm going to agree. I'm going to go with Larry David, because going with Larry David, when has that ever gotten anybody wrong?
The answer is Larry David. X gets the square. David Kushner, where are we heading to?
Well, we got to try to block David Weingarten from winning this. So I'm forced to go with, and not unhappily forced, but I have every confidence in our good friend Shlomo Levinger.
You know he's best friends with the Houston Astros, the enemy. You know that, right?
Listen, you already beat the Phillies. You can't beat me. Can't beat us twice in 1 week.
I hear that. All right, here we go, Shlomo. Your question is, what is the most expensive publicly traded stock in the world? What's the most expensive publicly traded stock in the world?
Okay, so this is probably a great question for Yummy because this is probably up his alley. But I would have to say, I actually have stock in this myself. I'm going to have to go with Apple.
The answer is Apple. Do you agree or disagree?
The answer is absolutely Apple.
And the answer is Berkshire Hathaway, which means X gets the square. But according to the rules, you cannot win the game by default. You have to actually earn the square, which means that David Weingarten, I would assume, is going to choose. I mean, this.
Yeah, I think I would go with right. So I can pick the same one, right?
Of course.
Shlomo Levinger, right?
Got to go for the win here.
Pull some magic, right?
Here we go, Shlomo.
I'm getting a lot of airtime here, and I'm not getting a lot of questions right. So let's see how this goes.
Interesting. A very important hint for the contestant. Thank you. George Washington was born and died in what state? In what of the 50 states George Washington was born and died? Which one?
I mean, it's got to be Delaware, right?
He's answering Delaware. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
The answer is Virginia, and David Weingarten wins the game, and the big championship round is coming up. Stay tuned. We have the big final round of Holy It Squares coming up. Welcome back to Holy It Squares, presented by Amudim and powered by our friends at Charity Biz. My name is Nachum Siegel. It's time for our championship round. David Weingarten, you remember him. He's in the X podium and the circle podium, the leader of Amudim, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. I hope it's not a problem in case you beat the boss.
Have to see him at work tomorrow, so
You
this
know,
is going to be a lot of
it's my
fun.
greatest nachas when the employees do better. You
All
know?
right.
We want to see them grow.
That's good to know in advance. David Weingarten, please choose a celebrity.
I'll go with Kalman.
Kalman Samuels, welcome to the show. And best regards to our friends at Shalva. I hope everybody's doing well.
All is good, Nachum.
Thank God. The British call them solicitors. Here in the United States, we know them as what?
Lawyers.
Agree or disagree? He said lawyers.
I agree.
He agrees. X gets the square. We're off to a great start. We go
Not
to
Mishalachim? Right, good thing you didn't ask me.
I was going to say, in the field of nonprofit, solicitors is fundraisers.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for today. So, I don't know. Institutional advancement, development, expand. We got all the... Judah, you want to come work for us?
Talmud, I didn't know if it was an appropriate question for you. Now I've been proven right. What do you want?
By the way,
it's all about building.
I have a new joke for you.
You have a new
what
joke?
do you call a collector's son-in-law? Do you know that one?
No.
A Masholach son-in-law is called the collector's item. Okay, rim
very
shot.
cute.
Joseph Gittler, that would be a rim shot right there.
There you go. Rabbi Gluck, go right ahead, sir.
I think we're going to go with Elon Smith. Elon, you got to help me out here.
Elon, center square, pretty prominent if you ask me. Welcome to the show. And here's your question. Fun fact for people who enjoy cleaning for Pesach. According to a study by the National Science Foundation, this is the dirtiest room in the house. What is it?
My kid's bedroom. Part that between the kitchen and the playroom. I'll go for the playroom.
He says playroom. What do you say, Rabbi?
So let me ask you a question. Elon, are you home for Pesach or you go away?
I'll go away.
So that's a good reason.
I'm here for the 2 weeks before Pesach.
So I'm going to say I disagree.
The answer is the kitchen, and after all, that circle gets the square, the center square.
Elon was coming with the comeback, though.
Lowell Evinger, take notes.
David Weingarten, where to?
Okay.
Which celebrity?
I'm going to go with Ellie.
All right, Ellie. What do Canadians call a 5-cent piece?
Well, I actually, me and Yummy had coffee in Toronto when I was there a few years ago, and you know, I know that the Looney and Tooney pieces are a 5-cent piece, so I'm actually going to go with a nickel.
All right, agree or disagree, David?
Ooh, I know nothing about that. All right, Ellie, I'm going to agree with Ellie.
The answer is a nickel, and that means X gets the square, and
Wow.
now Rabbi Steve Gluck has got to increase his strategic method. I know, the irony. Look who's going to be picked.
How does that, I mean, like, seriously, this is a setup. Okay, I'm going with Rev. Kalman Samuels again. I'm sorry. Can we move the squares over?
I've checked with the judges. That will not be possible.
Okay, in that case, I am going to go with the leader of charity bids, Rabbi Schachter.
Yummy, how does a lamb become a sheep? How does a lamb
become a sheep?
Become a sheep?
It's a good question. But while I think of the answer, I just want to point out that because I'm terrible at trivia, I did come up with another idea that I think I'll be better at. This game inspired me to create the first ever Mishpacha approved game of Guess Who with only men. I'm looking at all these squares and I think we're onto something. But anyway, how it turns into a sheep, I believe when it turns 1 year old.
Rabbi Gluck, agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think that's the answer.
How does a cat turn into a mouse? What was the question?
Lamb becomes a sheep.
Lamb becomes a sheep. 1 year.
By the way, I was going to go in the whole
yeah.
Shach's lamb for Pesach thing,
Exactly, and I was waiting for that, you know.
Yeah.
Just the thought of it is nice. Go ahead. Agree or disagree?
You know, I'm very, very torn. So, Judah, nobody's looking. Quickly, shake your head. Judah's laughing. I'm going to say I disagree.
The answer is a lamb becomes a sheep when it turns 1 year old. But in order to win, you must earn the square. Yeah.
I'm having a sense of deja vu.
Give me the questions.
I'm gonna go with Yumi.
All right, Yummy. Ironically enough, who can win the championship round for David Weingarten? It is Rabbi Schachter.
Was he last time also for David?
No, he was not. But Yummy, I need to be really good in trivia right now.
His plans to reinstate the Sanhedrin never happened, but Napoleon did offer a handsome prize to anyone who can come up with a cheap and wholesome substitute for this food item. What was the food item?
Brain, horseradish.
Answer's horseradish. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
The answer is butter. Congratulations, David Weingarten, who is our Holy It Squares champion. A big thank you to all of our celebrities. Of course, a big thank you to our contestants. Congratulations to all the winners. Big thank you to Amudim. They are presenting Holy It Squares and so much of this amazing programming. A big thank you to Charity Bids, who power this entire operation. And of course, a big thank you to our friends at Flow Motion here in Brooklyn, New York, an amazing studio to work with. A shout out to Dove Friedman, and a big thank you to you, our audience, for watching and for contributing. Keep the trivia going and join us on the next episode of Holy It Squares.
Hi, and welcome back to our programming. We're here on behalf of Amudim, Unite to Heal. The website is unitetoheal.com. I was just informed last year we had over 1 million people watching the programming throughout the entire day and a half of programming. So we definitely want to see if we can do a lot better than that. And they raised $6 million. Now, if the lottery just the other night can go from a few thousand to a few 100,000 to 1.9 million, and the Jews can raise 6 million, so we definitely have to see if we can do a lot more than that. So head over to unitetoheal.com and please support everything, all the amazing work that Amudim is doing. Welcome back to our show. We had a program last year called Off the Record with some amazing producers, arrangers. This year we decided to take it up a notch. It is my privilege to be here in the studio and bring this to you guys. Some of the biggest names back when there weren't singers every other day dropping albums. There was Mordechai Ben David, there was Avram Fried, there was a guy called Karl Bach, maybe a few other groups, but individuals, there was very few. And we are fortunate to have with us some of the first individuals, superstar singers, who grew up in choirs back in the day, launched their own solo careers. First off, we have Shirley Williger with me. We have Shlomi Dax, I'm sure all of you know.
Pleasure to be here.
And composer, producer, and arranger and choir leader, Yitzi Wald.
What an honor.
So, I mean, the fact that I'm here in the room with you really speaks volumes. I had each and every one of your cassettes. Now, you produced Mendy Wald's albums, as well as Ira Heller and many other singers. So I had Mendy's first album, which I'm sure was probably your first big production at that point, right?
It was my production, but I mean, I was involved in albums before that. Swilly.
And Swilly's album, Hu Klal. I had a cassette for that.
His real first.
Yeah, the voice of a new. It was the voice of a new generation before the millennia, and then One Day at a Time, that big striking pink cover with that clock over there.
Who was first, Shlomi or Mendy?
I actually think you were first.
No. Who was after I came out with?
After you,
Klal,
I think might have been Mendy and then Shlomi.
Mendy.
So I think I have all the albums. You worked on Mendy Wald's album, I believe. That was probably your first big production.
Mendy Wald was my first big production, but I worked with Swilly and Shlomi prior to that. Swilly, I was involved in the album. I composed, I believe, 6 to 7 songs.
So I have Mendy's album at home. I found it today. Swilly's, of course, the voice of a new generation.
Right.
So that, of course, had Hu Klal on there and Tata.
And now your voice is probably of a new generation as it
it
changed after you reached that next level in life. And Shlomi's One Day at a Time, that strikingly pink cover with that alarm clock on it.
That's right.
Malach and Chamal and One Day at a Time, of course.
It's crazy. And
Yera.
So Yitzi produced Mendy's album, and Yitzi was a new producer at that time. Yerachmiel produced your album. You were... or his name was on the production.
Correct.
And Yerachmiel you were the first solo act that he produced at that time.
Correct.
And Yochi was a new producer at that time.
You really did your homework.
We're talking about 7 to 8 years before Shweki even released his debut album.
More than 7-8 years.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about when the time the album came out. Yeah. The album came out in '94. I think Shweki came out in 2001.
Yaakov Shweki grew up on our music.
That's true. Right. We all grew up on your music.
It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty funny when you talk to singers nowadays. You know, you meet Benny Friedman, Eli Marcus, Mordechai Shapiro. They grew up on everything that you guys sing.
It's actually humbling when I meet a lot of them and they tell me that they grew up and were inspired by us paving the way for entertainers who have talent to put out their music. It's very humbling and it's a wonderful feeling. It really is.
So recording an album, as we know, is a very big expense, even today. That's right, 2022, 2023, it is a big expense. How big was it for the two of you, and then we'll come back to Yitzi, but how big of an expense was it for you guys to even consider, getting the money together to record an album?
Right, so even, 28 years ago, it was still in the $60,000, $70,000 range to produce an album. That's even before you put away money for advertising. You were looking at it wasn't a $25,000 story.
And you didn't have that proof that, I can make it back by performances.
No, not at all.
Because it didn't exist yet.
Correct.
Shlomi?
So I had a very unique story where right when I was coming out, somebody new entered the business and changed the entire business, a game changer. His name is Izzy Taubefeld, Oliver Shalom, Sameach Distributors. Mm-hmm.
And Yochi put me in contact with him. We had a meeting, the three of us, at Gidon Levine's studio.
GYL.
In Borough Park, GYL
Not
Productions.
Flatbush.
And we met, and he was such a special person. And Yochi and I basically convinced him that I might be the next big thing. And he was looking for a new guy to put out. And believe it or not, he did something that was unprecedented. He wrote me out a check that covered the entire expense of the album.
Yeah.
And he in return printed, I think, 10,000 CDs, or then it was cassettes and then CDs.
Later CDs, yeah.
And we hoped that he would run out of them and then order more, and the rest is history. And it was such a relaxing to know that you didn't lose money and you already had your money up front. It was unprecedented. But albums were a fortune. Like Sully said, $75,000, $80,000 it cost even then.
I still remember I came to Borough Park from Montreal for Hanukkah, ran to 13th Avenue, grabbed a cover of Country Hustle magazine, and the skinny guy is sitting there on the cover smiling at me.
With my big tinted glasses.
Big tinted, that's right. Surely. So you didn't have the right connections then.
It was a few years before then, because when Izzy Tablefeld Oliver Shalom did come into the business, I had the same thing. But I put out one or two albums before that.
Make It Right or not?
It was, I'm not sure which album, but it was
We Can Make It
Right.
Right.
So he did cover,
Oh.
the expenses, and obviously Baruch Hashem, he did make back the money. It was a decent investment at that time as well. So
there was one advantage back then.
Yes.
There was a lot less copying in terms of
because you had
CDs.
You had to get a double cassette recorder.
Right.
Buy a blank cassette,
and
put
copy
it in, press record and play at the same time, let it play itself out, then flip them over and do it again.
And it's interesting that you're bringing that up, the difference between today and yesteryear. I tell that to performers. I tell them, on one hand, we were very few, and we were busy, and we were all over the place. Today, you have many, many more entertainers, many more singers, but today it's a different world. The only way a song, Huklal, or any song of mine, Hamalach, became famous was only if the distributor went to the store in Chicago or Minneapolis, bought the CD and listened to it. Otherwise,
there was no even PlayStations in the store.
There was no internet. There was no Spotify. There was nothing. There was no Instagram. There was nothing that you could
YouTube.
immediately.
That's right.
Today, the minute a song is done, it could. On the other hand, there's so much more copying and people downloading, and you make it's hard to make a living. It's an expensive business card today to put out a CD, but it's a different world. Instant today. We didn't have that.
People then. I mean, and I was in the business at that time, people then could make a CD, and if Baruch Hashem was successful, let's say it sold 25,000 copies or 30,000 copies, which was doable back then if it was a very successful album. You could actually make a living from a CD. You didn't really have to sing a chassan at night, pretty much.
Absolutely.
You could literally make $150,000 off sales of an album.
Crazy.
And that's a decent parnasa for mishpachat back then, and because of all that copying, now the performers have to rely more on performances to actually make their living.
Weddings and concerts.
Right. I remember Avrami Garari told me that once people started copying, at that time he says the whole business changed, and now everybody has to perform each night to actually make a living when you could have made a living off a CD. And truthfully, all that Geneva was incorrect. It wasn't right, and it caused the singer to have to work a lot harder in the performance end rather than just be a solo singer on a CD album.
And sometimes find the business to support his family on the side.
Right. So
by the way,
that all changed.
If you think of that, it's pretty funny that you guys are selling albums that today's biggest singers don't touch the numbers. I mean, Avram Fried, Mordechai and David are not selling 25,000, 30,000 albums anymore. The average listener doesn't know that the average album barely breaks 10.
It depends on we don't know the spot. There's different.
You're right. We don't know the streaming numbers.
This thing, Chas v'Shalom, Geneva,
but streaming, streaming is not owning.
Can't accuse everybody. But my first couple of albums, it was before it was when CDs came out. Was when the real copying started. Like
it
you
was
were
about
saying before,
96,
the
97.
tapes were very hard.
Right. You had to double.
It was when the CDs came out. That's when the real copying thing started. And for a good few years, that's when even Mordechai and David, I'm afraid they all made promos about, if you remember back in the day,
sure I do.
Please, like they were begging people not to do it. So that was a tkufa, like my number 3, 4, 5 album. It was like like Jackie Mason said, no one sells sweet and low. Everyone just takes it from the,
the restaurant.
Yeah, it was like my tape was
Heinz
sweet and low.
ketchup
Nobody,
packets.
my songs were everywhere, but no one bought an album.
It's like Rav Belsky, my Rebbe in Tarvadas. I mean, he was one of the few that came out strong. Would anybody go into a grocery store and just take a box of cereal or milk out of the store? He felt you're taking from the, if you copy it. You bought a CD, it's very nice. So there are Terim, in the family, make an extra one for your family.
I had this discussion with Gidon Levine, by the way, many years ago. I wanted another copy of Best of the Best. And we had a Charlotte, and we asked people. Remember Camp Tarvadas, where Bluth was there? And remember Shlomi said that, I think we asked him at camp one year, and he said, if you have one at home and you want one for the car, then that would be okay, because you paid for one to use in the family, and you can't use in both locations. But even when I asked Gidon, he's like, I would still appreciate a phone call or an email or a snail mail. Ask me, can I make a copy for my car?
So I will tell you a great story. I had a child, an 8th grader, call me once from St. Louis, and asking me permission. You hear his mother in the background. Tell Shlomi Dax you love his music and you'd like to use it, make a copy of his cassette, I think it was. Right. Or maybe it was a CD. And he said to me, can I have permission? So I said, you know what? Put your mother on the phone. I call his mother. I get his mother on the phone. And I said, give me your address. I'm going to mail him one. So she says, no, I didn't want a free one. I didn't want you to mail one. I said, let me just mail him one. Someone who has such chen to call me to ask me, if I say yes on the phone, then he'll tell all his friends, oh, Shlomi Dax said it's okay to copy my CD. So I said, let me mail him one with a little note, thank you, enjoy my music. And now I didn't tell you can go copy it, but you deserve a beautiful autographed CD. And I sent him one. But it changed the whole business. It really, really did.
So the fact that you guys ruled the 90s and 2000s is amazing. But all of your careers started a lot earlier than that. You were all child soloists. You were all in choirs as kids. We have Amudei Sheish Olam Surly Williger, as Shmuel Borger of Shalom put out a few years back. What was it? Superstars of yesteryear. Avram Fried, Surly Williger, Mendy Wald, et cetera, et cetera. Shlomi was in Silver Zemmer. Of course.
I was in Amudei Sheish.
But it's okay. Right. By the way, there's that embarrassing picture. There's an embarrassing picture of Shlomi with the blue V-neck, right? Blue turtleneck, Tzil Zemer, and Amudei Sheish, and you see Paul Dolson in Tzil Zemer. Pardon me.
I was also in Miami. I don't even know how I had time to be in yeshiva.
Really?
And I was in Muncie Boys Choir. My mother just wanted me. Country Yossi. I sang Benny Patched Me.
This is the star
I just wonder
soloist.
how I was in yeshiva and how any principal allowed me to do it. I don't know how I had the time. I thank my mother for doing this.
And
for
a bunch
me.
of years later, he's a Zayda. What can I tell you? Surly, how did it start for you? How did you get to your first choir gig? Were you always singing around the house?
I was in Yeshiva Tarvadas, and Shmuel Borger was the assistant principal.
That's how he poached all
had a
those
regular,
children.
Right? And same thing.
Really?
Good thing. Shapiro, we used to rehearse.
So he had a regular yeshiva, I guess, and I was singing back then, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old.
Was it something your parents had to think a lot about?
My father, Olav Shalom, was very makbid on certain things. He did not let me perform, meaning...
So there's no live performance.
Even Silva Zet, right. There was never a live performance. I don't know the cheshbon.
Really?
But it was for choirs, yeah. Not for... I never performed in Amudei Sheish. I never performed Silva Zemer.
So you're part of the recordings and the rehearsals?
When he was Sivas Hashem Boys Choir, didn't either. Recordings, yeah. 613
We were also 613 Torah Avenue.
Right.
We did Bar Midbar and Devarim.
Bar Midbar, Pirkei Avos, and Tefillah. I did.
And it's the first time ever that I got a check. I got paid to do it. Everybody else.
They paid.
Right.
By the way, did you see recently,
I
don't know, I saw most of the music, they redid the graphics for 613 Torah Avenue. They put it on one album. I don't know if it's a USB or a CD, but and this is after what, 40 years?
That was 613
Remember,
Torah
it's
Avenue.
time to learn to run.
Sure.
That I remember. Yesterday's daf I don't remember, but I remember a song from 30 years.
The Dorm's not so easy, Shlomi. Your Gimel wasn't that bad. Don't worry about it.
And to Yossi's credit, Yossi is involved also very much in getting singers to put some of their older albums back on Spotify and other things.
I actually
that people
worked with
never
everybody
heard.
here.
And
I worked with Shlomi.
Every time I get a $5 check in the mail, I have to thank you.
That's right. You got that 49 cents the other day, PayPal?
Yes.
The stamp was worth more than the check.
Shlomi, your parents are makbid about you being in choirs and performing, or not really?
No, and they allowed me. They felt it's always a catch-22. I have parents even today that call me, should I send my kid, my child to to be part of a choir or not? And you have to know your child. It could be the greatest opportunity. You gain confidence. By the time I was bar mitzvah, I could lane in front of 1,000 people. I was very confident. It was very good for me. My mother and my father, they wanted me to. I went to Polanco, Mexico with Yerachmiel. I went with Slova Zemer. All over the place we went. And it was a very, very good experience. Brooklyn College was very much easier, local. But I did perform. But you have to know your child if it's right for them. You really do.
You didn't sing live, but were you on any of the album covers, your picture, or not?
I was the gorilla in Amudim.
I was going to ask that.
6'2" at 8 years old.
No, the Amudim, that picture one with the double album that opened up.
Yeah.
The one that I was on, that me and Shlomi, I don't know if I'm correct, English, Shlomi and I, whatever. We had that album it disappeared after like a year or two. Shabechi Yerushalayim. You know, Shabechi.
Is that the black album?
We stumped him. He doesn't know.
So
that had Baruch HaGever on it?
No, Baruch HaGever was his.
Next one?
Was the one before. This one had Avram. I sang solo. I sang duet with Avram Fried, and even those days in technology, we didn't even have to be in the studio together to sing.
Wow, really?
Yeah, in the early 80s.
So the one solo that I also did with Avram, he was still a bacher. He was still single, but he was still much older than us. I don't know how much older. I never saw him in the studio even then. Never even saw him. It's so interesting how they do it.
I don't remember which song it was. It was I think that was one I did. I think
also I think I did with it.
That was a hit at weddings, remember that?
So he put that on a Shmuel Borger put that on that Mudashesh album.
And yet see you?
I was in Slova Zemer. Now,
your parents were strict about you being in a choir?
No, they loved it. It was great. It was absolutely.
Were you playing accordion by the time you were in the choir?
I was playing accordion for 2 years prior to that.
Is that crazy?
I was 9 years old, playing accordion. My mother, Shalom, was very into me playing accordion. It was really cool. I remember the teacher, Miss Launer. So she would come every Friday and teach me like new songs from these books. And I'd play like a Beethoven piece, and she'd give me these notes. And she said practice for the week. And at the end of the next week, she'd come like upset down after the lesson, say to my mother, she'd say, I don't understand. He's changing all the notes of the Beethoven piece. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's a composer or something? That's what my mother.
Pretty funny.
It was very funny. And at that time, I was playing around with songs. I still remember my first song, and I showed my second song to Shmuel Brazil when I was 11.
Wow.
And then after that, I started composing many songs. But I still remember Slova Zemer.
I was in Camp Darvadas with Shlomi, actually. Shlomi's probably the one from all of you that I go back the most with, because he was a staff member when I was a camper. 91.
How old are you? Because you look a little older than me.
Yeah. We're not. This show isn't about me. It's about you guys. It was 91, and there were a couple campers. There was a guy, Stein, from Muncie, and he was a Slova Zemer boy.
Right.
And a few years later,
that's for 17 summers.
Yeah,
17 summers.
So I remember
my cousin Yossi Simchon was a camper of yours.
I remember Shlomi showing Avram Rosenberg some recordings. This one with the double cassettes, the two cassettes, one after the next, or even separate tape recorders. And Shlomi would record himself singing on one tape recorder, and then harmonize himself and take a second tape recorder and record that one. This is before double cassettes, and he would play it for Avram Rosenberg at the choir practices. I still remember.
He didn't take one song of mine.
Yeah, he ended up buying 4 songs for me, Avram Rosenberg, eventually.
Which ones?
One of them Shlomi sang. It was called, at that time it was called Oy Di Shama Biarei, and he changed it to Eitz Chayimi Lamach.
And it worked.
It's volume 6, it was there. But I had a great time in Slova Zemer. I was solo. I never got the solos, but it was.
But that's why Yitzi is good now as a choir leader, because now that he has his own choir, he's like, I gotta give each kid a solo. Like I didn't have solos. I gotta give each kid a solo.
Before Slova Zemer, he was a different choir. Do you know that?
Shmuel Borg,
Rosenberg. Tzivas Hashem boys choir.
Really?
For that, my father let me perform.
Really?
Yeah.
You just
for Tzivas Hashem.
We're gonna have to race that earlier part and come back.
I'm not sure if it was Tivas Hashem Boys Choir or Gan Yisrael
No,
Boys
Gan
Choir.
Yisrael's a camp.
Okay, so I think it was Gan Yisrael. Okay,
sang
either
on
way,
Gan Yisrael
I
album,
sang
The
on
Little
Gan
Bird.
Yisrael, Little Bird as
Yeah,
well.
but his
wow.
name of the choir was Sivas Hashem Boys Choir.
And out of the blue, I'll tell you a cute thing. About 10 years ago, all of a sudden I get in the mail a beautiful big picture of me as a 10 or 11-year-old getting Kaishal Bracha from the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
Really?
And you see Abraham Rosenberg in the back. And we performed at one time we had that evening in Crown Heights at a Kaishal Bracha at a Matzah Shabbos, I think it was. And all of a sudden,
It
was a Matzah Yom Tif, and all of a sudden I get that picture in the mail. That you see
Who
me.
sent it to you?
Someone Lubavitcher who goes through Kola. They go through all the archives, Gem.
Yeah, so
archives, and I have a big blown up. It's beautiful.
Yeah. What can we do that will help bring Mashiach? We do our mitzvah without.
Wake up,
oh, Mashiach, how we want you now. How long for you must
That was
be
a great song.
So we sing that for the.
So basically, everybody was in the choir and got bit by the music bug and said, "Hey, let me see if I can actually support a family."
I had such fun in Silverzem. It was really amazing. We went to so many concerts. We performed with Mordechai Ben David in Brooklyn College.
I still remember, by the way. I'm sorry for interrupting. Silverzem was in Montreal in late '80s, early '90s. They came for like a Hanukkah thing, and I was like, Silverzem. Like I never even heard Silverzem coming to a small back town. Then it was back then. But like when Yachmiel came in '91 or '92, and like Yitzi Spinner was there with Ari Golding, I was like, oh my gosh. Right. Like it was like a Matzah Shabbos on this amazing concert hall on top of a hill. But growing up, I didn't have concerts like you guys had around the clock here in the tri-state area. It was once in a blue moon, somebody came, and you were lucky enough if you were allowed to go. Though we didn't have to worry about yeshivas and Meis Yaakovs being worried. Where'd you go last night? Okay, you're suspended. Get out of here. So, Hu Klal, debut album, Voice of a New Generation. How old were you, Sterling?
I was, I think, 25 or 26.
And you were married already?
Yes.
Because my Rebbeim said, don't put out an album till you're married. So
You
I
too.
waited. I came out with Hanukkah after I got married. I got married in June. Hanukkah, my album was out.
You're that young.
25,
Yeah, but
26,
you recorded songs before that. I mean, you did Kunzit's albums. You sang Pischuli at the first concert, the Miami Experience 1. You sang it at that concert.
Both of you sang a Miami Experience.
Yeah, I sang Get Married Experience before Hu Klal. I think I sang
Yeah, you
Hu
did,
Klal
before Hu
it
Klal.
came
Yeah,
out, right?
A year before.
That's amazing.
Before the album
I remember when the Miami Experience 1 came out, the double album with the gold cover over there. We camped out with us, and it was like, Shlomi Dax, the counselor, he's singing
The funny
on the
thing
album.
is about me and Sully, I look back now, Color War, when I was older as a staff member, and we're picking teams, and you're looking for who's going to be the best baseball hitter, or who's going to be. They used to flip for us. Who's going to be? He's
as
on one
kids.
team as
Really?
kids
Yes,
because he
as-
needed
You were
a
always
soloist
on
in the choir. We
reverse
were
teams.
always on opposite
we were the
teams.
only campers that were picks.
The question is, did one of you win more than the
I
other
was
one?
picked all the time.
But did your
first.
team win?
What?
My team won every
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
but he says
But
he was
I
picked
was
first.
picked first.
How he knows that, I have no idea, but it's okay. It's like Rabbi Nasser Newman used to go, I heard from the judges that we won Color War.
Right.
What do we want, Shlomi? What do we want? Come on.
So it was an amazing thing to be picked for choirs, and we would flip. Okay, you really, I got Shlomi. So it was nice, like looking back, you know.
That's amazing. Do you remember Eliezer Rabinowitz in Camp There with us or not?
Sure.
Eliezer Rabinowitz was a famed Miami Boys Choir soloist. He was in Miami Experience too. He sang My Zadie with my Shias.
His father's a Rav in my
His
neighborhood,
father,
right
and his
across the
father was the
street. Yeah,
camp
right.
rabbi, the camp rav that year.
Yeah.
And he was this shy kid. And we tried to coach him into choirs. He was very reluctant. He was
He's
very shy.
starting to break in now. He wants to sing at weddings. He's
Excuse
just sent
me,
me
he
some
lives in
clips.
Toms
He lives
River.
in Toms River.
I know what he does for a living. He came to my house to take care of me, but he gives voice lessons.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I'm serious. Eliezer Rabinowitz, amazing class. So you're 25 and you're putting all this money into your debut album, and I just found out something that I never knew.
Uh-oh.
I found out that you almost had a different producer on your album.
Oh, yeah?
Supposedly somebody wrote 6 songs and you guys were like working together
Sounds
before
like
you
Sully doesn't
before
remember.
Yachmiel got in the
It's
picture.
ringing a bell.
Is
It's
that
ringing a bell,
true?
for sure.
And originally, Sully approached me, and we almost signed the contract to work together. I remember that his father was there overlooking the contract. I was young, and Sully was
So who wrote
as
the
a drop-off.
contract if you were too young?
I think I definitely put down some of the clauses, and his father was reviewing it, and we were ready to sign. And Sully got back to me, and rightfully so, and I till this day, I still get it. He said at that time, and he thought about it, he said, Yitzi, you only produce music, but you don't put people on stage. You've never really done that.
Right.
So he decided to go to the master of people who makes shows, producer of shows, Yerachmiel Begun, and he went with him because he felt that as a producer, he's also going to get him on shows. I wouldn't get him on shows.
And he got him on show before your album even came out. Look at that.
So that's what happened.
So which 6 songs? Do you remember?
Well, the Yerusa we put together in the Beis Medrash. I think, Shuli, you found the words.
I found the words by Shalosh. It's from Zayar, the Kuna Zayar and Shalosh.
He's learning Zayar.
25 years old.
Taradas, he's learning Zayar.
25 years old and Taradas.
Sounds like Yossi Green already.
It was amazing.
So I was learning Zayar.
I was married, so it was okay. And I was like, if I'm putting out an album, I probably should know some Kabbalah in case it doesn't work out.
Yerusa, L'choil Amin, Ishtama Demandinatir Shabbos, Commandinati, the whole thing. I don't want to say, I don't want to throw Mazayas around here.
Kids might be listening.
Yeah. But it's words that fit to the song. It was a niggin. Felt we needed words, and
that's it. He would come over to me in Beis Medrash between the Zmanim.
Of course.
And he would
the regular guys sitting and learning it. You weren't married, but I was in Koil.
All right, so that's one.
Yeah.
We have Hukla, we have Kata, we have Shalom Aleichem. By the way, Shalom Aleichem.
It's a beautiful
song. Malache Hashares, Malache Elyon.
It's Malache. What should it be?
And you said it was Malche.
Well, you sung it Malache.
And nobody caught it, and it's on the album to this day.
Wow.
And you know what nobody caught of me? Hamalach HaGoel. I don't say... I start from B'Shem Aboisai. I don't do...
Hamalach HaGoel. Let's make a Yivarechis in our...
V'karei v'hem shemi B'Shem Aboisai. The words were just missing. Nobody realized till it's already out in the stores. And it fits in perfect. I don't know why they were missing. So sometimes now I sing it live. I'll put in the
See, that's why Spotify and Internet's bad, because today you'd get like 15 angry, hey, what are you doing here? You're butchering it. You're cutting it up.
Yeah. Poetic license.
Poetic license.
I would say that Amudim is vital to the mental health of the entire Jewish community. I know it sounds like a grand statement, but the fact is that, I get phone calls all the time. People need all different types of help that are not necessarily what we deal with. And, the answer could almost always just be call Amudim and they're going to help you. Amudim is like the missing link, the key to a lot of the gaps in the services that are being offered in the Jewish community. There are a lot of amazing organizations out there doing a lot of amazing work, and they're all kind of all over the place. Amudim kind of centralizes all of them and is a tremendous resource that gives people that are struggling with almost anything access to a resource, and they will point you in the right direction to be able to really support you to get to the kind of help that you need. And if you want to be somebody who's involved with that, and if that's something that's important to you, then this is a place where you should be supporting.
I remember back in 1998, I got a phone call from a friend of mine who was learning in Montreal. His name is Yossi Newman. Mazel Tov, his son got engaged the other night. I don't know if you heard.
One man been Yossi Newman. He's great.
And he says, I have to be on the lookout for 2 things. What? Okay. One, this new guy coming out with an album. His name is Eli Gerstner. My kind of name is Eli Gerstner. What's next? I have a song on an album coming out with Surly Williger. I say, you do? He says, yeah. Sure enough, We Can Make It Right comes out, and he had one of the songs on the album.
Really? I don't know. You know which one it was? Yes.
I think it's
Yossi, which one
Chef
was it?
Shiflane?
Chef Shiflane, that's his?
Either
No, I think that's a Begun song.
No, there's one other one. It was 1 or 2 songs.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look on the... You have the album here?
I don't have that.
That one he doesn't.
I didn't produce that one, but
I was talking about the Huklal album.
Yes.
So we were pretty much done, and then Yitzi comes over to me with we had 10 songs already with another song.
Sameach. Oh my God!
So Yitzi.
Wait! I never heard this.
You don't know this. You probably don't even know this.
You regretted it, man.
Yitzi comes over to me, has a song. Sameach, Sameach, Tisamach.
And we played it for Lamb.
Listen, I went to Lamb and Begun.
And they said,
you have a huklal already. What? No.
And then Mendy got it. Mendy
got it,
and
and
that was the bum, 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 da-da-da-da.
So Samech is mine.
2 years later, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, it was $1,000. It's probably too expensive.
No, I wanted. We went to Lamb in the back over there. In the house,
of course I
sitting
remember
there
playing,
in this
yeah.
porch over there.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, you listen to it.
So
we were young, you know.
Yisrael Williger almost had. By the way, when did it change from Yisrael to Shirley? I'm very confused about this whole thing. About the fifth album, right?
After the Zoya.
I have a better one. When did it change from Williger to Williger?
Right.
He spells it
He
differently.
wanted to make sure the checks didn't bounce.
No, it's just better for the I, W-I-L-L. But my name is
By the way,
W-U-L-L.
it sounds like a Shia
Oh, by the
thing.
way, Yoachmil Begun, when he met me the first time, I introduced Aaron Zutler,
Oh,
heard
wow.
Pischuli,
Aaron
from You
Zutler.
the Green.
Yeah, You the Green.
So Aaron Zutler heard it. You played him the demo that I made in Camp Tarvadas, and we recorded on a double cassette album. I recorded the music, and you added your voice on top of it. And I remember you played it to Aaron Zutler. Aaron Zutler says, I know Yoachmil Begun. Let me show it to him. He calls me up, Yoachmil Begun. I was maybe 16 years old, 17 years old at the time. He says to me, you know, you're 20 years ahead of your time. This is not typical Jewish music, but we'll see if we can find some way to get it out. And eventually you sang it at the Miami
Aaron Zutler
Experience.
was a Schachter to the
Aaron
Miami
Zutler was a
Experience.
Schachter
Wow,
for-
thank you, Aaron. Aaron Daniel.
No. Actually, he introduced the song, and when Yoachmil Begun asked me who do I think should sing it at the Miami Experience, I mentioned your name as the singer.
But you said you had a connection to Miami. When did you get to Miami?
I was an alumni as years earlier, but I guess he's not
I
going to
always
think
thought
about
your
me 10 years
entrance
later.
to Miami was the 100-men choir one. I always thought that was Shlomi's introduction to
You were
Miami.
in
Was singing-
Miami Boys Choir?
I was in Miami Boys
You
Choir.
sang on a thing?
Which
On a-
albums?
I did not sing, the opposite of what he did. I did not sing on any album. I
Shlomi was
performed
the
in
live
concerts
show
for him.
guy.
Right,
Right.
I did the solos. It
So
was
which
weird.
solos? Give me some songs.
I don't remember.
Oh, come on. You were
know
just
what
singing
I did?
632
What's the
Avenue.
other song? Hamalach and Hamapil. Hamapil Chevle Sheino. That was one of my songs that I
Wow.
loved and I did. But I went to Polanco, Mexico with him. We went to Midwest. We went. You're right. I never sang on a Miami album. Really? But
And obviously you kept that cash out.
I was a
And I
soloist.
sang one
yeah.
song. Remember, I sang one song in a Miami
the
album.
Yiddish song.
I wasn't in the choir.
Which
the,
song?
The Yiddish,
The Yiddish
song,
song.
the Gedolah Hadar.
On Klal Yisrael Together.
Klal Yisrael Together.
That
Right.
album?
So I wasn't in the choir.
Right. I wrote a beautiful
But they were looking
solo.
for someone that could sing Yiddish.
And they figured
Amish.
Williger with
Amish.
the W said he could probably sing
Right,
Yiddish.
so
No, then it was Villiger. Now it's
Shlomi was singing Pischuli at the concert, the first Miami Experience.
remember Experience
And I
one.
remember that I had 400 friends there because they all knew Yitzi Bolt's first song being debuted in 1990 at that concert.
90 or 91, yeah.
So Shlomi Dax, young man, gets up. I don't think you ever performed that big of a performance before a talent showcase. And I remember very clearly, I was standing with a bated breath, waiting to hear the orchestra play the song. Da 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 da. And all of a sudden, Shlomi starts to sing. You don't hear anything.
Really?
And my heart drops. My first song being debuted, and all my friends, and then nobody hears the song. I mean, they know the song,
Right.
but they didn't hear his voice. And he didn't realize the spotlight's on him. He's not hearing
Well,
the
you
sound.
usually don't
I'm
hear.
going
And
crazy.
he's going
I
crazy.
think I'm a star.
And
And you're
nothing's
like-
going on. And finally, he gets it. Somebody gets his attention that his voice is not being heard. Like 20 seconds into the song, and Shlomi turns around. I couldn't believe that he had the guts to do this.
Yeah.
Yisrael Lim is leading. It's a big orchestra, and Shlomi goes, "Stop." And he stops the whole thing. He stops the
did?
music.
So I
he-
wasn't at the
and
show.
he started
And
again, and
they
we
gave
did
you
it
a new
again.
mic, and he restarted again.
You're talking about that. I had a story with many years later. I was singing in Brooklyn College. Kish Echad had just come out, composed by Yitzi Bald.
The third album.
I
yeah.
come onto stage, and in the front row, if you've ever been on a stage, you really can't see
No, 'cause
past
the
the
lights
first
are
or
blinding
second. You
in
can
your
see the
face,
first row, second row. You know the big spenders in the first row. Usually it's the Gavirim and everything. Anyway, and their kids. And all of a sudden they're screaming and they're cheering, and I'm feeling like $1,000,000. They're going crazy, and I'm thinking, "Wow, this is." And then I realized about a minute or two into the song that the reason why they were going like this, they were trying to get my attention. When I had run onto stage, my yarmulke had fell off, and they were trying to get my attention that your yarmulke is not on. There was some kind of cable coming down, and I hit it, and then I realized, wow, so you're not just a star, your yarmulke is, so I had to go put my yarmulke on. Pretty embarrassing.
So your debut album came out, and you're newly married. You're what? How old?
I'm Going to be 25. I was a little younger than 25 when I got
so we're
married.
the same age.
Yeah, same age. Yeah.
Were you nervous that Izzy put all this money into you and you have no idea what it's going to be?
I was very nervous because you still want to make money. Number one, you want to do this. You want him to come back. You want to do a second one eventually. I already had songs. People were throwing songs at me at that point, and you want to be successful, and you want him to not to lose money. Now you're talking about Yenim's money, so it was a big pressure. But it's all the one above. And Baruch Hashem, like Yitzi said, there were
and you had some
years that
Yitzi
we
songs
made a
too.
living. I had many Yitzi songs, absolutely. And the hit of that album was definitely Yerav, Hamalach, which was composed by Yisrael Baruchov, who also today is in Rosh Koil. Yeah. And Chamor was on that album. Pischuli was my second album.
Pischuli was your second album.
It's funny because I had Pischuli already, but I waited.
Yeah,
so I waited for the second album. I guess I wanted to wait. Maybe I wanted to
Yerav,
wait.
you sang in 1989 on a Shevach 2 album.
Right, which sold, I think, like 11 or 12 copies.
Maybe 11 or 12.
That's Avi Fishoff's album.
Yeah, but
Nobody
I actually
remembers.
arranged that song in Piamenta studio.
Wow.
My first arrangement, I was a teenager, and Rick Cutler was playing the drums there, and Shlomi came to sing in Piamenta studio in the basement over there.
Talking about arrangements, if I could give you Yitzi's horn, what's amazing about Yitzi is that the first few albums that I did, only my last album, right?
Avinu.
Only my last album was like 95% Yitzi and his arrangements.
Echad was your last album.
Right, you did some Mizma, you added one album after
Right,
that.
I've added one, right.
By the way,
you know my album's better than I do.
Thanks to Yitzi, I actually have Shlomi Dax singing some a cappella on that Avinu album. That's the only a cappella I have from Shlomi Dax ever recorded.
That's true. But anyway, what I was saying was he was a guy who made up songs and he gave it to you with his arrangements. So I went to Lamb. Lamb was my arranger.
He's like,
and I played him Keshacha Bam Bam Ba, which was ahead of its time. And Lamb took his arrangement and made it into an arrangement. But it was Yitzi's arrangement, and Yitzi, was way ahead of his time. I mean.
So 225-year-old new singers in the market. By the way, did you guys realize your debut albums both had English titles? Voice of a New Generation, One Day at a Time. I mean,
that's what they were doing.
And that's not what
doing. No Jew will be left behind. That's what they were doing. Time is now.
Mashiach.
Mashiach. Yeah, I think it was then the in thing to do.
Is that what it was?
Letter to Mashiach, Mayor Sherman.
Wow.
You know what the next album he put out, Letter to Mashiach, was? Return for Postage.
Insufficient postage.
Then the albums were named after English.
Did you guys have a say in the song selection or what the title track was, or not really?
No, certainly really didn't, but I did. And no, when you hire a producer, you want to make sure you trust him. So I would sit with Yochi with every single song. This one no good. And there were songs that I regretted that I didn't take. Like it happens. It happens.
No, let's go.
No, you never heard of them. I mean, that I wish I
nobody
took.
ever recorded them or not?
One of them I really can't say.
Oh,
I would love to, but for
this
different
is for
reasons.
Amudim. We're trying to raise money
One
here.
song that I had you took that I wanted that you ended up taking.
Which one?
Kol Barama? Kol Barama. That was also Akiva Hamnik. That was
So
Akiva
Kol Barama
Hamnik.
I wanted. For some reason, whoever I was working with at the time, I guess didn't want it, and I loved it.
It's all Siyata Deshmaya. It's a mazel. You
And
take a song, you don't
excuse
know.
me, he had a song composed by Alvin Fried. Do you know that?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I
but I got it completed. Meaning, it's a song that he did it. Didn't make it on one.
But
of
it was
his
his own
albums.
song.
So I took the whole package.
You have an Alvin Fried composition right there. That's something Shlomi doesn't have.
Yeah.
True.
How old were you when you were working on Mendy Wald's first album? Your first production, you and Mendy were what? Late teens, early 20s?
No, 25, 24.
25.
It was around the time when I lost my mother, and it was a very... I was... When we
Emotional
were mixing
year.
Sameach, I still remember, we were mixing Shifchi, which was one of the songs on Mendy Wald's album, and I got the phone call from my brother, come to NYU Hospital, because my mother had been out of work already 3-4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out at that time that she was, in a very bad situation. And she passed away a year and 3 months later. But so we put out that album, Sameach, while she was sick. And I used to bring the album to her in the hospital, and she loved it. It was really fascinating. Then after she passed away, 9 months later, we put out L'chaim.
Were you not nervous?
What?
You're in charge of writing arrangements. You've never written arrangements for... How did you even write the arrangements back then? You know how to write music yet or not?
I do know notes. I learned, like I said, I learned by accordion teachers.
Right.
I had my formal
But I mean,
music
you have
training.
to envision a symphony. You know, the brass is doing this, the drums, you guys know how this works. On your first album, you probably didn't have a clue, but after the albums were recorded, you go.
Who did the notations for you? Who did?
So I did actually did the
wrote it?
notations. Now I wasn't perfect at it. I remember Jim Hines was like in the studio, was like, that note is way above what a trumpet could actually do. And he was telling me, like, giving me criticism, but it was fine. I learned from it. I ended up learning a lot from the musicians who told me, change this, change that. But the truth is, I mean, it's not too many people know, I actually arranged an album prior to Mendy Wald's Copy El Bogans.
Right.
And it didn't come out till after his album, but I had arranged it already before.
It's a great album.
So I was arranging...
Title track's great.
So I was arranging a lot of...
You did notation, I'm saying, because the rest of the world used Remy Garari. Remy G was the biggest notation, the biggest... Back then also.
You want to hear funny now? There's a producer, there's more than one producer, I can tell you now, who doesn't know how to write music. Right. And he tells the guy, okay, take your instrument, go, da-da-da, da-da-da-da.
Remy just does it, and that's
and
fine.
this guy, but this guy's directing musicians, like, you know, and you're like...
Yeah, we know who it is.
But the people want to know.
No. If we break $8 million, I'll tell you next year.
Now, anybody who gives 100,000 or more, I will tell you who that is.
Private message.
No, so yeah, we were writing notes, and we wrote L'chaim 9 months later.
That album was unbelievable.
Was very, very special.
What an album! What an
Smile
album.
Again. And again, it was a very emotional.
Wait, someone told me there's a good story behind Smile Again.
Smile, it's unbelievable. I mean, I've heard many stories after it came out. People will tell me this helped me, got me through this situation. But Smile Again was written together, myself and Yechiel Zegelbaum, Ziggy Zegelbaum. He was a color war writer of words. So he helped me formulate the words that I wanted to write about my mother. This was literally right after she passed away. And interesting, the album was supposed to be called Chazak, but when I was going to the funeral of my mother in Eretz Yisrael, Avram Fried was on that flight, and he was calming me down, you know, because he heard that I just lost my mother. And we were talking, we were schmoozing, and he's saying, I asked him, what are you working on now? He says, well, I'm putting out an album in a month. I asked him, what's the album called? He says, Chazak. And I knew that we had a great song, Chazak, on Mendy Wald's upcoming album, so we had to change it. We changed it into L'chaim. But on that album was a song called Smile Again. And what happened is that one time, I mean, Shlomi knows, and Sully knows, and Mendy Wald knows, there was a woman in the community, unfortunately, I believe at age 44, that was paralyzed. And the doctors didn't know if she can actually respond or understand anything. After a couple of weeks, they saw that she was blinking her left eye. And people used to come and visit her, and this lady at the RaiseThon, she communicated with her left eye. And when I came in the first time, they said, okay, read line A, and it has A, B, C, D next to it. She'll blink at the line to show you which letters she's trying to say.
I think Itzi Horowitz works the same way nowadays.
Yes, exactly.
And Mendy Wald was there in the room. I still remember this. We were called to perform for this at the RaiseThon. A lot of singers were called. And I remember it took me 5 minutes just for her to say the word welcome. I ran out of the house and I was crying. I couldn't believe, like, wow, what a person has to do just to communicate one word. And when we started singing, she actually told us she wants us to sing Smile Again. And remember, this lady can only blink her left eye.
So it's like a 15-minute conversation of hitting all the letters on the chart.
Correct. And she said, please, I didn't even know she knew this song. And we get up to the high part. In the blink of an eye, all our suffering could end. And I'll never forget, tears were streaming from her eye, her left eye, when we said in the blink of an eye, all our suffering can end.
Wow. So that's how she was able to communicate. That's amazing.
That song was so meaningful to her. She asked us to play it every single time we came to her.
That's another whole angle that I'll speak from on behalf of everyone, all singers, how we can't take for granted life. And we as singers have that unbelievable opportunity to go to hospitals and to sing for people, and anybody else would. I believe if someone called an accountant during the day, hi, come visit someone at NYU or Sloan Kettering, they would go, but you're not calling an accountant. So we get lucky, anybody would do it. We're not grace. But we have that
don't even have to have
opportunity.
conversation.
And we have the
Music speaks for
conversation. It's
itself.
special. We get to go and we get to be machazik people. We take for granted that we could walk, we could talk. Every bracha we make, there are people so sick, and we have that lucky, amazing schos, in addition to Hashem giving us a talent, that we can go and be machazik and bring smiles to people. It's an incredible thing, and we don't take it for granted. We know
the
how
many
special that
invitations-
is.
Many invitations of Shosh Shlomi also got with an inscription that you promised that I had it
Really?
last year from 25 years ago. A boy got married recently that's well now that said that he was a little kid when I sang for him, and a note came in and a text, and the guy sent me a screenshot of what I wrote in the hospital that Emet Hashem, when you get married, I'm going to come sing at your chasana. I wrote that once, and I'm going to come sing at your wedding, Emet Hashem, to a girl in Memorial, Sloan Kettering, and she calls me up on my house phone those days, and she said, I want you to come sing at my wedding.
When
So
you were
Emet
still
Hashem,
listed.
Where's the wedding? In Italy.
Wow.
So I called up Yosef Leifer from Traveler's Choice, and he gave me a ticket, and I went.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was a 10-year-old kid, Mordechai Ben David, called me up, asked me to play music in Borough Park, a Hasidic kid. I remember going up the stairwell, and he had Kreislich Pius, this little kid, and when we got to his hospital bed, Lalenu, he had no hair on, nothing. And I still remember we started singing songs, and what was funny is at that bedside, unfortunately the boy didn't make it past his bar mitzvah. They asked me to play by the bar mitzvah 3 weeks before he passed away. Right. But what happened prior to that was Mordechai Ben David was telling me he's flying to Israel the next day, and he's recording an album with Mona Rosenblum and Moshe Mona Rosenblum in the studio, and he's missing this Geschmack of Freilich song. And at that kid's bedside, I started singing in front of Mordechai Ben David a song that he never heard before. Wow. And he took it. He loved it. We started singing for the kid 100 times. I'm exaggerating, but a lot of times. And he took out his little recorder, whatever.
$1,000? How much?
Yeah, $1,000. I think you paid me a little quicker, but he paid me. And what's funny is he said he took the recording, he brought it to Israel. Now, Moshe Monroe, I'm talking about great arrangers. Yeah. He's incredible. His arrangements, 50 years ahead of his time. He was like not normal. And he goes ahead. He shows him this song, Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. He liked it so much, Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. In the studio the next day, Mordechai Ben David told me he started writing the notes on tissue papers. He's there, he made the whole arrangement on tissue papers, and they played it that day in the studio. The next day it was recorded.
With the intro? That's yours? No.
No, that's Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. All put together in within 24 hours. Recorded.
Crazy.
And that's
But that's part of what we were saying, how it's a mazel, these songs. Yeah. I could tell you stories. Rachem from Shweki, he got late into the album, and not only that, he put it as song number 7 or 8 on the album.
It was not in the beginning.
He didn't think it. Usually, you put it the second song or right away in the beginning.
And you're lucky enough that Suki
and then all of a sudden
puts
that
out
becomes
an album, Sikarachim, a few years later.
So we don't know what songs are gonna make it and which songs. It's all.
We can be
very
here.
True. Very
we can be here for hours.
We can be here for the next 2 hours. We got a few minutes left. So
when you're making your album, you think every single song is a hit.
Is that really? No, is that
that's your intention.
Of course. You think I'm gonna put a song that we don't like? Everything is not.
Of course, it's not.
Well, Chef Shiflane, I knew was a hit.
Well, we put it number one.
That album is by far one of my...
That one? That one you got the A from, right?
That is for sure. That is for sure probably my favorite album from you. For you, it was probably Achein was probably my favorite album.
And that's when I went with Yossi Green.
And for you, L'chaim is probably... It has to be L'chaim, right? Yeah. From all of Bendy Wald's albums?
Hands down.
I mean, no,
yes, and then we did Avinu together, and we had a few nights.
That's like a great story.
It seems like forever.
It's a lot of vocal arrangements.
Wow. He sang it by my chuppah.
Okay, so a few minutes left. We're going to go fast, okay? Voice lessons. Are they true? Do you need them? Give me some funny stuff you do to get ready from back in the day.
Well, voice lessons is a must, and it's you have to have the foundation. I mean, you can't create a voice out of nowhere. You have to have a voice.
My mommy says I sing well.
Right, but if your mommy says you sing well, you should take voice lessons. The main thing of voice lessons is what I think is, besides one of my voice teachers was Cantor Nassim Galik, a very famous voice teacher, is when you're not feeling well and you have to get your voice from somewhere.
I always thought it was
when you're
projecting.
There's 50 things. There's 50 facets to voice lessons. But I find voice lessons is when you do have that little cold, when you do a little hoarse, when you are a little down vocally, that's where you really go back into your voice lesson mode and say, I got to do this. I got to do
So
that.
who call comes
Before-
out? You got a big gig, a big concert. What are you doing to warm up?
To warm up, like now in front of everybody.
Yeah, in front of everybody.
Well, that's a whole, you only have a couple of minutes left. But there's things, loosen up.
Yeah, let's see. Come on.
Chewing.
You serious?
Yeah, some crazy stuff. Whatever. It's like,
No. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Loosen up. You're like stuff like that. Go from falsetto to regular.
But your mouth isn't even.
But you know what the
open.
best thing for the voice is? Bottom line
Yes,
is
Shlomi, raw
sleep,
eggs.
good sleep, and just to drink room temperature water. I
No.
tell
Not
all these
very
guys
hot,
who call
not
me,
very
not very
cold.
hot,
I
not very
thought
cold.
Isaac Honig's,
Good
special-
sleep before you
Might work.
perform. A few nights before Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, you don't just wait. You go to sleep. Sleep is the best thing for the
Shlomi,
voice.
come on.
That's
Give me,
the
some,
bottom
give me some
line.
tricks. Give me some tricks. Give me some exercises,
No
Shlomi.
tricks. I go to Cantor Einhorn for many, many years. I went to Cantor Einhorn, where Avram Fried goes, and today Shlomi Daskal goes. And people tell me, what do you need voice lessons? You're a professional already. What does Derek Jeter, what do batting coaches need? What do these guys need? You need someone, hadracha, watching what you're doing. And like Sully said, when you're not feeling well, that's when the pressure's on to get it properly over the cold and be able to perform. You can't just cancel Rosh Hashanah.
I think Avram Fried plays basketball a few times a week to keep in shape.
I actually
think
saw
he's
there was
told-
He actually told me he has potato cocoa before he to lubricate. Before he sings, he
There
has
was a video of him.
That's what he actually
There
told
was a
me.
video of him throwing a ball
Camp
from I think half
Aguda, he had
court or something.
102 fever. I got him to come to a concert in Camp Aguda in 2001, 2002. The year prior, Mordechai Ben David. Next year, I got Avram Fried to come to Aguda for a very good price. And he comes to Camp Aguda, and he calls me up an hour before the show. He says, Yitzi, I got to cancel. I have 102 fever. I said, Avram, you can't cancel. I mean, the whole camp is waiting for you.
It's Camp
He says,
Aguda. Sorry, but that's
I
will never
guess I
happen,
wasn't
you know?
available.
You weren't available that night. He comes in to the gym, and with 102 fever, he goes to the half-court line, running in. He picks up a basketball in the gym. He gets the half-court shot in the first time.
I just
I just
saw
saw a clip.
recently. You
I just saw a
it, too.
video. I don't know if it was from that.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
incredible.
from
Maybe
that.
he's the new
He-
from
I-
NBA guy instead of the other guy.
Apparently, he believes in the exercising and keeping in shape, like Shlomi mentioned. And
This late in your careers, is it still important? And how often are you
Very,
supposed to go?
even more, very.
Even more important.
Really?
Absolutely.
Really interesting.
Just breath, that you're not out of breath. When you're singing, especially, I do weddings, next stage of our lives now. I'm doing now weddings, and I'm performing, and you have to, if you're not in the studio, you could do it 25 times till it's perfect. Do a studio.
ripening with age doesn't apply to voices.
No, you do a
As
wedding,
you get older, you have
you're
to-
live.
And
you
for
know?
you, do you have to, keep rehearsing with your fingers?
I practice a lot. I practice a lot in the basement.
And
in
Yitzi's
my
still
room.
writing,
Absolutely still
New York
writing.
Boys Choir,
That's right.
fourth album, fifth album, because it was a cappella album. Sorry, I forgot about that cappella album.
And Shlomi said it right. The choirs really give the confidence to the kids. I had a kid from school who typically not all schools want this, but the parents made a decision and they said that they felt it was very good for the kid. A very shy kid. He was like second, third grader. He stayed in my choir for 4 or 5 years. Started laning, started davening for the Amud. He started answering questions in class. Really brought out a tremendous. So I only have good things to say about.
You were in a choir and now you lead a choir, so definitely that's important. Shlomi has a Shlomi Dax Orchestra, which is funny because you kind of had an orchestra back in the day.
So, Hashem, now one guy added away a little bit.
So it's funny.
I try to book him for after the wedding. I try to book him.
Truth. Yes. When Shlomi opened the orchestra, people were really skeptical. They're like, "There's the Gina, there's the Shama. You're a singer. You can't open an orchestra." And now we're what? Almost 20 years later, Shlomi Dax Orchestra is still a contender. And then we have Shuli Williger, who's not only a singer, a Karlbach singer, a Kumsitz guy, a shtickle cantor.
Plays guitar, by the way, a little
Plays
bit.
guitar.
A little bit,
And now he's doing English Bat Chonis. Did you hear this?
Amazing.
Brilliant.
English.
You were at one of them.
I was at one of them, and I was surprised.
And people think, half hour, big deal. You know how much preparation is involved?
I thought I'd hate it, but I actually liked it. It was actually pretty good.
Thank you.
Amazing.
But I think it's more your personality than your rhymes.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying. Thank you, everybody. On behalf of, first of all, thank you, Yitzi, Shlomi, and Surly.
Thank you.
You can find their music online pretty much anywhere. If you can't, message me. For free. Oh, well,
That's right.
Don't steal their music. Please support the amazing work that Amudim does. Head over to unitedtoheal.com. Please support this amazing cause, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys.
Before Amudim existed, I didn't even know where to turn. Which therapy, which rehab. As Klal Yisrael is growing, there are more situations to deal with, and we need to deal emergency with helping victims, educating the younger generation so we don't have victims, and we're doing much better the past few years with that, and then with addiction and many other mental health issues, and it's the most basic component of a vibrant and healthy community. We love Klal Yisrael, we love our community, and the only way we can make sure that our children and our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews, our siblings, and our friends, when there is a struggle, they should get the resources. There is a gap that only Amudim is filling, and let's make sure that that continues stronger with more resources so we can help everyone.
The victories at Amudim, we don't always have the privilege of hearing them. A lot of times, by the time they're done with Amudim, they move on. They continue with their therapeutic work, but we don't always see them 2 and 3 years down the line. But when we get those victory stories, it's a real celebration. It's phenomenal.
It is a feeling I don't even know how I could possibly explain. I guess you'd put it as a high, to be cliche. It's the most phenomenal high to know that you really made a difference in someone's life.
We want to know that we're being effective. We want to know that this is making a difference. It nurtures us. You know, we speak to most people by phone, but we can see the smile through the phone. We can hear, we can see that little bit of hope that they start to experience, and that's motivation. That fuels us.
Amudim is there. They're the first ones there. They're always there. They're there for everyone. And frankly, I think we have to be there for them. I think that we have to dig very, very deep into our pockets. I think we have to support this organization. It's the type of organization that they're so modest that they're just always there for us, and they're not thinking about the costs and all. But we have to think about the costs. We have to think about the fact that we need Amudim, and we have to think about the fact that how much weaker the Jewish people would be without an organization like Amudim. And I would ask everyone to please give generously, give often, give a lot. Whatever you think you can give more. And this is really, frankly, what the Almighty wants. He wants us to look out for each other. No one looks out for each other more than Amudim. Please, please help support them.